All right. Hey guys, how you doing? Um, just getting everything set up on my end. So, uh, Cleve is about to end his stream, and so I figured I would do a little bit because there is some things that I want to talk about. I want to actually break down the audio a little bit more, and then also some of the responses I've been getting have been completely unhinged, including some Father Deacon who is trying to defend Sig. Now, of course, this Father Deacon is completely out of left field. No other clergy that I know are defending these guys. He's claiming that we're all liars, which is interesting. I didn't realize he could read my mind. But even if that were the case, it's time to really address these things. So let's go camera. No, Cleve forgets to raid a lot, so and also he's not required to raid me. So um but this is important to talk about. So we're gonna talk about a lot of the stuff that's been going on recently. Um and we're gonna really hammer home this defense that they're going. So you notice how they all come out universally with the same exact wording, the same exact defense of Sieg's behavior and Sieg's actions. Well, it's because it's very simple. It's because they have. I'm going to split this off. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. So they're all trying to defend this now. In my comments, you got Georges, who says here, dude has some serious problems. They're spiritually sick. Jay vindicated. Is this your boy? Um, you know, laughable. Perry has more credentials than any Orthodox apologist, which I am aware. He's doing more. He's been doing this for a long time, 30 years, guys. Perry's been doing this for 30 years. 30 years Perry's been doing this. So for them to kind of constantly hand wave and dismiss Perry is just hilarious to me. That's like hand waving somebody who's been doing this. It's like you, a junior electrician, hand waving the recommendations of an electrician who's been doing it 25 plus years, and you're just going, I know better than you. I went to school, and this guy's like, listen, I went to school too, and I've been doing this for 30 years. Maybe you should listen to me. And they're just like, no, 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 no. I know better than you, bro. You know, it's like the young bucks who come into the coding sphere and they're like, I know how to code than you, guy who's been doing this for 30 years. You're antiquated. You still code in C++. I'm doing Rust or I'm doing XYZ thing, right? It's always the young buck who has barely left his mother's tit, right, is coming out and uh, uh, coming out and defending these things. So it's always amusing to me when these people do that. Now, I said, listen, Zig, you're not an academic. You're 21-year-old with an associate's degree. That's a joke, guys. I know the UK doesn't have associate's degree. I know that. I'm just saying, like, it's a joke. And this guy's defense is, yes, I was 2 years old when Perry converted into Orthodoxy and started doing this kind of stuff. Like, Perry's been doing this a very, very long time, longer than I've been alive, much longer. And he's a good man. Who, by the way, I just want to point out, Perry says he agrees with a lot of what I have to say. It's like hand waving Dr. Bo Branson. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, guys. So, oh, I should copy the link here. Hold on. See, I'm such a bad YouTuber, guys. I don't shill enough. I gotta shill myself more. I didn't even share my stream. I didn't even share my stream. So let me rectify that real quick. All right. So there's that. Then we go here and we have to make a goal. I know we never make the goals, but it's fine. I'm very terrible at the grifting thing, guys. I'm so bad at it. We're just gonna do a measly little 5 there, guys. There we go. All right. So NXD Pro says, speaking of Doc Branson, surprisingly, Sig has one good take in agreeing with monarchical Trinitarianism. But here's the problem: we can't trust him. He says he believes and taught everything that Miko believes and taught on PSA. So clearly, he's not the greatest at explicating the faith. Clearly, he's not the greatest at explaining the faith. If that's the byproduct, if the byproduct is Miko, that's not great. Furthermore, Sig was right there. He was standing less than 6 feet away. He was in that same conversation that Ananda came in and interjected and said that's a diorite innovation and a Dr. Bo Branson innovation. Sig did not correct that. He sat passively by. So there's one of two things. He doesn't want to ruffle any feathers, so he's willing to just let people say overtly false things about the faith without any pushback for the sake of evangelizing a Muslim, right? Or he doesn't know what he's talking about. Or he agrees. There's like 3 options there, guys. He agrees, he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's basically like, I'll just say it, he's a coward. If he thinks that Ananda is teaching something overtly false and saying something overtly false about what we believe about the Trinity, that is a core doctrine of the faith. And if you're not willing to defend it, even though he's your friend, that's a problem. Major problem. Massive problem. Like I said, guys, you can click the link to call in. We will be calling in. But people, by the way, guys, this Sig being this way was not a secret. There's a lot of people who knew about this from the early days of when Sig was in Jay Dyer's Discord, prior to him even converting to Orthodoxy. Sig's been inquiring since he was like 15 years old, guys. He's 21. He's been inquiring for 6 years, 6+ years. Moses says, took this from Jortlandia Tax Fund to help you towards some hair gel and a good mic. Well, you know what? My people have said they like the mic. So, that being said, I did get a new mic. It came in the mail and I got scammed, guys. I got scammed. I paid $40 for this thing. And look at it. I got scammed by Timu. Or I just put the wrong one in the cart. I'm not sure. So I have to go back and do that again. Look at that. Timo screwed me over. Pin the link. Pin what link? I don't know what you're talking about. Good to see me. Good to see me. Good to see you too. I need a cookie. Good to see you too. So, anyways, we're gonna go over this. We're gonna go over what their defense is. Da, da, da. So Father Dothorios commented, and of course he's trying to ratio me, which is fine. All of his buddies are going to do this. Notice how he'll never reach out to me. He won't reach out to me. Right? He won't message me in the background and have a long phone call and try and work out these issues. Oh, no, 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 he can't do that. But he will do that for Siiig. He'll go to the death rows for Siiig. Now, Father Deacon is a deacon, by the way. He's Orthodox deacon of the Church of Greece. Don't know if he is. I don't know. He doesn't give his diocese. Doesn't tell us where he's located under, who he's under, which bishop he's under. We don't know anything about him. Oh, yeah, pin the call-in link. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. By the way, Volpes, you're more than welcome to call in and help me break this down because I do think it would be useful. Pin. I don't know if he's heretical or not, but he won't. He's not giving his bishop and he's not giving his priest that he's under. Which, like, again, any clergy that's online, unless you can find out who their bishop and who their priest and who their diocese is, there's a little bit of like questioning there. When you say Church of Greece, what do you mean? True Orthodox? There's plenty of true Orthodox who would call themselves the Church of Greece, right? Yeah, this is exactly the point that we're going to make, but we'll get into it in a second. Someone says fake account. I'm not going to go that far. I've heard him speak. He sounds like he could be Greek, but I don't really know what a Greek accent sounds like, frankly. Like a English speaking Greek accent sounds like. He could be. I don't know. He says, go listen to what Jerome says. He literally is presenting an opinion of people that say homosexuality and homoromanticism can coexist within orthodoxy, and he's deconstructed it. That's not what he did. We just listened to this on Cleve's channel, but we'll go over it ourselves. How low will Cleve to Antiquity and Nikolai go, and the rest go to slander him is wild. This is why I'll never take any of them seriously. I don't care if you take me seriously. I have plenty of clergy that take me seriously. I have Perry Robinson, who has even said that he agrees with a lot of what I have to say about the faith. Okay? I'll take Perry Robinson and all the clergy that I know, Father Stephen DeYoung. But Father Stephen has been on stream with me, and you know what Father Stephen has never said to me? He's never said, you know, Nikolai, you're going too far in some of these areas, you're getting things wrong. When I've spoken up and given answers, Father Stephen has replied and said, yes, yes, and. So I think I'm in good company. Okay? My own clergy have no issues with anything that I've said. When people have said, hey, you're teaching wrongly about PSA, you're teaching wrongly about this, you know what I do? I take what I've said about it, I take what they've said about it, and I bring it to my clergy. And I say, hey, which one is the correct view of the Orthodox faith? And you know what they always say? Yeah, what you were taught. So, Church of Greece is autocephaly as opposed to EP. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but like he doesn't give a diocese, he doesn't give a bishop, he doesn't tell anyone who he's under. I said, that's not what happened, and you know it, Father Deacon. Everybody has ears, and we can hear exactly what he's doing. He's saying a subrogatory action, meaning it can, in certain contexts, not be simple. He shouldn't be teaching anybody. He's barely 2 years baptized Orthodox. And that is absolutely 100% true. And then Real Okay, is a good guy, friend of the channel, says, I don't see him deconstructing homoromanticism at all. Instead, what he's doing, he's deconstructing the arguments for or against this thing. Now, we're going to listen to the audio itself. Father Stephen always says yes and laugh out loud. It's true. He always does. I've told Father Stephen that the minute these subversive folks start agreeing with you, that's when you know you're doing something wrong. Yeah, yeah. Seems like a perfect example of when you mix narcissism with Dunning-Kruger effect. I think there is some truth to that. 100%. 100%. Okay, guys. Well, let's get into the actual audio.
To a certain point where you sort of don't really want to have sex anymore. You're sort of done. You don't want to.
Now, to be fair, there are people who listen to the entire audio but weren't able to capture the full audio. Like the person who leaked this audio was listening anonymously, but he only entered into it. He only started recording about halfway through when he realized, "Oh my gosh, what is this guy arguing for?" And I've talked personally with some of the people who were in that chat anonymously, which is why he notes there's some anonymous people listening here. I kind of wish that I would have recorded this. Maybe you didn't record it because you didn't want this leaking out that you're teaching this, huh? Maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. But God bless you all. Thank you. Unless you want to ask a really long question, he just says yes or no. They have one possible clergy on their side, and it's not even a priest, it's a deacon. The Orthodox have real clergy that support their beliefs. Some clergy don't agree with the tactics, though. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, not all people have the same cup of tea. So we're gonna continue on with this, guys. We're gonna listen to this. I'm gonna break it down on how. One, I think this will be educational on how to break down somebody's words. They don't play these slimy games. Um, they don't play the slimy games with it, right? So that's the first thing. Um, somebody who I think somebody I can't remember. I saw it somewhere though. Okay, if you're not scared to debate, this lady is the one. I'm in fact not scared to debate. Then go debate Jay. They won't do it. It's not difficult to call in. Christopher Nolan is desperate. That is true. He is desperate. Let's go.
Have intercourse anymore. You're sort of done with that whole sort of thing. You just sort of like each other's company romantically.
You sort of like each other's company romantically. What is romance to this guy? Does he think it's just passive feelings of being like liking somebody? No, romantically like somebody is distinct from friendship. It's distinct from being uh, sworn blood brothers, even. I can love my brother and it not be romantic. I can love my best friend and it not be romantic. I can love my cousin and it not be romantic. Romantic is distinct from simply loving and enjoying someone's company. So he's getting this wrong right off the bat. He's not even defining romance. Like, okay, well, you can have romantic feelings for somebody and not what? Like, makes no sense. Anthony, I've already addressed this. And by the way, you're welcome to hop on as well, Anthony. Um, um, Sig lies about all kinds of things. He's taught Miko, and he says that everything that Miko teaches is something that I've taught him. Miko agrees with him, meaning that he agrees with PSA, inherited guilt, which right away makes his position on other things suspect. Thirdly, he got caught out and now he's backpedaling. He got caught out and now he's backpedaling. We're breaking down this audio right now, and I'll show you how there's very key words in there that give away his actual opinion on these things. Okay? Fourthly, if he doesn't believe like Ananda that monarchical Trinitarianism is not wrong or correct or anything like that, why wasn't he, who was right there next to Ananda, not willing to call out Ananda? He was there in that very same conversation, just on the other side of the camera, right across from Ananda. He he absolutely would have been there. And not once did he issue a correction saying, I don't agree with Ananda on this. Ananda's completely off the rails on this. He's wrong. He didn't do that. He didn't do that until he got called out for it. So it's a bunch of BS as far as I'm concerned. I have a working relationship with Dr. Branson. Okay, then why aren't you defending your working colleague, Dr. Branson? By the way, he's a college student. That means he's working under Dr. Branson at best. Not that he has a working relationship with Dr. Branson. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's him trying to worm his way in as being seen as legitimate. Sorry, I don't buy it for a second. He's like, I'm fine to be corrected, but Dr. Branson can come up and say it to me and say, like, "Hey, Nikolai, like I know that you've said some harsh things towards Sig, but in this case, he actually does agree with me." Okay, Sig is smart enough to know how to worm his way through to get around by being as vague as possible, and we'll notice this in the stream. Thank you, Octavian. Thank you, Octavian. I think a lot of the confusion with loving someone and being romantic with them is purposefully blurring the lines in the modern day. Well, there's some truth to that, but the fact of the matter is that it doesn't matter if there's some blurring of the lines in modernity. What matters is how we view things in the past, right? Nikolai with a minor crash out 5 minutes in. Yes, there's some truth to that.
That's possible. And as a matter of fact, many people in the early church wanted to aim for that kind of perfect marriage.
So perfect marriage is one that is romantic, where you just simply enjoy each other's company. Enjoying each other's company does not overlap, is overlapped with being romantic, but it is distinct romantic from being romantic. So there is a distinction there. And also, most of the time, what they say is once you're past a certain phase of life, you're past childbearing years. That's when the two people are like, "Oh, we just enjoy each other's company. I don't need like sex anymore and things like that." It's like, okay, that happens quite often. Neither party is physically fit enough to even engage in it, and neither party can even produce any children, so they just don't see the point anymore. And they simply want to enjoy their lives romantically with their husband and wife. But I've never seen a more pure love happen. And by the way, that's not to say that there can't be holy marriages that happen with sex. This is kind of like viewing sex in the Roman Catholic way, saying sex is sort of this like lesser thing that you want to get to. St. John Chrysostom used to think that until he wrote his book and started pastoring married couples, and he said a married couple that does XYZ things will rival even the holiest of monks in their holiness. Terrible old person voice. Listen, can't do old person voice.
Um, because they sort of saw that with Mary and Joseph, in that Mary and Joseph had a purely romantic relationship with each other.
They didn't have a romantic relationship with each other at all. Joseph did not have a romantic relationship with Mary. He was an elderly man who was her guardian, and they betrothed her to him so that he could be her guardian. That was Jewish custom and law at the time for temple virgins. For temple virgins, and this is well established Orthodox 101 stuff. And I don't know how Miko could get this wrong unless he's purposely obfuscating this stuff. This just shows you that he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he wasn't catechized, or he's just not aware of it. And if he's not aware of it, that's fine. But why are you going around teaching people? It's insane. Guys, we have who is essentially a co-host at this point, Timothy. Welcome on, Timothy.
It's a co-host. Yay! It's gonna be great.
Yeah, you just got upgraded.
Fans love it. I hope.
So, have you seen? Were you watching Cleve's show?
Yeah, I watched it live. It was
Okay, so we're gonna be breaking this down word by word because I'm sick and tired of these people accusing me of lying. He's like, "Oh, Miko, Sig didn't actually mean to defend romantic relationships," but I'm gonna point out that the words he uses, um, undercuts that argument. It undercuts that argument. So we're gonna go into it. So first off, he doesn't understand Mary and Joseph were not in a romantic relationship, ever.
Wait, stop. Hold on. He is arguing against the perpetual virginity of Mary. I didn't see that part.
not the perpetual virginity. He's saying that they were in a chaste romantic relationship. But that doesn't make any sense because Mary was betrothed to an elderly Saint Joseph who was there to be her guardian. Not at any point was he there to be in a romantic relationship with her. And furthermore,
That's interesting.
he's watering down, and this is the point I make, watering down the distinction between merely having love for somebody and romance. There's a big distinction. I can love you, Timothy, as my brother, right? I
Yes.
can love my brother. I can love my cousin. I can love my siblings, my mother, my parents. That does not mean it's romantic love.
No.
There is a distinction. What is the thing that delineates romantic love from just love for platonic love or um, love for a brother or agape? And I know Father Stephen hates the four loves thing that was made up, but it hammers home the point that there is different ways in which you can love somebody without it being romantic, right? So
I
what
feel like it's
makes
just
romantic distinct?
usually probably sexual intercourse among other things. Because I mean, if you love, I mean,
Yes,
it's not to say like. So I gotta be honest. Like, I don't know if anyone in the chat's actually been married, but I'm gonna tell you right now, like, that's kind of part of it. When you love someone, is you
I know.
want them all the time.
Yes,
Like,
and
it doesn't
not
matter.
even in not even in a lustful way.
No.
You just
It's
desire you desire them, you desire that closeness, the touching of
yeah.
skin.
They
You're one
literally.
flesh.
Yeah.
One
It's literally.
flesh. What do you think
You
that
know, like
means?
when you were a kid, and, like your mom scratched your back, and it was like, oh, it feels way better than scratching your own back.
Yeah,
When you love someone like that, like mother love is a little different, but obviously, but I'm pointing out like it's not.
it's
There's
different. There's a
usually
distinction.
there's kind of a physical thing to it, especially if you're talking about
Okay.
two adults that are married.
Yeah.
You start saying they're in
Not to
romantic love.
not to not to get graphic. We won't get graphic here, guys.
But I guess the question I have is why do I care and why is he bringing it up?
Well, he's bringing it up because we'll get into that here in a second. So let's continue.
That was sort of agapeic, um, rather than erotic, right? They didn't have an erotic love towards each other.
I can have a non-erotic love towards my sibling, but it's very different from romance. So again, he hasn't notice how he doesn't delineate or explain his distinction of romance with his distinction of um just like a platonic love.
Isn't this the same guy who says kissing your wife is sinful?
I don't know. I don't know if he says that, but no Roman Catholics will say that. Roman
I've
Catholics
heard
will
some
say that.
Latinizers say that. That
Yeah,
if you
well that's
desire to kiss your wife, it's sinful.
yeah, because they hold to a more Roman Catholic view of sin. They view that they take a more Augustinian approach, and Augustine believed that it was impossible to have sexual relations without sinning,
Well, I
and
want to say
that
too.
it was only that the good outweighed the bad, and that's the only reason it's permitted.
I would say monarchy of the member. I do think that's wrong because that's not the church's position on it. It's a different realm of life. If you're choosing to be married and have kids and be in a good marriage, that's not worse than becoming a monk. They're separate roles. But we as the Orthodox don't have this disparate because if your position was true, then we'd all went extinct, and that's not what God asked us to do, right?
No, he said,
So
"Be
we're
fruitful and multiply."
yeah, and He created man and woman with genitals. So
Yeah, that's actually a condemned thing that people believe that the sexes only became distinct after the fall.
yeah,
Um, that's not the Orthodox position.
no,
There
and
is
like
a there is I will say this, there is a minority of church fathers that have speculated about that, but it was never adopted by the church
yeah,
ever.
I just wouldn't buy that because I think there's too much. I just don't think things like that happen by accident. And I'm not trying to be mean to. I'm not trying to be mean to you, monarchy. I just wanted to kind of say like it's a pretty common criticism I've heard, and it's something I utterly reject because I think that would deny what God created us for. You know what I mean?
So,
And and marital sex
to
is a sacrament of the church.
yeah, I do want to address what he said, but also this was Mary and Joseph's love more an older caretaker and a young woman. I've heard people say that yes, that's the church's position,
Yeah,
literally. Now as for this, is it wrong that I have resentment towards marriage and see it as a weakness? No. Well, yes, it is wrong, but
yeah,
no, it's understandable to have those feelings. Read St. John Chrysostom on marriage and family life. He makes
yeah.
it clear that marriage can be as holy as the holiest of monks, and that the way you approach marriage matters just as much. Now, modernity has really done a number on marriage, and both me and Timothy can probably, um, you know, we both have experienced it, right? So, like, modernity has really done a number on it. But St. John Chrysostom on marriage and family life, read it. Even if you're single, read it.
I love St. Paul before I say anything, but he was already kind of a chaste monk guy. I don't think we should take his words, and I don't think the church has ever taken his words to mean what it kind of can be read like, which is girls are icky and we shouldn't touch them kind of thing. And it's like, and I'm not trying to be mean to St. Paul, but I tell to his face too. Like, yeah, man, it sounds like you just think girls are icky, dude. Um, I'm just saying that it's a temptation of that the Roman Catholics gave into. If you ever want to see like what goes wrong when you put uh, when you put monastic life over marriage, look at the Roman Church and see the damage that's done to it. Because they said everyone's a monk now, and it doesn't work as well. Seriously, yeah. Again, like, and there are some Volpes, there's some monks, there's some church fathers that say the opposite, right? Who
Yeah,
are
well,
monastics and
to
talk
be
about how much
clear,
they love weddings and marriages and marital sex and stuff. It's
well, yeah,
normal.
St. John Chrysostom, actually, if you read his writings chronologically, early in his ministry, he was actually fairly negative about marriage. He kind of viewed it as this lesser thing, and it was for weaker people and things like that. And then later, when he began pastoring, so he was a monk at first, and then he began pastoring. Once he began pastoring, um, his views on marriage very much shifted. And then he wrote on marriage and family life, where he said that marriage, if done properly, can be as holy as the holiest of monks.
And I do
So,
want to point out too, according to the Orthodox tradition, marital sex is a core part of the sacrament of marriage. It's a
yes.
sacrament, so it's not like any other sacrament.
That's
It
why it's
should,
sinful to deny your husband and wife, by the way.
yeah, it's considered
Husband and
sinful.
wife. It
Yeah,
is
it says
considered
because his
sinful.
body does not belong to him, nor does it to her, and and to deny it is to deny the devil into your marriage. But yeah,
She's got demons in the cooties now. No.
and like I
Anyways,
said,
let's
and,
continue.
and if you're struggling with stuff like that, monarchia, talk to your priest. And marriage isn't for everybody either. Boys
Yeah,
go be a monk
you
too.
could be called to monasticism, but take your
Hmm.
time.
Yeah.
No one's trying to rush you into it. So that's all I'll say about that. So let's continue. And by the way, they do say that if you, there are church fathers that say if you hate marriage because you hate women, or because you hate, um, or you want to be a monastic simply because you hate marriage, then that's actually wrong. They will deny you. They'll ask you, it's like, why do you want to become a monastic? It's like, well, I just hate marriage. And I think marriage is disgusting and gross and bad. I have resentment towards marriage. They'll say, no, you're not allowed to be a monk. I've talked to monastics about this. They said they won't let people that have been scorned by women or scorned by marriage as the reason to become a monk. That is not the reason to become a monk. So you got to
See,
remember that too.
we're,
So
we're not sigging them, monarchia, so don't feel bad about asking questions. It might seem kind of weird.
yeah.
We don't have any problem with that. We're not going to crash out on you because
Yeah,
you're
and
curious
also
about something.
I'm gonna direct you towards clergy. Go
Yeah, go
speak
to
to
your
clergy
priest.
about this.
Go to your priest
But
and tell him the
this
truth
is
and
what
say I
I've
struggle with
heard.
that.
Yeah,
He might give you something to think about and chew on better than we can.
this is true. Zapper is completely true right here. Girls have cooties was
Yes,
dogmatized at the Zeroth Ecumenical Council. Yes,
we'll have to get Vatican III to fix
it
that, but
was it was
okay.
at the garden. It was the garden. God said, "Now doth now have cooties, and boys will forever find you gross."
Yeah,
Anyways, let's continue.
Um, and that was permitted by the church.
And that was permitted by the church to be in a relationship like that. It was only permitted, it's not permitted actually. What's permitted in the church is that you cannot reject relations within marriage. You can't be going into a marriage simply to be like that. You go into monastic. If that's the case, and both of you want to swear into a monastic marriage, that is possible. But that, you know what that happens? Your marriage is dissolved
yeah.
because sex is a part of the marriage. In fact, Saint Tsar Nicholas II went to the Synod of Bishops and said, I am planning on handing, once my son is old enough, I'm going to hand the reign over to my son, and I would like to take on monastic vows along with my wife. They both agreed that they would mutually take monastic vows. And you know what he said to the Synod? He said, I will, if it is pleasing to you, is what he said. If it's pleasing to you, I would like to become the head of the Russian Orthodox Church as a patriarch, as a bishop, because he was going to swear off his crown. He was going to give it to his son. He was going to essentially, yeah, like he was going to abandon all that, right? That is something that is possible.
Mhm.
He clearly loved his wife and still clearly did love his wife, but they both loved Christ and the church so much they were willing to both take on monastic vows towards the end of their life, in the later years of their life. He was approaching 60 by the way, guys. So he's like it wasn't like he was this young buck anymore, like kind of rearing to have more kids, you know. So
Right.
it's important to keep that in mind. So but again, we'll get into that later maybe. So let's continue.
And so, rightly, people within the LGBTQIA plus community may ask, okay, well, if that
So LGBTQA plus community, by the way, anyone who says that like super confidently says it a lot. That might clue you in that he goes to a liberal ass college like Oxford. But he says they rightly ask, so why can't I do this?
that relationship's acceptable, why isn't this other homosexual relationship, this homoerotic, this homoromantic relationship acceptable?
What?
I'll notice I'm not arguing
So he's saying homosexual is distinct from homoromantic. He's saying homosexual is when you're actually acting out it. Homoromantic is just two people who love each other's company and want to be around each other. Again, I can want to be around my best buddy. It doesn't mean I have a romantic relationship towards him. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
And the JV's gamers, just real quick, because this will only take us a second to respond to. Kissing is in the West, like in is weird. I have Persian friends who kiss me every time I see them, and I got used to it.
I have elderly like Arab grandpas that will go right on my lips and be
Yeah,
like,
right on the
"Bro,
lips."
what?"
It took me a little
Sometimes
while
they'll
to get
do,
used to it, and
but
it's just because they love me and they're trying. That's how they say they love you
now
in
let me
Persia.
say this: if there's more than 2 or 3 seconds of contact,
It's a little weird. Yeah.
it's like,
I'm just saying.
okay.
I'm just responding because he's saying like, does it count as two of the same sex kissing as a bond
Well,
of friendship? Yeah, that was pretty common.
hold on. That's a key word, Blake. Yes, he says rightly. That's a key word, but he says they rightly ask this question, and then he goes on to explain.
for homosexual acts.
Has
Because,
he
of course, it's
ever?
been
I
clear
just
as to
want to ask
why
this
those
real
acts
quick.
cannot be
Has
for
he ever answered
homoeromantic.
these theological questions like we do, where we give you our answer, and then we say, but also go talk to your priest? Does he
No,
ever say go talk to your
he
priest?
never says go talk to your ever.
Hmm.
No, it's
Hmm.
always he just answers.
Just interesting.
I've seen his streams before. He never says go talk to a priest. He doesn't do that because he doesn't
Interesting.
think priests are educated. By the way, he said this to me in a private conversation, and of course, I don't think I have the recording anymore. I had it recorded because I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. But he straight up told me that most clergy are uneducated on this, so therefore I don't need to listen to them. Is essentially what he said. So hold on. We're gonna
I'm
we're gonna
sorry,
listen.
Blake. I just had to ask that question because I've watched a lot of his videos and I never heard him recommend talking to a priest.
No,
And if you're
but
Orthodox, that should be something you always recommend.
yeah, exactly every time. Anyways, well, I pulled it back, guys, so we'll watch it.
Romantic relationship acceptable. Now, notice I'm not arguing for homosexual acts. Because, of course, the church has been clear as to why those acts cannot be promoted by the body of Christ.
So we need to. I'm gonna slowly break this down. He says the homosexual acts are clearly condemned by the church, and the church has clearly made that clear. But watch what he does here.
Right? But those same people then conflate those arguments that the
So those same people, meaning people like us, people like me and Timothy, people like you guys in the chat, conflate what?
church has definitively made on the subject with
Did it lag?
them talking about
He has a little bit of choppiness in his thing.
the
Okay.
extension of those relationships that actually technically are dissimilar.
He says technically they're dissimilar. He says so you people, us, are conflating homosexual condemnation and homosexual acts condemnation by the church with this other category that I've made up in my head, homoromantic. homoromantic relationships. He's like, those are distinct. You can have a homoromantic relationship and it's okay, is essentially what he's saying here. Now, he's being vague and using extremely loose language.
They don't actually have anything to do with one another. Sure, it's possible that you could same sex and romantically involved. That's
It's possible that you can love the same sex and be romantically involved, sure, is what he says.
true. But at the same time, you could also have someone that's purely sexually attracted and not romantically involved.
That's called lust.
What is this distinction? Like,
It's called
I would
lust.
I would challenge that you can't be romantically involved with the same sex at all.
No, you
You
can't.
can
It's
love someone
impossible.
else in the same sex. That's fine. And male friendships are not a small thing. So
Name me one church father that says you can be romantically involved with the same sex and it not be of this nature. Otherwise, you're just like, okay, if it doesn't have any of the markings of romance, if it doesn't have any of the markings of what is required to have for there to be a romance in the relationship, if it has none of those things, then it's just you and a buddy. It's like listen, I do know some people. Like I know some people like this. I have an uncle. He fell in love one time in his life, one time, and that I can't remember what happened. She rejected him or something, and he never fell in love with another woman ever again. He was like
yeah.
devastated. And guess what? He towards the end of his life, he wanted some level of companionship, just like to make it through his elderly years. He started living with another dude. Do you think he was having sexual relationships with that? No. He even denied it. He's like, no, I just need a bro towards the end of my life, essentially, right? Somebody who is going to be there and I can like depend on. If think of it as like your battle buddy in the military. Do I have
Yeah.
a romantic relationship with my battle buddy? Dude, sometimes you have to bunk together, guys. Like sometimes you have to share sleeping bags with your battle buddy when it's cold out and shit like that.
Mhm.
Does that mean that I love romantically my battle buddy? No.
It's a little gay, but
It is a little gay. It's a little gay, but but the
yeah,
point
no, I'm not
is
in love
that
with them.
it's
Yeah.
romance. I'm not in love with them. It's not romance. There's nothing there about it.
Don't surrender.
So,
It's just like you can't have intercourse if you're of the same gender either.
yeah, exactly. Bro needs a bro. So true. Sometimes you just need a bro.
And again, you could also have someone that's purely romantically involved but not sexually attracted. Those three categories are possible because it's a Venn diagram. There's an intersection between the two that we have to be cognizant of.
He doesn't explain
Why do we
how
have to
they.
be cognizant of it?
No, we don't have to be. That's the first thing. Why do we have to be? He's
Why
like,
am I
oh, there's
thinking of
some.
this at all?
Well, yeah, but also it's important to recognize, and I think that this is something that is very disturbing. It's very important to recognize. Hold on, I gotta check, make sure that we don't have anyone waiting in the back room. Okay, no, we don't. Um,
See,
it's
start is
very
coming.
important. It's very important to recognize um that these types of acts, these types of thoughts, he's not actually explaining the distinction. He keeps on saying there's a distinction. But he says, well, one's just without sex and one is with sex. Okay, so, but like, you haven't explained how these things intersect yet, right? He hasn't
Yeah.
explained he hasn't explained if they're wrong or not. He simply said, oh, those things aren't necessarily wrong. Well, what, why?
There's some
You haven't explained.
disagreement.
And we have to be brave as Orthodox Christians to say,
So now he's speaking on behalf of Orthodox Christians. We Orthodox Christians have to be brave for what?
what has the church actually not permitted? Sorry, what has the church actually prohibited? And what does the church see as subrogatory action?
So all of you goobers who are defending Siiig, all of you idiots, no offense to anyone
No,
who
complete
is a
offense.
friend of the channel, because I know, but I'm talking mostly the Latinizers. All of you Latinizers are saying he was speculating, he was steel manning. This is not steel man. He says we of the Orthodox Church need to be brave for what? Why do we have to be brave? We have to be brave to delineate between homosexual acts and homoromantic acts. Meanwhile,
What?
let me not explain what is romance in this context.
So, and this is a very controversial thing in
One
moral
second.
theology, subrogatory actions are actions that are distasteful and not approved, or rather disapproved of, but aren't prohibited.
Okay, so he is in the state. Okay, so let's follow the line of argumentation, you dumbass Latinizers, who I know you're going to watch this and you're going to clip it out of context, or you're going to claim that Nikolai doesn't know what he's talking about. I know you guys watch this channel because you guys talk about what I talk about all the time. You message me and tell me, like, you guys are so stupid. Notice what he does here. He says, we Orthodox Christians have to be brave to delineate between these two things, and we have to recognize that homoromantic acts are subarogatory, which means that they are. He goes on to explain it, but he basically says these are acts that are not preferable, but not necessarily sinful. This is a Roman Catholic distinction. That is not how we understand sin. Timothy, what is the process of a sinful temptation coming into our mind?
What do you mean? Like it comes in your head
The
first,
fe-
and
it,
you
the,
have the temptation.
you have
Yeah,
the feeling,
yeah.
and then you. Uh, what is one supposed to do once they have a feeling that is sinful, a
Well,
passion?
they're
They're
supposed to
supposed to
they're supposed
reject
to
it.
pray and repent. Yeah,
Yeah, they're supposed to not repent because they haven't done anything yet.
yeah.
When you have that feeling, you pray immediately and you disassociate with that feeling immediately.
Well, I mean that's yeah.
What is homoromanticism other than you're having the feeling of being attracted or being in love in a homoerotic sense, even if it's just I'm in love with their mind, bro. I just love their mind. I don't want to do the butt stuff. The butt stuff's gross, but
Uh,
I just love their mind. You have immediately entertained the concept of two same-sex people being able to join mentally. This is Gnostic. This is Gnostic, guys.
that's
This is a
nasty.
Roman Catholic distinctions where there's no distinctions. This is the academic in him coming out and trying to like make everything nuanced.
That's nasty.
How do these things get resolved in Orthodoxy typically? It doesn't need to be resolved. He's a nobody in the church. No bishop's teaching this.
Yeah, and that's what people kind
Tell
of
me a
forget with the
single
Latinizers.
bishop or clergy that are teaching this.
Yeah, that's the problem with these Latinizers. Is like, and this is again I brought this up before. It's like it's difficult when you're trying to get people to understand that this does affect people. And maybe your priest is like a sweet old man who doesn't know what Islam is, and you're trying to get them to kind of like address these issues, and they don't quite understand how serious it really can be. You know what I mean?
Now, notice Blake says here, what is the Orthodox view of concupiscence? From my understanding, and this is what I was taught, is that concupiscence is simply the corruption. Corruption's us having corruptible bodies. We're born with a disposition, an inclination, and a corruptibility towards sin. It is not that we're born sinful in a sinful state. We're not born in a sinful state, right? So hopefully that answers. But let's continue on because I want to get through this video here. And by the way, I think somebody super chatted earlier, and I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you, Moses, by the way, for the $5. $5 super chat is much appreciated. Let's continue.
A good example is smoking. So
So he's gonna try and conflate smoking as a
A smoking cop.
it's not a preferable action. So I'm just going to pretend that it's not. It's okay. Volpez says it's okay for a straight married man to have a JoJo Bizarre's Adventure figurine on his desk at work, right? It's my
Yes.
Christmas present for my wife. If as long as you say it is from your wife, yes. But if you
I
bought it,
have a
you
mouse
bought it,
pad
yeah.
somewhere. Hold on, keep going.
That's what
You're
I
good.
thought. Thank you, Nikolai. No problem.
I'll find it later.
All right. So, but thank you for the $5, Volpez. Much appreciated. Like I said, you're welcome to hop in.
smoking is not promoted by the church. It is permissible, right?
It's permissible. So he's conflating smoking with homo-romantic relationships and saying smoking is permissible, so homo-romantic in theory can be permissible. That's what he's saying. There's
Hmm.
no misinterpreting this, because he says we as, again, the key point in which he went from steel manning, where he's explaining their argument, to where he's saying we as Orthodox Christians need to be brave and be willing to stand on this.
Why?
Well, because he wants to basically say that this is an unallowable thing, because he wants to defend his friends. He probably goes to university, has a bunch of homosexual and LGBTQ plus friends in his theological department. I mean, Oxford is a liberal institution. It's not an Orthodox institution, so he probably has a lot of LGBTQ plus people in his classes, and he probably just wants to be like, listen, it's like you guys can become Orthodox, please, because in Orthodoxy you can be homo romantic, you just can't be doing the butt stuff, please, you just can't do the butt stuff, that's all we're asking for, don't do the butt stuff.
Now, what I would have said is, you should probably talk to a priest, and he's going to tell you if you're sexually attracted to men, you probably shouldn't be living with them and having homo romantic relationships. I'm just saying.
You guys are so, don't be too mean to Volpes.
We love Volpes. We love him here.
It is permissible, but it is not
He's
promoted or
way cooler than you,
encouraged.
John.
If anything, it's discouraged by the church, but it's not prohibited.
But it's not.
It's discouraged but not prohibited. Okay, again,
What are we talking about?
so he's trying to say homoromantic relationships are equivalent to smoking, where it should be discouraged because it could potentially lead to sin, but it's not technically unallowable. It can be allowed. And so he's basically trying to make that delineation. That's exactly what he's
Why?
trying to do.
It's just a dumb argument. Like, what if I told you? I've been making this case. They're all leftists. That's why they're obsessed with justifying being gay.
Yeah, the only people that constantly try and nuance homosexuality within the church, the only people who try and do that are always libtards. And that's true for Protestantism, that's true for Roman Catholicism, that's true for every group.
Yeah, if you're homo in Orthodox, if you're homo, you probably go to confession. Yeah, and pray on it. Like does church doesn't say it's okay, but it isn't going to throw you in. It's going to kill you over. It's like if the church tells you you shouldn't do it, that's good enough. We're already there.
Yeah,
I
so
don't need extra.
they're trying to delineate homoerotic or homosexual with homoromanticism, which, by the way, he hasn't provided a meaningful distinction. What does it mean to be homoromantic, keyword romantic, and let's just say two bros loving each other? Like me loving my sibling, or me loving my brother in Christ, or me loving my best friend, right?
The nature of the moral action isn't prohibited. And that's the same way that potentially some theologians in the modern day, um,
Who? Name me which Orthodox
Give me
theologians.
give me an
Name
Orthodox
me
one.
Give me an Orthodox theologian in the modern day, somebody who is not considered a laughingstock like David Bentley Hart, who, by the way, is no longer part of the Orthodox Church. He's
Wow,
basically
really? You
separated
don't
himself.
say.
But name me one. So he keeps on saying some theologians. Who? Who? And by the way, who cares if there's some academic theologians who are even if he could find one? What's relevant is the bishops and the synods. That's
Well,
it.
that's not relevant to them though, because they don't
Don't
care
want
what
us
your
to.
bishop says.
Yeah.
They say your bishop's a modernist heretic for not allowing them to go to town on the bus. That's it.
Romance is going to be seen as sexuality, but romance is interconnected with sex. It doesn't matter how much people want to delineate them. There is an element of sexual attractiveness towards somebody when there's romance involved. I'm
Well, then,
sorry. There's
even
no
if
one
there
that gets
wasn't,
married. There is no one that gets married that doesn't find the person at least attractive on some level. Even if it's like oh, we both just get each other in our souls. The act of romancing somebody is for the purpose of what? Marriage. What is the purpose of marriage? The purpose of marriage is to become one flesh.
well, imagine if I said, it's important to note that the Orthodox Church does make a distinction between the act of murdering someone and thinking about murdering people all the time. Although you think about killing people all the time, it doesn't isn't sinful exactly. It's like, well, yeah, that's just 'cause I'm a Marine, but that's not what's your point?
Yeah. He's steel manning their position. Yeah, that's their go-to argument right now. But by the way, Mello, you're welcome to come jump in, brother. He's one of our Aussie bros. He's a good guy. Um,
Owen Benjamin's now yapping and nipping at Dyer's heels. Oh, dude, if
but
you
no
watch
one cares. No
if
one
you watch
cares.
Cleaved Antiquities video, the dude who comes in and just crashes out, it was good. It was good. Let's debate
Owen
the truth. Should we discuss religion? No.
Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin. I used to like him because I thought he was brave in his boldness and standing up to the coof and to it being in Hollywood and standing up against the insane leftist like LGBTQ plus propaganda bullshit. And him being a comedian and willing to say a joke that was, that everyone else at the time, no one else was willing to do. But he has since become completely insufferable and just
Unhinged.
he thinks he's more smart than he really is, and he has a bunch of lemmings that kind of stoke his ego. It's not good. That being said, just watch his debate with Jim Bob on the Trinity. He embarrassed himself, and he's been coping and seething ever since.
especially in America, want to view certain homoromantic relationships, which is why I don't think the term homosexual relationships actually encapsulates what the church is permitting. Like when
Okay, notice what he says here. Again, I want to keep this. I want to keep this up. Milo says right here. He's steel manning their position. He's steel manning their position. Which is why. Okay, let's go back and listen to that again. Just note, they're arguing he's steel manning the position.
you view certain homoromantic relationships, which is why I don't think the term homosexual
Which is why I don't think me, not them, not LGBTQ plus
relationships actually encapsulates what the church is permitting. Like when you
It doesn't actually encapsulate what the church is permitting. The church permits things. The church is permitting what? Sig? Homoromantic relationships. So, hold on, guys. I gotta. Wife just knocked on my door. Timothy, take over.
Okay. So I am just crashing out on all these degenerate losers, Latinizers. I will respond to Volpes. Hypothetically, if you are a straight man and Tariq Nasheed slides into your DMs and asks you about buck breaking, are you tempted? Is it a permissible in Sig's view? Well, it has to be, because remember, Sig admitted on tape, like he admitted it while being recorded, that he was buck broken by Jay Dyer, so much so that he created his own Discord, and that's where Latinizers come from. So remember, almost all of the Latinizers were buck broken by Jay Dyer at some point. So that's important to note, especially in America. Huh? Did Sig quantify what homoromantic means? I'm sure he makes a bunch of weird qualifications. This dude can't go 5 seconds without making weird qualifications. Can't you just say what you want to say? But he can't, because he's a fucking fraud. And be honest, that's how these people are. They're degenerates. They can't help themselves, but lie, lie, lie.
All right, I'm back. So, by the way, thank you everyone for being so generous today in the super chats. Much appreciated. Let's see here. What were we doing? Oh yeah. So yeah, so all these guys going around and saying, "Oh, he's just again." We're gonna keep up Milo's comment here until we find something new to bring up, but he's steel manning their position. That's what they're That's their defense. That is their defense. That was the defense of the father deacon who attacked me. The father deacon. Let's go here. Someone takes the father deacon here, and the father deacon says he's literally presenting an opinion of people that say homosexuality and homoromanticism can coexist within orthodoxy, and then he deconstructed it. He keeps on saying, let's go back one more time. Father Deacon, if you're listening to this, Father Deacon, guys, you can tag Father Deacon and you can message him and tag him and say, okay, Father Deacon, right here.
sexual relationships actually encapsulate, especially in America, want to view certain homoromantic relationships, which is why I don't think the term homosexual relationships actually encapsulates what the church is permitting. Like when
It's what I think.
No, he is
I
not mistaking that for homoromantic at all. No, that's not what he's saying. I see what you're talking about, but in the Netherlands, it's very common. Yeah, in Germany, it was very common when I lived there, and it was even common in Persia. Like I said, I still have friends who are Persian who will kiss me on the face when I see them. And you're
he,
supposed to
he
greet your brother with a holy kiss, right?
so right
That's not a
here,
homoromantic.
did Siiig quantify what homoromantic means and how it differs from homosexual? So far, he's not provided a meaningful distinction other than to say, hey, we just don't do butt stuff.
Yeah.
He hasn't defined romantic in this point. What is romantic? What is to be romantic with somebody? To be romantic with somebody means something. You can't just make up a new definition and then say, ah, see, it's different. How? How? Notice that that's what a good academic asks. How does this make this different?
I would just say,
Maybe.
the
Go
J
ahead.
versus gamers. I don't know if it matters. The way I understood the three is homosexual. It doesn't matter. It's like, again, just talk to your priest and ask him what the difference is and ask him if it fucking matters. He's well, you know that you need to repent and you need to pray on it. This is absurd.
Someone's saying homoerotic. So JVS Gamer is saying, I understand this as homosexual equals homoerotic and homoromantic plus homoerotic. How do you have romance without there being some degree of eroticism involved? Because eroticism is about the desire to bind yourself with somebody so completely you become one flesh. That's what that's the purpose of romance. That's why you romance a woman. When you look at a woman and you've fallen for her and you love her and you see her as a potential spiritual companion and a wife, etc., etc., or vice versa, a woman looks at a man and says he could be somebody that I can cleave to. That's romance. That's what is romance. You're romancing them for the purpose of doing that. What else would you use romance for? It's just an order of operations. It's not that they're distinct categories. The homoeroticism in a properly oriented marriage, or not homo, heteroeroticism,
You heard him.
heteroeroticism comes after the hetero romance, right? You hetero romance somebody, it leads to heteroerotic feelings for them, which then leads to what? Heterosex. You have sex. You cleave to one flesh.
So again, this is again kind of a miscalculation, I would say, where he says in Orthodoxy don't they teach that men shouldn't even kiss a girl before marriage? I don't know if you've ever had a wife, but I assure you, it usually starts with lips touching. So like obviously, if you kiss your girlfriend, there's a huge difference between that and me like wrapping my lips around her, and yeah, that
Yeah,
usually leads to
guys,
other
there's a
things. So your
difference
priest will
between
probably recommend you don't.
yeah, there's a difference between giving a little peck on the cheeks or a peck on the lips and holding hands and makeout sessions. Okay.
Yeah, I'm warning
Wife,
you as a
guys,
man.
1 second. Wife is calling me again.
I'm warning you as a man. Like that's how this happens. So I don't recommend like wrapping your tongues around each other when you're just dating, or things will end up spiraling. I assure you. These that's usually how it starts. Trust me on this one. Terminology uses no definition. Where to get this term? He's just all he's doing is he's obfuscating. This is what Sig does every time. This is what he does with PSA. It doesn't really mean this. And he starts going on a diatribe, and I'm like, dude, I don't really give a crap. Can you just say what it means in 5 words or less? Brevity, dude. He thinks he's an academic, but he talks so much I don't understand a single word he's saying because he just goes on and on and on, and nothing comes out. This is what are we 3 minutes in? He hasn't said anything. He's an idiot. I'm not blaming. I'm not. I don't think any of y'all agree with Sig. I think you're giving him too much grace. This guy's a turd. Okay, this is a guy who goes on and calls Father Stephen DeYoung an Aryan and a piece of shit and all sorts of insults to Father Stephen DeYoung. Okay, he talks about Father Deacon Ananias. He talks about Jay Dyer, Alex Soren, Cleave to Antiquity. Really, anyone that he knows, including me, who he called names as well, and of course Nikolai as well. He's not a good person. And he admits, yeah, I really don't like you guys, and I actually agree with Miko and how he treats you, but I'm a little nicer about it. Why? What does it matter? Because if in your heart you're not kind, your fake kindness doesn't matter. Hyper nuanced and hyper qualified is true. Why is he still relevant? He's relevant because he lies to new people, and he's basically trying to hijack catechism from a lot of younger people. So like, and I just want to, like, if you're a young guy and you show up at the Orthodox Church and you're being catechized and you got this turd piece of crap telling you in your ear, lying to you about the faith, telling you babies go to hell and burn in hell, I'd have walked out of the church. If I had been told by my priest that all babies go to hell because God hates them, because to satisfy his judgment he must make them suffer, like Siiig claims, I would never want to stay part of it. So he's endangering people's souls, and he's making them not trust their own clergy, which is also not acceptable, because
All right, back.
there are bad priests out there, guys. I don't know what they're talking about. There are bad priests out there, guys, but people who try.
Who's saying to chill to who?
I don't know who he's
Mellow.
talking to.
I don't know who he's talking to. That's fine. Um, I didn't, bro. I didn't realize how bad it was with Sig. Fresh. It's only just getting started.
When you see people, gay couples, whatever, being allowed to sort of run rampant in the Orthodox Church.
Where is this happening? Where are gay couples being allowed to run rampant in the Orthodox Church? Where? Tell me where. And if it is happening, it might happen in a few Greek parishes where the priest is just like a Fruit Loop and not willing to call it out, but like where? And which bishop is approving this?
Again, he doesn't believe in priests and bishops. He's just a
I think,
Protestant.
hold on, is the church promoting, homosexual relationships? Well, no, because we fail to make the distinction necessary between a homosexual relationship and a homoromantic one.
What
Wait,
is the
what?
distinction?
He just hold on. No, he actually made a distinction there. He's saying that it's not weird to have a homosexual relationship in the church as long as you're not having sex actively.
That's essentially what he means, but it's like, what?
No, he just said that. Like, if you
I
rewind,
know.
you can. Yeah, that's the first time he's gotten
Necessary.
close to making a
Well,
point. So
no,
I'm just impressed.
because we fail to make the distinction necessary between a homosexual relationship and a homoromantic one. Now, is the church even promoting homoromantic relationships? Well, I'd beg to differ. No. Because ultimately, we want to mirror, even on a romantic level, the relationships that we are able to produce on a sexual level, right? We want to raise good house.
So this is where he's saying, well, it's more nuanced, and even then, we kind of have to like acknowledge that it's probably not something that we should be encouraging. Is essentially he's just saying we shouldn't encourage it, but it's technically not bad. That's what he's going to. So now he's going to hyper nuance it, right? This is where he's going to
Hyper
start hyper
qualify it,
nuance.
hyper nuance it. Yeah.
Again, it's he lives in the universe of uh he lives in the universe of vagueness. He lives in the universe of vagueness.
Yeah.
Notice the similarities with his Steelman, with his defense of Miko. Yeah, he plays to this where he won't come out and actually condemn what Miko's saying, but he'll say, "Oh, but I'm super hyper nuanced about it."
Holds with the equality of the genders, with the equality of the sexes, and the only way that we can really guarantee that is if we have the opposite genders in the household at the same time.
What?
Are there
Wait,
any
what?
questions in chat? Let me see, because I know that what I'm talking about is weird.
Yeah, maybe it's because you shouldn't be talking about it.
Who blessed you to teach this? By the way.
Exactly. What priest is going to say, "Yeah, Jerome, you can have a talk and you can teach catechumen and young men in the Orthodox Church about the differences between homosexuality and homoromanticism and how homoromanticism is subrogatory and not necessarily sinful." Oh yeah, you can do that.
I don't know why anyone would allow that.
why is he talking about gender equality? That's a good
Yeah,
question too. That's something a lot of people missed. He said the
I
equalities of
heard
the
it.
gender. Let's go back
Yeah,
in here.
Questions in chat. Let me see. Is if we have the opposite genders in the household at the same time. Are there any sort of questions in
Wait, did I miss it?
really with the equality of the genders, right?
there you go.
We want to raise good households with the equality of the genders.
What does that mean? It's very weird liberal language. No one says the equality of the gender. It's the proper order of a marriage. What is the proper order of a marriage? The reason a heteroromantic or heterosexual relationship works is why? Because the man is the head and the woman is what? The support.
Yeah,
How can you have a homo romantic relationship that's not deviated and sinful when it's suggesting that two equally headed people can be in a relationship as that?
The equality of the sexes, and the only way that we can really guarantee that is if we have the opposite genders in the household at the same time. Are there any sort of questions in chat? Let me see, because I know that what I'm talking about is weird. I know. To be clear, and I don't want anyone to strawman me. The Orthodox Church does not approve of the action of homosexual sex.
The
or
Orthodox
homosexual
Church does not,
relationships either.
he said, the Orthodox Church does not approve the acts of homosexual sex. But notice how he's delineating that, guys. He's not steelmanning anymore. He's saying, we don't approve of this. But this whole talk was meant to suggest that homoromantic relationships are allowed. That was the whole point of the talk. So he's not steelmanning.
I don't understand.
This is subversive thinking. This is where you play in vague generalities so you can um, package up your own ideas that are not orthodox and smuggle them into the church by playing in these vagueness. Whereas he does the same thing with PSA. He will not take a strong position on what he thinks PSA is. He will not take a strong position of what he thinks what PSA is what's approved by PSA. He won't define it how he understands it or what he thinks the orthodox view is. No, he'll just say, well, it's more nuanced than that, and it's a spectrum of beliefs. So you can believe PSA because it's a spectrum. Okay, well, within that spectrum, what do you believe? And he'll never answer that because he wants to sit in this cloud of vagueness so you can't ever pinpoint him. It's like pinning jelly to a wall or
Yeah,
jello to a wall.
go fishing during the day, then getting lunch after, not gay. But two guys going fishing in the evening.
Nikolai is absolutely correct on this. Yeah, well, I thank you. I know. On this one, I am confident.
I just can't. I call Father Stephen the Antichrist when he doesn't take out the trash. That's funny. How could he? It's messed up. I did rejoin last week to troll the Christian months, so keep an eye out for me LARPing as a Muslim in the most ridiculous way possible.
Oh yeah, I stopped going in the well, Fresh is familiar with all the crap that went on with the Crucible Discord that I was like, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. Like I don't ever go in there anymore. I think I'm technically a member, but I can't do it. They just the people they chose to moderate are just like insane. Like Fresh was always super reasonable, but when you choose someone like Corinth to moderate, I don't know what is going through the minds of the owners of that. Not Andrew. Andrew doesn't moderate he doesn't really manage his Discord, but whoever does just went off the deep end, making Corinth
Probably
a mod.
subversive. What it boils
Nikolai
down
is
to.
unaware that he is right on this. Yes, I am. I am very unaware that I was right. I needed that affirmation that I was
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Just remember, it's okay as long as you say no homo or you're wearing boot blousers. There's a couple other ways to make it okay. Apparently, we should spend the next 3 hours talking about this.
Anyways, let's see what else he has to say here. I don't think he has much else to say. I think he pretty much wrapped up. But by the way, this is not the full talk. There are people that heard the entire talk and said that he said some things that were even more eyebrow raising earlier in the chat.
Does the Orthodox Church approve my relationship that neoconservative Protestants might trip to Christ? I'll read Leviticus 18:22, and it's very clear and sharp language, and believe that that text is supposed to be taken in such a way as to say it is just reduced to a disgusting action. Well, remember that God's impassible and he doesn't feel actions in this way. So when he says something is detestable, what he's actually saying is this is something that moves us sharply away from the ideal of God. So we need to be careful in how we're acting.
What the fuck is he talking about?
He's just answering a question. He's basically saying we need to be careful about how we talk about God being disgusted by something because God is impassible, which he's correct on.
Yeah, but
But he's
I don't.
basically like I don't know how it relates to what he's trying to say.
If God,
Like
if there's a passage that says God is angry, and I say, yeah, God was angry, you go, well, it's important to remember, guys, that He's impassible.
it's
I
like
know, you moron.
yeah.
I know He doesn't feel things the same way I do it, but that doesn't change the fact that it still says He's angry. So why should I assume that? Why encourage it?
I see someone put like 5 comments. Pretty uncontroversial stuff. It
I am
isn't
flabbergasted.
controversial in that sense, but I think
Uncontroversial stuff. Pretty uncontroversial stuff. These guys have academically rotted their brains, guys. They've gone to liberal ass universities and rotted their brains out their ears.
No, to be clear, he's not differentiating between two dudes who are on a date versus two dudes being just friends. He's saying two
No,
dudes on a date is okay as long as they don't have sex.
that's essentially what he said. Yes. There is no like he and furthermore he really didn't define it all that well. He just kind of said, well, homosexual is wrong because you're acting on your feelings of homosexuality and you're
Imagine
acting on it and you're doing the butt stuff. Homo romantic means that you really romantically love this other dude, but you're not engaging in that behavior, and therefore it's a subrogatory action and not a sinful action. Meaning
what
that
if
God will
I
not judge you. Like basically, what he's saying is God will not judge you necessarily for living with another dude and having romantic feelings for that dude, as long as you don't do the butt stuff. Which is
yeah, well,
again very Roman Catholic way of delineating these things.
I mean, imagine if I told you your priest says, "Hey, you shouldn't live with your girlfriend, right, until you're married." Blah blah. Well, it's not actually sinful to live together with her as long as we're not having sex. What? That
Yeah, it's a
he's
ridiculous,
Yeah, it's a ridiculous
ridiculous
argument. Your
narrative.
priest is telling you that for a reason, which is you're going to. The flesh is weak, guys. Get away from each other. Trust me.
So Jerome basically holds the modern Roman Catholic position on homo people. Yes, this is essentially, guys, this is essentially verbatim what the Roman Catholic Church today teaches. Almost verbatim. He has adopted the Roman Catholic position on this, on moral teachings.
Again, like Iron Giant Man 007, I would tell you Sig would tell him that he's an idiot and he violates the church fathers and he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, Sig thinks he knows better than everybody. He's 21. So, I mean, I was 21. I thought I knew a lot too, to be
Not this
fair.
much. I was in the
But
military when I
I,
was
I
21,
was
so I
never,
learned quick to shut my mouth.
I was never this bad. And when I joined the military, I definitely had
I
that.
feel gay. I feel gay just listening to this. A little bit.
And liberal Protestants, again, this is what happens when you go to an Oxford University to study theology rather than actual Orthodox university or Orthodox seminary. Even the most liberal Orthodox seminary is going to be. I don't even know a single Orthodox seminary that's going to overtly out in the open teach these things. You might have one professor that tries to sneak some of that crap in, but like on an institutional level, you'll never see this. And if the bishops were to ever find out about it, they would smack down it real quick. Nikolai just looks 21. That's true.
Yeah, I get it.
So let's
A
see if
lot
he
of
has
us,
anything.
work with people that are gay. We work with people that are even trans, right? And that's a completely different ballgame.
Ah,
So he actually, I suspect his views on trans is even sketchier as well. I think he probably plays fast and loose with how, well, it depends. Like if someone's just having the feelings of being as long as they don't transition, as long as they don't physically transition and they don't cross dress, then they can
I would.
still believe that they are the opposite sex. That's subderogatory, guys. That's subrogatory. So as long as you like that's what he's gonna do.
So what we do understand that sin is defined as consenting to the desire. Yes, but we also understand that the church would tell you that if you have the if you are in a romantic relationship with another dude that you're not sleeping with to be right with the church, they wouldn't recommend you live together, and they wouldn't recommend you have a romantic relationship with them either. And they
No,
would tell you to
actually,
repent and pray on it.
you're consenting to the romantic feelings.
Yeah,
You're consenting to the desire.
which is also sinful.
You're not going as far. For example, I could have the feeling. I'll give you an example. I could have the desire to murder someone,
Yeah.
but instead of murdering them, I beat the living shit out of them till they're in like a pseudo coma. I didn't murder them though, right? It's still sinful.
Yeah.
He's just taking it one step back, right? Here's the thing. Wouldn't, in his worldview, accept those desires are naturally dysfunctional and thus shouldn't be encouraged? Well, you would think so, but the
If he was
problem is
Orthodox.
if he was Orthodox. But the problem is he's not thinking in an Orthodox way. And secondly, he believes in inherited guilt, guaranteed. He believes in
We
inherited guilt. There's only one reason why he would try and downplay the sin of homosexuality or homosexual feelings or these homoromantic feelings or whatever. There's only one reason he would do that because he believes that being homosexual is a born-in trait. He believes
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
not. Sin has
and
no
so
ontology.
yes, and he would believe that because we're born inherently guilty, that these people that are born with these predispositions shouldn't be judged for those things.
You'll also notice, by the way, all these Latinizers use like Protestant buzzwords, like the gospel. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I've ever been told about the gospel by my priest before. He might say
Yeah,
that's the story of the gospel, right? But
yeah.
but I've never heard a priest like just say like it's just accepting the gospel.
No, yeah, the no,
I've never heard that before.
Father Ron said in his 30 years or something like that of doing homilies, he's never ever preached the gospel because the
Yeah,
gospel is the life of the
of the
church.
church, and that's what I told that to what one of those stupid Latinizers. I said the church is the gospel. I agree with the church. I agree with my bishop and my priest and my metropolitan, everyone. And I also agree with neighboring jurisdictions, priests, bishops, and metropolitans.
Yep, the self-interpreting gospel that says what I mean. Yeah, and
I
means what
think
I
they're
say.
subversives, honestly. I'm convinced, Blake, that it's all just communist subversives invading the Orthodox Church, just like Ethan Wayne, in an attempt to overthrow the church over time. It wouldn't shock me if they're dupes for people that are like Freemasons, communists, stuff like that. And they're trying to inject themselves and force their way into priesthood so that they could eventually damage the church in some
So
way.
wait, I was so just to be clear, you were taught this by Orthodox, or you were taught this when you were Roman Catholic? Because if you're taught this when you were Roman Catholic, then I would just say, yeah, that's what they believe. We don't believe that. We don't believe in a debt exchange reconciliation model. We believe in a recapitulation model of the atonement.
The
That
simple
we're
question I have. Oh, sorry.
we don't. Uh, if someone's born with an infinite debt, what does that mean? How do you obtain a debt for something you've not done? You you don't come with a indebted account. We even have the story of the prodigal son, right? The
Yep.
story of the prodigal son literally debunks that entire narrative
Yes.
that we're born with a debt, right?
Because, yeah,
We're born with
100%.
wages. The wages of sin. What is a wage? Wage is something you have earned yourself. You've earned that because of your actions, because of what you've done. You've earned those wages, which are death. Notice they always use wages. Now they'll say, I have a debt. Well, that's because you've already lived life. But you'll notice that they won't really talk about an infant having this infinite debt. You won't see that very much. So
And the other thing I'll point out too is the simple kill shot to this argument. I think is just very powerful. Is who did Jesus defeat? What did his resurrection defeat? Did it defeat God? Because that's the argument. They're saying he defeated God. That's why he had to be sacrificed, was to defeat God. But we don't think he defeated God, right? He defeated death.
you see, Nikolai, if you're born into a Jewish usurous system, then you can be born into an actually infinite debt.
That's true, actually, though. That's quite sad.
So true. Yeah, if you're a rabbinic Jew, then it makes sense.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's see if there's anything else he
That
says
sort
here.
of, trying to say that my personal identity is this, and you know,
Look how sad he sounds.
we work with these kinds of people, and God has given us a spirit of discernment to discern that there might actually be some well-meaning people here, some
What?
well-intentioned people, and
There's well-intentioned LGBTQ plus people that you work with. Like, that's not the way that you approach these people. Listen, I'm not saying you should go out there and say you're an F word and here's a sign saying fags go to hell and stuff like that, right?
Based, but don't.
But don't
Don't
do
do
that.
it. I'm
And also
joking.
don't use that word. I'm not going to use that word again because I could get in trouble. But $2. God bless you both. Thank you for the $2. But we don't go around and do that. The way we approach these people is we say, you're living in a lifestyle that is not natural, that is out of line with what God has designed for your life, and you need to conform yourself to the life of the church and the life that Christ commands of us. And if you can't do that, then you're living in sin. You're living in opposition and opposition to God's intended purpose for mankind. That's it.
they're just trying to live their lives, and they're just trying to
They're
get
just
on with
trying to
like reality.
they're just trying to have butt sex, man. They're just trying to bump up against each other. Like that's all they're trying to do. They're just trying to live life. That's not a real life, dude. That's not a real life. That's it. In fact, it does immense damage to them. You can't be downplaying this at all. We need to be bold. Was the early church like mousy about how they dealt with homosexuals?
It
No.
means Orthodox Christians should explain to them that it's not gay if you don't touch butts. It's only gay if you
This,
actively do it. It's only gay if you're the receiving end. You see, if you're the top, that's actually not gay. Because you
yes.
see, shut up. Why do I want to hear this 2 hour distinction on being a. Mm.
A British cigarette.
Yeah, I had to couch my language there because I had to.
Funny enough, his name is Sig. Thanks, Craig. My Catholic guilt combined with my mom dying is a lot, but we have to move forward.
Hey, Lord have
Praying for
mercy,
your mother.
man.
Lord have mercy.
Genuinely, man. I know it's hard.
It's
I'll stand
hard
with
to,
you.
he says, yeah, losing family is not easy.
They're trying to get on with what they think reality is, and it's hard for them. It's really difficult for them.
Yes.
And so
That does, no, like, okay, so no one's saying that it's easy, but you don't downplay it as a result. You don't say, hey, man, this is like, it's totally fine that you have these. No, you
No.
still have to be bold. It doesn't work. Like, we've tried this placating bullshit for 30, 40 years with the LGBTQ people. We've tried
Yeah,
it
it
for
doesn't.
30, 40 years and it doesn't work.
It just makes it worse because you're feeding
Makes
into
it
their
worse.
sinful desires. Don't feed their
Exactly.
sinful desires. Tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. You know what I mean?
Rich G1. I'm going to use that from now on. The British cigarette.
I can smell these people. I fucking knew they were communists, dude. I knew it. I could just smell it. They're hiding under the floorboards right
of
now, aren't
course,
they?
given the difficulty, um, the church has to respond to those sensibilities. It's
We have to respond to those sensibilities. We need to.
We
We
have
need.
to.
We
Who
need
are
to.
you?
We are the church. Yeah, exactly. He's speaking on behalf of the church. He says, "We, the church, you are not the." But listen, you're a layperson, 2 years baptized, maybe. You are not the church, Sig. You are at best a neophyte. You are you're not a bishop. You're not even an academic. You're not studied in these things yet. Listen, Give me a master's degree and a PhD, and then maybe I'll start reading your dissertations and playing around with those ideas a little bit more.
I think it's actually the communist to Latinize your gay pipeline for sure. I think they started communist, and then they thought orthodoxy was cool, or for whatever reason decided to jump into it. But like, look at Ethan Wayne, where he's openly admitting basically that he's a government funded subversive.
He he's just accepting the narrative of being given to us by the people who hate us. Yeah, the
Yeah.
LGBTQ people hate us, guys.
It's actually the reason why we take so long to respond to Arianism.
That's not the reason it took so long to respond to Arianism. The reason it took so long to respond to Arianism is because the church was disjointed and still not completely able to communicate regularly with one another, and it was so widespread, and they wanted to carefully examine the arguments. That's why. And also,
Sincere hypocrite. I've been asking the same question. Why be orthodox? Why?
because they know that Rome is not true. They know that the Pope's claims historically are not tenable, and so therefore they want to have it both ways. They want to be Roman Catholic but still be Orthodox.
And if
That's
people
what they want.
understand, like, people keep asking, like, why do you care so much? Why do you care so much? Why do you care so much? Why do you combat them? Why do you yell at them on X? Why do you tell them to shut their mouths? You know why? Because these people put people's souls in danger. Because
Yep.
if I heard this garbage they spew, I never would have been Orthodox. There's probably hundreds of other people who feel the same way.
Trying to get
And
on what.
and I,
Yeah, they ask if they believe in evolution. I almost guarantee you they do. Mar Ruckus does for sure, and Mar Ruckus is one of the bigger names in that.
And things, because we're affecting real parishioners' lives who were very connected to their bishops and their priests. And if their bishops and priests are believing this, they don't want to go away. It's actually similar to the way that
wait.
I didn't understand anything you just
Hold on.
said there.
Is he saying that they are anti-gay because their bishops and priests are gay and they don't want to go the other way, but and the implication would be that that's incorrect?
Let's just listen to that again.
Bishops and their priests. And if their bishops and priests are believing this, they don't want to go away. It's actually similar to the way that we talk about, the penal substitutionary folk today. Like, we have so many people that believe in penal substitutionary atonement or disapprove of it or whatever. We have different views on the
We
atonement.
don't have. It's only you guys. You're the only ones that believe in penal substitution.
Every
atonement.
priest, every bishop disagrees with you.
Yeah, I've never met a priest and
who-
bishop. Father Deacon is the only guys that I've ever seen you guys get any support from any clergy. Is the only one I've ever seen that actually supports this garbage. I've seen a couple true Orthodox. Shooping, yeah, that's another example.
How
Apostate.
interesting.
Many people on the internet feel very, very strongly about it. Ultimately, because they feel like, well, this is not the way that I came into Orthodoxy, and if this is true, then that's not the kind of God I can serve. And so, if PSA and soteriology can mean so much for us today, how much more Christology and homosexuality back then? It must have meant so much to all of these people. So,
Okay, so basically he's saying, hey, because this is really important to a bunch of people, we need to be very nuanced in the way that we approach this. So therefore, we need to make sure that we delineate between homosexual and homoromantic sex. That's what he's saying. That's the implication there. You guys know Siiig is connected to God Logic. He's connected to also a bunch of other anti-Muslim apologists. He goes to Speaker's Corner with a bunch of them.
Yeah, and that's what it all boils down to. I don't know why there's like this weird British, like, it's like the two groups of people is like crappy black British dudes who become Christian and never shut the fuck up, and weird ginger British people who become Muslims.
Yeah.
I don't know what the deal with that is. I'd like to do some research on it myself, but I think for the men it's because there's nothing worse in the world than being born a ginger man. Because it's like, if you're a woman, you'd be perfect, but you're a dude, so it just sucks. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be willing to say Jerome is an open heretic because he's so vague with his claims that it's impossible to like ever pin him down. So by making that claim, Blake, you kind of open yourself up to that. Don't Siiig and Ananda live together? I have heard that they are roommates. I have heard at least.
Homoerotic. Maybe they're in a homoromantic relationship.
Yeah, who knows? I'm not going to make that claim either, though, guys.
I
So
will also say,
let's be
by
fair.
the way, I will not. You don't have to call them a heretic, but you should also be angry at people who insult your priests,
Mm-hmm.
degrade them, and call them names.
Well,
Say
and
that
also,
Dr. Stephen Young is a heretic and a piece of crap Judaizer. Direct quote from him. He's a worthless. He's antichrist. All sorts of crazy things these people say. You just go on their X and they'll post it publicly.
yeah, they don't care. Siiig is a signature vague poster, yes.
I would say important to note with the English Latinizers too is all these people almost became true Orthodox at a point. It's because they are obsessed with themselves. They want to feel superior. They don't want to accept that they're Orthodox just like everyone else. They want to be special Orthodox. Miko will be remembered as the guy who saved the church, he said.
Yeah, Blake, I'm aware that's what he said, but at the same time, he is super vague and he can just at a different point. Like, here's the thing again, at some point, if you pin him down on that, he'll just simply say, well, I'm more nuanced about it. Okay, fine, right? Like, then what do you believe about it, right? It's
Probably
impossible to,
Operation
so,
I just, yeah, there's someone who
Yeah.
literally just sits on Discords and harasses people for the government, so don't be shocked.
Anyway, anyone's free to come up and talk, but yeah, I might change it to the atonement because I've finished talking about marriage now.
so,
Narcissist, yeah, 100%.
you, we'll see what happens here in a second.
Why don't we ask if they're monarchist?
I could talk about this all day, but what I'm gonna do is there was a recent tweet that has been made by a one Mr. Perry Robinson, and Perry has been I would like to say sort of biting our ankles for a bit now.
Biting our ankles, huh? You're not
Biting
even.
our ankles. Notice he's biting our ankles. Sectarian.
By the way,
He's acting
Perry
like a
has
sectarian.
authority has been given a blessing to teach in the church, by the way, by a priest.
And not only that, Perry is one of the people that's been trusted with actually reviewing the early new catechism that was produced by the Antiochian Church. He's had the blessing of actually seeing it and disseminated to it, and he started looking over it, and he says that it explicitly condemns PSA and inherited guilt. Explicitly. So,
I'll fight them IRL for insulting my priest. Hey, like I always tell people, David killed a man for saying, I killed Saul. And David got angry and said, that's my king you're talking about, and murdered him because while Saul was actively trying to kill David. Okay, that's just for context. That's the level of loyalty David had for his king.
So supposedly Perry's an ankle biter. Perry has a blessing from Bishop, correct? And
that's what I said. Yeah.
Continue to listen to what he says here. Hold on.
Essentially trying to play as though he's an academic.
He's sort of playing as if he's like an academic.
Well, the church disagrees with you.
Perry's got a doctorate in philosophy, dude. Or at least the
yeah, but I have an associate's in made up bullcrap. So what does that matter?
Yeah, he doesn't have an associate. They technically don't have associates in the UK, but he's done 2 years of college work so far. He doesn't have a bachelor's yet. Okay, so what does that mean? You know, it's total nonsense.
Nightmare, dude.
So whatever. And I appreciate his contributions.
You can tell how like unenthusiastic he is of saying that because he's saying that just for posterity's sake. I appreciate his contributions. Dude, did this guy not get any sleep? It's like ridiculous.
Gennadius, what's up?
And by the way, Gennadius is one of those guys that is like one of the most unhinged Latinizers. So he's saying, Gennadius, what's up? As if he knows him really well. This kind of tells you everything you need to know. Readers and subdeacons also need a bishop's blessing to be a catechist. So yeah, catechist is a special position in the church today. So Perry's got more authority than even some readers and subdeacons. So there is truth about that.
Y'all hear me?
Oh wait, hold on.
We good? How about you?
Okay. Every day we eat good. We have anonymous listeners as well, so
that's when they got clued in. That's when they stopped the stream and they deleted everything. They deleted this, guys.
Why? Why would they delete that? Do they think there's something wrong with promoting homoerotic love relationships with no sex?
So I just want to point out, guys, that I am not the one that is mistaken. The people that are claiming that this is a steelman, oh, he was just steelmanning the argument. Notice numerous times he said I, me, we, the church,
Well, he
rightly,
speaks for the
etc.
church. He's in charge. Don't you understand this?
Deacons don't need a blessing to be a catechist. No, because that's actually a formal role that the deacon has to serve. Technically, a deacon is supposed to be the catechist in a church. Like in a church that has it set up properly, father deacon, for example, Ananias would be the catechist.
Oh, thank God my deacon didn't do that. I really don't like him.
Not every deacon does, but it
Thank
is
God.
technically a formal role. We are probably going to see much more deacons being catechism in the Antiochian and Serbian diocese. I heard about that. Yeah. Deacons, they're trying to really emphasize the role of the deacon in the church again, especially in America.
Who's Jerome? Oh, that's his baptismal name.
It's okay. Jerome will be vindicated once again. He's never been vindicated on anything he says,
He's a
dude.
turd.
How about you come hop in and defend your little buddy here?
Because Orthodox are based.
We just went over his entire this entire little conversation he had here over 9 minutes, and we broke down where he's not steelmanning the argument. He steelmans one section of it where he says some LGBTQ plus people say
Thank
this,
God.
but what does the church actually believe about this? And then he goes on to explain what the church
Thanks
he
for
claims the
doxing
church
me,
teaches.
by the way, Raph. I prefer if you didn't do that specifically. Well, he promotes communism. He promotes Ukraine, and he does a bunch of he told my niece that if she lived in Russia, she'd be killed for being Orthodox. So, and he may or may not be in an open relationship with
so
his wife.
he has Russia syndrome, Russia bad syndrome. Yeah,
So he
there's
may or
some
may not
people
be in
like
an
that.
open relationship with his wife, and his daughter wears a corset, and she's 13. So we can go on and on.
Yeah, well, let's not bring in
I'd rather not.
interpersonal. Yeah, let's not bring in interpersonal or talk about interpersonal stuff with regards to clergy
Yeah.
in the channel. So, that being said, yeah, guys, I mean, this is the reality. He used extremely bad arguments, didn't define romance at all, didn't define these terminology meaningfully as how they're meaningfully distinct, and not just one that naturally flows from the other. So yeah, I was not impressed. Not impressed at all, guys. Not
He
impressed.
models himself after Saint Jerome. That's weird. I thought Saint Jerome was in the church and stuff and submitted. That's weird.
Yeah. Saint Jerome kind of submitted himself to his bishop. You know, Saint Jerome got things wrong about the canon, and his bishop said, "No, we include this book as well." And he said, "Okay."
It's funny too because he was a Judaizer at a point, and he ended up being kind of that beaten off of him over time, and he accepted correction over time. It just took a little time.
No, this is funny. Well, let's a minute.
Don't care about
I didn't see
truth.
this part. I didn't see this part of Cleve's stream. So...
Oh, you didn't? That was the beginning. It was awesome.
Okay, let's see.
Just don't care about the truth. You're not inquisitive. You're not interested in the truth.
What denomination are you?
What you're doing exactly the thing. You're trying to pivot to a theology debate.
You're saying we don't care about the truth.
We're not talking about theology. We're not talking about theology. We're talking about what happened, what the issue on the table is.
Why are you afraid to talk about the truth? What denomination are you? Are you a Lutheran like Corey? He was LCMS, but he was kicked out. He was excommunicated. What are you?
I'm not doing a theology debate. Why are you doing this? I'm not doing this with you.
You just said you Orthodox don't care about the truth.
Why are you pivoting? Why are you right? What happened between me and Jay Dyer? You don't care about that.
What denomination are you?
I'm not answering those questions because that's you're pivoting.
Okay, so you're scared to answer basic questions, dude. What denomination is Corey?
No, you're a psycho. I'm not scared. You're a psycho.
So the guy who wants to murder Orthodox, Corey Mahler, is not a psycho. But Cleve, for asking what his denomination, is a psycho.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a clown show. What a clown show. So let's see here. Let's see here. I know some people might be calling in. Guys, please, if you want to call in, go ahead and call in, share the stream, like the stream, all that nonsense. It's much appreciated. Thank you everyone who's super chatted so far. Let's see if there's anything on the timeline here. I invited Jay Dyer on my podcast. Who are you? You got 5,000 people. Your podcast probably gets a couple hundred viewers. Why Jay is a busy person. People forget this. Jay is a very popular person. He's a very busy person. He gets invited onto a lot of shows. He travels a lot. He does comedy. He does writing. He doesn't always have a lot of time. He doesn't have a lot of time to be going out of his way to go on to nobody shows. Like, his time is reserved for bigger channels, bigger, more important things. His own show. Go on his own show. Go on his show and talk to him. Okay. To have an ecumenical chat about why he loves Orthodoxy and what drew him in the first place. I also offered to go on his show and discuss the same thing about myself and Lutheranism. Is this something that you'd be interested to see? Okay. I mean, maybe, right? Jay might do it, but like, you guys have to like realize what he's actually doing here. So let us know if you're thinking.
Just do kill team with fucking Sisters of Battle. There you go. That's fine. Happy to host. You're both up to it. Let me know if you're interested.
Of course he's not interested. Dude, the Thinkist talks a big game, but he never will go out of his comfort zone where he doesn't control the mute button.
No, these people are degenerates.
Holland needs to become Orthodox. That's what needs to happen. That's the biggest W of all. But yeah, he's entertaining. I like Holland. I think Norway got. I think that game was stolen from Norway. I think that game was stolen from Norway. It's very clear there was a couple fouls and a couple dead balls that caused them to score a goal. Norway. What was it? It was England scored a goal after the ball clearly hit a camera and then caused it to deviate right into the hands of a English player, and that's what caused them to score a goal. And it was so evident. I saw that, and I'm not even a soccer fan. I was like, oh, boo, bro, that's pretty obvious, right? Let's see here. Oh, JP Uncut decides to jump back into stream. So let's see what he's complaining about. So we Ortho Bros are having are begging for substantive formal debate, timed back and forth, timed cross exams to push for answers, open dialogues, etc. Meanwhile, these great apologists hide up in their ivory towers. That's okay. Everyone sees you have no substance. So that's the response he had. Now, what did JP say? This lying man is far from substance and is a fraud. Hey, great claims there. He lied about a source on origin. No, he didn't. Refused to dive into the context. He did dive into the context. Then later pulled some random quotes that didn't prove his point. That's your opinion, bro. Nice opinion, bro.
Yeah, right.
Your job is to demonstrate that is the case, not just make the claim. Like, are you stupid? 2, he lied and said I teamed up with Muslims to attack Eastern Orthodoxy. You blatantly did. You invited them onto your stream to attack Orthodoxy. 3, he said he belonged to a mental institution because I made an AI image depicting him as a pig, yet turned a blind eye when Jay Dyer made a music video making someone a pig. Oh my gosh.
Jay Dyer didn't make that music video. That was made by Dr. Evo.
Yes.
It was awesome, though.
Jay found it funny, but like, again, that's not the same thing as you taking the time to go and make things. And by the way, the purpose for doing something is much different than other things like that. No one Eastern Orthodox since our debate has used any of his fraudulent arguments against me that he used it because no one's debated the icons. Like, name me another major debate of the icon stuff. Name me another one. No, there isn't. So shut up, JP. You're such a clown. These guys are clowns. It's just so annoying. They're such clowns. Anti-Mauler. Volpez.
I do want to say one thing. Someone said not, no one is immune to becoming a NATO tard. Exactly, and I still go to the same church regardless if I disagree with someone politically or something that they do, because the Orthodoxy is still the truth. So don't be a crybaby and be like, no, my priest was mean to me one time, so I don't go anymore. That's cringe, dude. Still love my church no matter what, even if some people aren't who they seem to be, because we love our churches. I still do what I'm supposed to do. I say this because I do have friends who that let's just say one of those rants became such an issue, they just stopped coming to church. You know what I mean? So you shouldn't let that kind of stuff get under your skin, if that makes sense.
So JP Uncut seems to think he won that debate. That's embarrassing. The guy that created AI slideshows and didn't even like use half the content that was in the slideshows, and they were so convoluted and messy that you couldn't make heads or tails of what they were trying to say is
You should
absolutely
definitely
insane.
spot check, by the way. Just a piece of advice: if you ever use AI, you should spot check it.
Yeah. I mean, I have no problem with someone using AI to like make slideshows very quickly, but you need to make sure that the content that you wanted on the slideshow actually gets put on the slideshow, because AI will make like executive decisions all the time on that stuff. So Volpez, what's up, brother?
Oh, what's up? Man, I
So
was just
what did
having
you think of the Siiig breakdown? Do you think I was correct in my breakdown in that he is not
Can you
he is
please do
actually
it in a
speaking?
God Logic voice, by the way,
Was
when you do
he,
it?
yeah,
Or no,
was he merely
his yoke is
speaking?
light. The
Was
yoke
he
of heterosexuality.
merely steel manning, or was that obvious him like trying to make an argument for the Orthodox Church on that thing?
it's hard to say. I haven't encountered much of Sig, like
So
period. He's always been on the peripheries, on like speakers corner, debating Muslims. It's hard to say. Let's take the most let's be charitable and nuanced, dog. Charitable and nuanced. So let's take the most charitable view. Let's say hypothetically for Sig. I think he was just trying to be really, really, really specific and nuanced, but it's like he didn't realize his views and what they entail and what they might actually seem to indicate the church, passively or tacitly accepts. So he probably just should have thought about it more, I think, before like commenting. And he's also like in his early 20s, man. Like,
He's 21.
know,
But why
yeah,
is he
like
running a Discord and teaching people? And he said he taught Miko everything that he knows.
dude, this is why I have a problem with Prime and all of these guys is none of these people have wives and kids. Like they just don't have life experience, and they are providing public commentary on very, very specific, pastoral issues,
Yeah.
as if they're representatives of orthodoxy. And it makes me want to like claw my eyes out. I'm just like,
Well,
you're 20.
yeah,
were you here? Were you
not even
there
are you
back in the
20? You're just a
day?
layman.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Were you there back in the day when there was this guy, I can't remember his name. He was like Orthodox something, like that was his name. And he was saying that like snuggling with your wife is sinful or
Yeah.
something like that. Like that was a whole thing back in the day that everybody was like pushing, and the Roman Catholics do that all the time. Again, Sig's view, if you take it to its extreme, which again, I'm taking a more harsh view on it because of all the other
Yeah.
things that have compounded with him, and
Yeah.
all the tertiary stuff. So I'm taking a much harsher view. But even if I don't take the harsher view, and he doesn't realize that he's essentially adopting the Roman Catholic moral theology, their virtue ethics, and their moral theology, and how they understand sin, and they delineate between venial sins and things of that nature, right? He's essentially starting to adopt that understanding of how sin operates within the life, where like I don't know if you've ever heard this, I've never heard somebody use subrogatory action
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. I
eh,
mean,
for homosexuality.
those
Yeah, I've never heard of
distinctions and
that.
categories are like thoroughly Roman Catholic. So,
Yes.
but whether that's his background or not that he's drawing from, I don't know. But the whole thing is, I'm like, man, like these are very pastoral issues, and like I was saying, Like, just commenting on them from this place, from this theoretical place of you being a Spurg and having read a bunch of canons, isn't actually how the church operates, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Like, I'm reading a book by an Orthodox canon law professor at the moment, Louis Patsivos.
Yeah.
And, most of the first chapter is literally just about the attitude toward the canons and how the canons aren't thought about as normal civil secular laws, that they're always applied in a way that is to achieve the person's salvation. And then there's all different categories of canons and all that stuff. I think that a lot of these guys commenting on these kind of very specific issues just read they just read canons, they just spurg out, and they don't have like the formation
My priest
and
literally
the
recommended me not to read canons, by the way.
yeah,
Let the record
because
show.
yeah, like they don't have the I hate using this, so overused amongst Orthodox converts. I'm sorry, but the phronema, right? It's
It's
like
not overused.
they
I think it's underused, if anything. A lot of
but
people, like, especially in that crew, like to like mock it. They'll be like, "Oh, Fromina," and it's like,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
man. It's like this is a
But
serious concept, you know.
but you've got to develop that, and part of that development, right, is seeing sinners how Christ sees people. That's really the core of it. Like you're relating to other human beings in the way that God created you to relate to them, and because we're in Christ, we're in God, we have to like put on this perspective of that when we relate to other people. And I'm sorry, like the random young guys reading heaps of canons and spurging out, like they obviously don't have that in the back of their minds. So I just think they need to shut up and not be a public voice about this stuff.
Yeah, they should talk to their priest.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry,
Well,
I don't.
the problem is that none of them, like, there's no accountability to know that they've even talked to their priests about these things. That's the biggest problem. Is no one even knows who their priests are except for Miko, and the problem is no one has the ability to just like reach out to Miko's priest himself. But they have reached out to the diocese, and I've seen the response. The diocese says we don't teach this, like from
Yeah.
Miko. So like at the end of the day, like these guys don't have the backing of their clergy. They don't have the backing of any bishop, and it's starting to get sectarian in the way that they're behaving, and I think that's the danger. Like more than anything else, if you want to debate theology, fine, whatever, be a nerd, debate theology, okay? But at the end of the day, if you're not willing to submit, that's a
Yeah.
problem. You're being sectarian. Now, I wanted to watch this real quick. I think it's hilarious. This just shows you how bad Protestantism is. Apostle Catherine Crick.
Every curse must be broken off their life in Jesus' name.
Oh,
They're
bro.
using very, very. I'm gonna turn off the music because it's so cringe. God's power is not limited to the four walls of the church. It's very womanly thing. I don't meet a lot of guys that are like that. Like even it's like way more tame. He's like, oh, I'm getting a little dizzy, right? But like for the women, they're like, and the thing is what's crazy is that is almost identical to like Hindu gurus.
These clips would have a lot different vibe if people like put black metal over the top of them instead of like Christian.
Love music.
You put like Burzum over the top or something. The vibe would be different.
Some Megadeth.
Yeah.
Guys, and they're
Yeah.
doing this to children too, guys. Like
What's
it's
scary as well is how many highly educated professionals are in these circles sometimes. Like there's some very
yeah,
educated,
she's well
competent
dressed. Like
people
look at she's well
that
dressed. It's like this is not like
yeah.
a hobo back in the street with a snake handler church thing where they haven't even gone to high school education. These are like office workers. These are people
Yeah.
that have it tight, have a tight ship, right? They're well dressed. Like they fall for this stuff, man. This is disturbing. I mean, is this like? Do you have this kind of stuff in Australia too?
We do, yeah. I mean, Australians are funny. So what evangelicalism is in Australia is not what it is in
Hillsong.
America. In America, it's like mega church, my Israel, my MAGA,
Yeah.
like, that sinner's prayer stuff. In Australia, it's a little bit more kind of conservative. I think when we say evangelical in Australia, we're basically referring to Reformed Baptists. Like
Mm.
Reformed Baptists are what is evangelical in Australia. So like a bit more conservative, more in their view biblical, all low church. They don't like any high church stuff. And similar to what's his face, the guy that used to yell at everyone all the time, Mark Driscoll. Like, so you had these kind of conservative, Reformed Baptist evangelicals in Australia, but especially with people like Driscoll. So Driscoll, in his theology, smashed together weird, like word of prophecy, Pentecostalism stuff with Reformed Baptist theology, and
Yes.
that did creep into Australia a bit in those circles. Like, all of a sudden you had these like low church Reformed pastors really trying to integrate charismatic type stuff into
Somebody
their church.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing actually here. I wanted to show you guys something because I think that this is really interesting, like, look, and we can't play the music, so I'm gonna have to do it silently. So somebody sent me this, and I watched it, and
With base 40.
okay, we're gonna mute this, copy this, because it Hillsong. The reason I'm reminded of this is that Hillsong is a Australian
Yeah.
invention. And she responds. She's a vocal coach from from Ireland, right? And she is responding to Hillsong. Or shoot, that's not what I wanted to do. That's all right. See if she does. Yeah, she does a bunch of stuff. Okay. So she's responding to this, and I just want to show you guys. She listens to the music. I think at one point she starts crying,
Mm.
and she's not religious at all.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. Yeah, there she starts getting, and see, she's swaying. She's getting
Mm-hmm.
into it even by just experiencing the live and the rising action. And she at one point she I do remember her crying. I think uh it tells you everything that you need to know, and she even talks about it in the video, where she talks about how I can feel a swell of emotion, and she's not religious.
Mm.
And people in the comments, let's see the comments here. I don't care what you believe. When the spirit hits you, you're gonna feel it. And so people are like, look at Desiree Denise Riley says, the connection to worship songs you're feeling is the Holy Spirit knocking. Open the door and embrace your salvation. No, and see, it's always this like emotionalism. It's all based on emotionalism. There's that right here.
Look,
Anyone who's a non-believer and cries when they hear the song, that's the Holy Spirit crying out to you. You see that?
yeah, it's feelings as truth, which is
Yep.
yeah. But look, my heart goes out to Pentecostals a little bit because Pentecostals come from the pietists, right? And the
Yeah.
pietists existed because the magisterial reformers, what it had become so academic and bookish. Like in Calvin's church in Geneva, a sermon would be like 2 or 3 hours, right, on a Sunday. And it was this intense kind of bookishness. So the pietists reacted against this to they kind of saw a lack of spiritual life in the magisterial reformed. So that they then eventually, became all the weird, crazy movements. The Azusa Street revival, which Pentecostals come from, like the spiritual successes of the pietists, and I feel for them because I came, and you came from that background too, Nikolai. Like, you know how dry and academic Calvinist, Presbyterian worship,
Oh yeah,
spiritual life is. So I feel for them because they know that there's something missing, but like they're looking
Did
in
you
all the
sing?
wrong
Please tell me,
ways.
Volpez. Did
Yeah.
you have that song? Like a rose trampled on the ground. Do you have that song?
No, we didn't. But now
Oh,
I'm
it was
intrigued.
terrible. It was a song where they're like, Jesus is like a rose, and your sin trampled him on the ground. You know, it's like
What?
and yeah, like your sin trampled it, and that's what you did to the. That's what the cross is you trampling Jesus. Like that's like the essence of the song, and I just remember that song. But they would always sing it like very emotional, like a rose trampled on the ground. It's like
That's
how can Jesus be stained and dirtied? He can't. He's God, right?
It's so funny, and you can see in those moments how Catholic Protestants are in a lot of ways. Still, like they have this unhealthy fixation on the suffering of the Savior,
Mm,
um, and the guilt shame dynamic that comes with that.
yes.
Um, and they will say that they're not Catholic till they're blue in the face, but you can see how Catholic their religion is in those moments. You just like,
Oh
yep.
yeah, 100%.
Here's a classic meme right there. I just put in the chat for the OG, the true the Orthodox v Protestant bird moment.
No,
Oh yeah.
I can't. You know what's funny is that there's a lot of those types of songs. What was the other songs that I grew up with? There was
God is fighting for us, holding back the darkness. Like,
oh, that one.
stop!
Yep.
No, it's the worst. Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, they're playing music, and I know the words. It sucks.
Oh, it's so bad. And the thing is, what's tragic is that a lot of those songs are like catchy, so you can't help be like like a little bit going,
I'm
even though
here
you
to
die of
hate.
cringe a little bit.
I've made
You
this
die of
point.
cringe.
If you just view it like a dude writing a Christian song, it's not as bad. Because, like I said, the issue I always had is like, and I'm not defending the Orientals because they do it in the actual church service,
Yeah.
right? But I don't really have a beef if like you and your homies want to shred on your guitar and talk about Jesus with a smoke machine. That's cool, but that's not church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always delineate it between worship music or worship and praise. Like I can praise God. David praised God with music outside of the temple. It's not a problem. The problem is when you've conflated that with what it's actual worship. And also you got to be careful with the theology in some of those songs. Like some of the theology is
Dude, I still have a soft spot
not
for
great.
DC. I have a soft spot for DC talk. Like, I like listening to DC talk in my spare time.
Well,
Like,
what is this?
What will people say if they hear
Ugh.
the name of Jesus?
Jesus.
Stop!
What is my friend so long?
If y'all keep going, I'm gonna start
My
blasting
friend.
the needgod.net's fucking AI.
Oh no.
Okay. There's some
Hold on,
CCM that I like, but it's good.
Let's just please let's just look at the funny video.
It's too late. It's too late. Too late now. No. Cause you brought that up. Because Volpez is in chat and you have to answer for everything that freaking Need God ever does ever.
no.
Answer for Need God's sins.
You have to answer for him being Australian. I'm sorry, bro. That's like it's kind of on you at this point. But
everyone I know from Australia that's from the city is the worst.
I got my music.
That's racist.
I got my Bible.
Not country Australians are fine.
I love how he opens up a obviously fake Bible when he could have just opened another like an actual Bible, and it would have been just as effective.
He took the time to make it too, because
he made that. he made an actual freaking book that says Holy Bible on it. Oh my lord!
He's got
Is that an icon?
Genes.
Is that an icon of a Bible?
It might be his genes, but
Bible
looks like
is an icon.
He has thick legs, man. Like he has. Yes.
pudgy legs. Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't say
Weird.
that. I can squat like 350.
Let's
Okay.
hear it.
The king commanded, Daniel was brought and cast into the den of lions.
I have a gun, and I mean to say that.
I don't have a gun. Don't leave
You know
me
this is
to
AI, by the way. Guys, this is 100% AI. And the fact of the matter is it's so badly written that you know that it was just him going, AI, I want a song about Daniel and how he overcomes the lion, and it has to be like with evangelical.
Why is there a stuffed lion? He could have used AI to make him have a real lion.
He has a stuffed lion. I didn't even realize
Well, it goes with his stuffed Perry the Platypus.
I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna go do it, go for it. You know what I mean? Like, go all out.
Yeah.
Yes, Volpez, you have to atone for Need God's sins.
You have original Australian sin.
The stuffed
don't
animal
worry.
thing is weird as well. As we've discussed earlier, real men have JoJo's Bizarre Adventure figurines.
That's true.
So I have. Oh my gosh!
Were given by their wife.
My ex-wife gave me this after we separated, by the way. Because she still randomly sends me gifts when she realizes she's a terrible human being. But she sent me. It was on part 2 where he's dressed like a woman. She sent me a mouse pad where it's him dressed as a woman, and and his fake coconut boobs are where you rest your wrist. And it's hard to explain to people where this came from.
Jeez. It's hard to explain to people. Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
It was Hey, Volpez gets the joke. It is funny.
It's not. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure ruined my life. I'm sorry.
This is the story about when Jesus went to the Pharisee's house and
I watched 2 seasons and it's
woman,
become
Jesus
like
said,
a
"Your
meme in
sins
my
are
brain.
forgiven to her." I want to hear that.
Her head and kissed his feet and anointed.
Why is he in the modern world? You could have used AI.
Your sins are forgiven.
I want to die, dude. I'm serious. I can't do this. I can't do. Would this count as torture? Like that I got like if I ended it now? I'm just saying, like, what is it possible that they would view it as like a mental illness thing, or like he was in so much pain he just couldn't? Oh, okay.
They wouldn't.
Okay.
We couldn't give you a funeral, and we could just never talk about you again.
I understand.
Sorry,
fresh. By the way, it's not just Volpez that has to answer for Need God. It's all of my Australian bros have to answer for this joke.
That's true.
That means fresh. We know you're Australian, bro.
He's the worst.
Can I be perfectly honest with you, Nikolai?
What's up?
It's kind of America's fault Australia's like this.
No, it is not.
A little bit.
No, it is not.
A little
no, it is
bit.
not.
A
There's a
little bit.
certain group of people, a rootless international clique, who influenced America and everyone else, and they weren't Americans. I'll put it like that. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
All negative things.
We'll just say that for now.
Bankers, people like the.
Yeah,
You mean the Scottish?
I like to
Yes,
call them.
Scottish.
I like to talk about the merchant class.
Yeah.
They're merchants. Yeah. That's
Now,
what
in
they are,
fairness,
merchants.
I would definitely challenge, like, if you actually look at like how cringe Australia was, even like in the Second World War era, like, yeah, America didn't bring it on them. I actually would argue that the Europe and Australia and the Western Europe brought the crappy stuff to us, not the other way around.
Since you're fresh, I don't want to answer for him though. Well, you have to. You have no.
Well, it's
choice.
too bad. You suffer from original sin. We're now needgod.net Latinizers. We see you have inherited his guilt and his sin, and now you must answer.
Actually, that's an interesting thing, because if we're all in, like, okay, hear me out. Volpez, tell me if this is actually like a good argument. Maybe I'm totally off base here, but I'm just spitballing it here. Okay.
You're off base, Nikolai.
So, okay, thank you. In theory, because we're all in Adam, as Adam is an archetype, but we all are all subsistences of Adam, essentially, right? We're like, that's how Augustine understood it, right? We are all Adam. If someone else is sinning on the other side of the world, that sin is still imputed onto me, as I am an archetype of Adam, right? Wouldn't that make sense? So everybody's sin is it's a communal aspect of it. Your sin is my sin, and my sin is your sin as well, right? You're just as accountable to my sin as I am to your sin. If I'm accountable to Adam's sin, who is not me, then why wouldn't it follow that everyone who is a descendant of Adam, and we are all of Adam's nature, and if it's natures that are sinning, why wouldn't that follow? Does that make sense?
No, you're not. You're right. It just doesn't make any sense.
Also,
like, Is that
I
a
don't know.
wrong way to think about it, or is there a
I
better way to
don't.
think about that?
I've only read, a little sliver of stuff on this type of question, but in my understanding, Augustine's system, it's questionable how much individuation um people actually have. Like, I don't know if his schema allows for individuals in the way that you and I think about individuals, because like he's working off the old Aristotelian view that a person is just basically a concretized instantiation of a nature.
Yes.
And so in that schema, the nature, if you think about realism and virtualism on a sliding scale, in that view, like the nature in terms of the whole ordering of reality, like the nature is the more um it's the more real kind of thing, for want of a
Yeah.
better word.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure from what I've read on Augustine, he kind of takes this as his how he goes about personhood, um, mixed with some Platonic stuff. So I don't even know how much room for like individuation St. Augustine's view like schema has. And for full disclosure, I know that St. Augustine talks about personal sin, that individuals commit sin, and all that
Yes.
kind of stuff. So I'm not saying he doesn't have a concept of individuals, but I'm just kind of wondering, based on your
How far
question
it
or your
goes. Yeah.
hypothetical, Nikolai, how much his scheme like has like the concept of person properly hashed out. I don't know. So
Yeah, maybe he never really hashed it out. Maybe it's some of it was speculative on his part, which is true. He did speculate a lot, so it wouldn't be too crazy to think that maybe he just never really, uh, you know, worked out that part of it, right? But I do have to think that if we're all in Adam as an archetype, right? If we're all in Adam and I'm guilty of Adam's sin and I am the consequence of Adam's sin, and if we are all basically, you know, concrete substantiations of Adam himself, then wouldn't it follow that? I think it would follow that I'm guilty of your sin just as much as you're guilty of mine, because yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's. Uh, I would be interested to hear other people's thoughts on that at another point, if people want to. But you said anti-Mauler in your description. Is there something about Mauler you wanted to bring up?
yeah, so I was interested. I only got through the first bit of it because I had other stuff going on. But people keep pointing to this podcast episode of Mahler's where he like takes down orthodoxy. A significant amount of it is him just bitching about the levels of piety in Russia. Like, oh, Russian people aren't as pious as they could be. That's it. Well, orthodoxy over, and it's just
Yeah.
it's such a ridiculous argument. Like, let's say granted, let's just grant the argument. Sure, Russian church
No, we're not
attendance.
talking about Mahler the scholar, Blake. We're talking about Mahler, different Mahler. There's two Mahlers.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh
We'll
yeah,
talk
not Mahler.
Corey Mahler.
Mahler.
Yeah.
Different persons,
Mahler.
same idiotic hypo.
Yeah. I mean, let's just grant that, like only a small percentage of Russians regularly attend church that identify as Orthodox. Fine. This is something my priest said to me. That's still a lot of people. Like most of the country identifies as Orthodox. If even 3% of them are attending church regularly, and I don't know the exact percentage, like that's actually a lot of people.
A lot.
Regardless. So
More people than attend.
And also, how do you define regular? Because almost
Yeah.
all the one thing that I always point out to people, almost all the polling done in Russia, they ask, how often do you regularly attend Sunday services? It doesn't, if you look at the methodology, well, there are some people that go to divine liturgy different times of the week because they can't make it on Sundays or things like that, right?
Yeah.
Like a regular attendee in Russia is a very different reality than a regular attendee in America. Regular attendee in America is someone, do you go to church every Sunday, right? For Russia, Sunday is not the only day that you go to church, right? You might be going to a divine liturgy on a Wednesday, or a
Yeah.
Tuesday. You might just be going after work one day, right? Some of them might go like once or twice a month, but they try and go as much as possible. And that's not even getting into the fact that Russia is still recovering in terms of having churches in every city. They don't have a church in every city still. They're
Yeah,
still
and
Yeah.
rebuilding from the collapse of the Soviet Union.
imagine imagine mocking and ridiculing the Russians who are recovering from after they've thrown off the yoke of communism, which, by the way, they threw off the yoke of communism. They left it. They voted to leave it. So, and then mocking them for not being American enough for you, and also claiming that everyone who's Orthodox is a traitor, was just going to drive me insane, because I
Yeah.
think Nikolai saw it too, or someone said, like, why do all Orthodox people hate America? And I'm like, I literally served in the Marine Corps until they literally told me I couldn't do it anymore. You think I hate my country, you moron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I dislike what my government is, but
Well, we
I
all
know
dislike things about
I'm
the government.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Corey did. The thing is, Corey dislikes the government. He doesn't like them. He wants it to be more like Hitlerian, you know.
But I know
Yeah.
that America still
Well, that's
has a
partial.
chance to turn back and repent and be transfigured by Christ. And
Well, no
that's something
country's
we pray
perfect
for.
either. No
Yeah.
country's perfect, right? Like, people want to cry about it. It's like, well, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't think Donald Trump was going to remilitarize the Rhineland in his first year in office. I never thought it was
Yeah.
going to happen. So I wasn't disappointed.
Yeah.
I think as
Anyways,
well,
Volpez, what was the broader point you were trying
Sorry,
to get to,
Volpez.
Volpez?
Sorry.
Well, like when we think about Christian civilization, right? And this is another thing. We think that like everyone or most people are going to be fervently practicing pious Christians. But like even in Christian Rome, right? It was largely Christianity was popular in the Roman nobility and the Roman slave class, right? But it it was a minority religion still, like for quite a long time. So what I'm saying is that what actually transforms and transfigures a nation is a highly dedicated, highly pious group of people, typically in all different positions of society, and their piety and their holiness drips down and filters down amongst the rest of society, and this then causes like interest in their religion. It's the oldest thing in the book. People follow their elites. That's why Paul wanted to um, evangelize Caesar. Like he wanted to convert Caesar because he understood that societies function in a top down kind of way,
Yes.
and people
Especially
like
back
Marl,
then.
yeah, and people like Marla don't understand that it's just a human thing to um to be part of a hierarchy and to look at those above you in the hierarchy and what they're doing, and then like kind of be interested in that or emulate it. So he has this, I think, just naive view that a Christian society is when everyone is able to, you know, even the homeless people and the 10-year-old children can recite the creeds and read their Bibles all the time. And, you know, everyone is attending church all the time. Like 90% of the people going to 5 services a week or something.
And
And
academic
that's
Christianity.
just not how Christianity has ever functioned, even in its heydays of, you know, when we talk about the empire. And, you know, like that's the point I'm trying to make, is his expectation is naive in
Yeah.
the extreme.
It's a purity spiral, right? He wants to be like, oh, don't you see that it's like you're not Christian enough? That if they were really, I've heard this argument a million times. And I'm like, again, I'm sorry, guys, but the reason why so many people went to church in the medieval times, for instance, was because they were let to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were told.
How many people work on Sundays? I know I do all the time.
How you know when the Rus converted en masse after Saint Vladimir the Great converted the Rus? How many of the Rus were regularly attending church on the day on every Sunday? When most of the Rus under his control probably didn't even have a parish. They might be able to attend church once a month when they went to the major city in town, and they would go to the clerk. They would go there. This was true for most of church history. When you evangelize a new area, you would plant a church at the biggest city or the biggest place that you were able to, and all the surrounding villages would come in. But those surrounding villages, particularly during the winter, like if you're in the northern countries during the winter, you hunkered down for the whole winter.
Yeah.
You subsisted off of what you
summer.
had.
Or wintertime, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Best you could avoid it.
Yeah, you didn't travel unless you absolutely had to get to town for some reason. So what do you think these people were doing? Do you think they were going off to even the parish in their local village or something like that? They might not go for a few months.
And
Yeah,
one
they
thing I've
could.
noticed about Western Christianity is they're very like scholastic and academic about everything.
Mhm.
Like, oh, we only did fasting in the winter because it was
Putin
viable.
is absolutely orthodox.
Yeah.
Like,
Who is? Putin isn't
He-
Orthodox, I believe. Does he claim to
absolutely
be? He's
orthodox.
He's Orthodox, yeah. And
I've
in
seen a
fact,
man press his face against an icon. You don't do that.
he built him.
Oh.
He built at every single one of his homes. He has a private chapel.
Nikolai, blessed feast.
Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cheers to you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. But
For
I
your
just
name's sake.
so like yeah, Mahler's entire like frame of reference is just completely
This is the same guy who said that God has limitations and the Holy Spirit can't affect black people. This guy's an idiot.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Like, I don't need to go much further. He wants to kill all Orthodox. He thinks black people cannot be affected by the Holy Spirit. That's insane.
Yes.
Like, it wasn't even an argument of like, he literally said they cannot. God is incapable of touching them with the Holy Spirit, Nikolai. He can't do it.
A horrible, horrible thing to say.
It's not only horrible,
Yeah.
it's nuts because it means God's limited and your God isn't God anymore. Like, I'm sorry. Like when he said that, I watched that debate on a whim, and I saw the debate. And I thought it was a joke. I assumed it must be some kind of joke because I'm like James White won't debate Jay Dyer. There's no way he'd literally debate a guy saying black people can't be affected by the Holy Spirit, but he did.
No,
And he
yeah,
won't- and he won't debate Jay.
Mahler's positions are absolutely insane. Anybody who holds to him are just absolutely abominable. And then if someone has the audacity of saying, "Yeah, your view of race is like completely batshit, dude," even if you're gonna take a pretty harder stance on like race with like Black Americans or Black people saying that they have dispositions towards certain things, etc., etc. Even if you hold to that, you can still affirm the image of God in these people and say that they are just as capable of achieving holiness as anyone else. If you're going to suggest otherwise, you're spitting in the face of the apostles and the gospel. Period.
Yeah.
I would just say, if you say, guys, is Putin based? I'm ignorant of Russia at all. It's complicated. Russia is just like the United States, where it's hard to kind of tell. There's a lot of Soviets still stuck in the government, and it takes a long time to get rid of them. That's why the leader
boomers.
of the military.
Their boomers are still very the boomer generation is still very pro.
So you have to remember, like, when the leader Shoigu and Gerasimov, the guys who got all those people killed that Prigozhin said he was going to kill for murdering all his soldiers and stuff. One of them is dead now because Putin killed him, we're pretty sure. But my point is that these people exist in the military and in the government. His ability to enforce it. So we don't really know what Putin would be like if he had absolute control, because he doesn't. So it's one of those things like Trump, where it's like, is Trump basic? I would say so, but at the same time, there's still all these boomer crap people that suck that do affect the overall running of the country. You know what I mean? So it's like, what do you do? What can you say? Now, I think
Putin is Putin has. If you ask me, Putin would ban abortion tomorrow if he believed that he had the political ability to get that done. The church in Russia has been advocating for a complete ban on abortion for a long time. But despite that, they've been working very hard to reduce it, and they've done a very good job of reducing it. The rates of abortion have plummeted in Russia. The rates of alcoholism have plummeted in Russia. The rates of alcoholism, drug use.
But the rates of monarchy haven't gone up yet.
Yeah, that's actually a beef I have with Putin. Putin's smart. He would bring Romanov, and there are based Romanovs. And this is what someone in the chat was saying. How could you ever return to monarchy? Well, I have monarchy. I have a lot of royal blood in me. Just make me king. There are based monarchs out there. Go find a Hohenzollern that's based. Go find a Habsburg that's still based. There's plenty of them, right?
They're all over the place. There's tons of them. Second, third, fourth cousins of.
Just no Windsors.
Well, let's even go with Windsors. Edward, the rightful king of England, was based as hell.
On the abortion thing as well in Russia, the church, I was reading, they have these homes where women
by lot
women can choose to, like, especially if they're single women. They're like these homes that they can raise their child in instead of having an abortion, and the church offers those. They're like these shared homes.
There's priests who have adopted hundreds of children,
Based.
saving them from abortion.
Based.
Yeah, no.
Now I want to watch Ortho Unk debate Moron Guy again, just because.
The issue is, in America, we have gotten so far down the road of separation of church and state that we view parentless children as property of the state.
Yeah.
And churches can't be involved with property of the state.
Well, yeah, I mean, just look at how much money they charge to adopt a child.
Oh yeah, or having to foster. Like you have to pay money to get a license to foster, and in our state, they don't let Orthodox Christians foster because of our religion.
Yep. And that's true. By the way, Orthodoxy is persecuted in America. It's not like we're not getting murdered, but
I lost custody of my kids because of Orthodoxy.
Yeah. So so here I want to read this real quick because I thought this was a good one. A theory of atonement expressed in such an extreme form, Anselm, cannot be accepted by the Orthodox Church. It's one-sidedly legalistic, since it presents the entire matter of human salvation solely within the framework of the law, God's commandment. Its violation, the resulting guilt, and the punishment of the guilty party as required by abstract justice. These legal premises are tinged with feudal notions, characteristic of medieval West. That is an insult inflicted on a member of the upper class can now be absolved by a person of equal social standing. The institution of the duel was founded on this principle. However, the concept of offending God's majesty and the need to satisfy it is alien to the Holy Scriptures and the patristic understanding of the atonement. This is from Archbishop Basil. Russian name.
Krivoshin.
Is that Krivoshin? I was going to say that.
That's how I would say it.
I don't know if you know this, Nikolai, but I don't speak Russian.
Okay. The saving work of Christ on the cross and the resurrection. So it just goes to show you guys that these that there is not unanimity amongst the Russian bishops and Russian saints on this issue. When they try and take a lot of them out of context.
Also, can I make a statement for the record?
Go ahead.
Anselm was single-handedly made Bishop of Canterbury.
Singularly?
Single-handedly. He was a single-handed ordination by the Pope. So it's a violation of the apostolic canons and therefore a breaking of the material succession.
Interesting. That's I actually didn't really realize that.
No, and Craig Trullia's video on the Orientals kind of triggered me looking into that, and I looked into it, and he was only consecrated by the Bishop of Rome.
According to Orthodox doctrine, what would cause someone to be cast into hell? Well, here, let's answer this real quick. Do all Eastern Orthodox believe this? Protestantism isn't Christianity. Strictly speaking, yes, it's not Christianity.
Yeah.
I mean, strictly speaking. If you want us to be colloquially, they believe in certain tenets of Christianity, and they believe in Jesus to a degree, I guess.
They don't believe in the same Christ, therefore anathema according to Scripture.
I wish I was fluent in everything. I wish I was a polyglot. I am not a polyglot.
I wish so too.
I have a knack for East Asian, is what the military told me. Far East Asian languages. Don't laugh. It sucks. That's why I was stationed in where I was.
Most, but it's not existential as Protestants think. Not being Christian is not the same as judgment to hell, for God has the final say, which is her correct answer, which is why you don't generally hear Orthodox make final statements on the end state of someone's soul.
Outside of like 5 heretics and all the saints.
Yeah, there's like 5 heretics where we're like, yeah, this guy's pretty much in hell. Yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed. According to the Orthodox doctrine, what would cause someone to be cast into hell? And several people responded, but there isn't one catch-all thing to avoid. That the way is broad. There are many things that can kill a soul. This includes, but is not limited to, rejection of the body of Christ. That they wanted to be there.
Yeah,
I think that's actually a good answer. And then someone said pride.
Well, okay, so Protestants don't want to participate in the image of heaven. Why would they want to go to heaven?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, what do they do when there's icons and the king's mother is sitting as the queen of heaven, and they're like, what?
They have got.
Yeah, no, like the church, the temple is an icon of heaven. They don't want to participate in the icon of heaven. They want to go off and build white walls and smoke machines and electric guitars. They won't like heaven. Why are they worried about going there?
Yeah.
When they call the Theotokos just a vessel, oh, she's just a vessel, I want to grab them by the scruff of the neck and like talk about their like dead grandmother and be like, oh, so she was just a vessel for your parents? Like,
Yeah,
it's just, it's a horrendous way to talk about someone. Like,
period.
It's just, yeah.
Like vile.
It's vile. So imagine being in heaven then, and then walking up to the Mother of God and then trying to have to justify calling her just a vessel and, you know, just an instrument and, you know, kind of not really important.
Well, it's weird because they say, well, it could have been anyone. I'm like, well, yeah, but it wasn't though.
Yeah.
Right. So if it wasn't anyone, that means he chose her specifically.
Yes.
So it must be significant. And it's like, that's how I got my mother past the Marian stuff at first. Was one thing I told her is I said, think about this, you know, if where did Christ get his humanity from? You know what I mean? Like, he was formed in his mother's womb.
Well, let's not get into because we could get in trouble on that one. No,
I'm not saying that's the only place he got humanity from.
No, the rabbit hill. I mean, just the rabbit trail. It's a rabbit hill. But Rick, who is one of the guys that was kind of saying that Jerome was steel manning in the conversation here that we
before we get into this, I gotta go. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
So Rick is one of the guys that wants to talk about this. What's up?
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, so what was your issue with the way that I explained what Jerome was saying?
Well, he wasn't steel manning.
Okay, so I made like basically like a breakdown of what he said. So what specifically do you like disagree with?
What do you mean? He first off, he delineates between homoromantic and homosexual without actually providing a meaningful definition of what homoromantic is that is distinct from homosexual, and that one doesn't lead to the other. No, he didn't. We reviewed this on stream live. There's 50 plus people that were listening to it. Where did he define homoromantic other than the fact that one is an action, so you do the butt stuff, and one is you don't do the butt stuff, you just kind of really like each other.
So isn't that what you were asking for right there?
No, because if it's merely you really liking somebody, I really like Timothy down below. I don't have romantic feelings towards Timothy. I really like Volpez. Volpez is a really great guy. I don't have romantic feelings for Volpez, right?
Damn it.
There's a distinction there, right?
Sorry, I gotta go now as well.
Oh, what a coincidence! What a coincidence!
So just
get out of here.
So just like the distinction itself isn't something that Siiig is defending. He's saying
no, he's
that
defending it. Do you want me to go back in the recording? We can go back in the recording and cover it.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Purely romantically involved.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. It was playing.
Sorry, we weren't talking over you. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, go.
So he's explaining that there's a distinction, right?
Which he provides none.
Okay, because he's saying that this is the argument that these people make.
No, he said that at the beginning. He said LGBTQ people say people say rightly. So he's saying they rightly point out this, and then he says he goes on to say that we the Orthodox Church do delineate between homosexual feelings and homoromantic feelings. He said that. The Orthodox Church. Us, I. He uses those terms. He does not say they.
Just to respond to this, he's saying that the distinction, like in canonical normal marriages, you know, like in the case of Mary and Joseph, there is a normal not Mary and Joseph, but there is like a normal marriage in which there are sexual acts. But in the case of Mary and Joseph, they don't have sexual acts. And
They're not, but they're not a marriage, dude. It was a guardianship. In the Jewish context, there was not meant to be a romantic. There was no romantic feelings amongst Joseph and Mary. None. Zero.
okay,
Zilch. That's the Orthodox
okay,
Church's position. So his use of that example is immediately null and void.
okay, but he's
Immediately.
saying that. Listen, sorry. We can talk like Saint John of Kronstadt never had sex with his wife, for example, but um, he's saying that this is what those people use as like an argument for their own position.
Yes, and then he goes on to say that they are right in that, and the Orthodox Church needs to start delineating between these things. We all heard him say that. He says the
Okay,
Orthodox Church needs to be pastoral in how we approach this because we do believe that it's a subrogatory action. That's what he said. He says it's not a sinful action to have homoromantic feelings and to even potentially live out those feelings.
can you play that part?
Technically are dissimilar. They don't will then confirm relationship acceptable. Now notice I'm not arguing rather than erotic. Right? They didn't have
Wait. Sorry, can you pause it?
We gotta
Can
find
you
it.
can you like
I don't remember
can
the
you
timestamp.
can you repeat what you just said just to make sure that we're finding the correct thing?
There is a he says at the very beginning that LGBTQ plus people rightly point out that you can have that there's a distinction between homosexual and homoromantic. He says they're rightly pointing that out.
No. That's not what he
Yeah.
said.
You're sort of
All
done.
right. Well, listen to the very
you don't want to have
beginning then.
intercourse anymore. You're sort of done with that whole.
So can you
Hold
pause
on.
it?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Play the video, and then you can.
Like you get to a certain point.
Okay, so we're gonna play the video real quick, and then you can make your point. But hold on.
You sort of don't really want to have sex anymore. You're sort of done. You don't want to have intercourse anymore. You're sort of done with that whole sort of thing. You just sort of like each other's company, romantically. That's possible.
What does romantically mean? You
Yeah,
sort of
he's
like each
talking
other's
between.
But stop. Let me finish my question.
Mhm.
What does he mean by romantically?
He's talking between a man and a woman.
Oh, he said yes. He's using that, and then he goes to extrapolate that it's possible to be in a homo-romantic relationship based on that context.
Yeah, that's the argument that those people make.
Yes, and then we're gonna go. Then hold on. You're way too giddy to try and defend your butt buddy here. Okay, we're gonna get into it in a second and show that he goes on to do that.
This guy hasn't been mean to us. We shouldn't be mean to him.
No, I'm not being mean. I'm saying he's very eager
You
to
said he's
defend
my
Siiig
butt buddy. Like you called me gay. Like come on.
No, I didn't.
You called him my butt buddy. Like what does that mean?
Dude, that's a common term just to say you guys are attached at the hip. It's butt buddy.
That's true.
Attached at the hip.
We didn't mean to call you gay.
If you felt that, sorry, but come on. Stop being so sensitive. Now let's go.
And as a matter of fact, many people in the early church wanted to aim for that kind of perfect marriage because they sort of saw that with Mary and Joseph.
Okay, so he's already wrong in his interpretation of there. We already covered that, so we'll continue.
In that Mary and Joseph had a purely romantic relationship.
They had no romantic relationship. So what is Siiig talking about here? So he's already wrong for applying that. Joseph was an elderly man who was the guardian of Mary. There was no romantic feelings involved in that. The church has made that clear.
I mean, there's different views, but I'm not sure.
There's different views. Which one is dogmatically accepted?
None.
None. We don't believe that there was that Mary and Joseph had a completely dispassionate and platonic relationship where Joseph was the elder to Mary significantly. You're saying Joseph had romantic feelings for the Theotokos?
No, there's different traditions in what Joseph was doing.
Which one is accepted by the Orthodox Church?
Both views are acceptable. And if you let me tell you what the other view is. So the one that you said is the one that comes from Saint Epiphanius. I think he's the one that promotes the view. But someone like Saint Jerome, in his defense of Mary's perpetual virginity, he gives another interpretation because there's like different geographical oral traditions when it comes to this. Even like the Syriacs have a different one, I think.
What is
Who
your
cares
bishop?
what the Syriac? What does your
What?
bishop say? What does the living theanthropic body of the church teach?
I haven't asked him. I'm sorry.
Oh God, brilliant! I've asked my bishop. He said that Mary and Joseph were not like that.
Mine did too.
That's what's relevant. I don't care about your interpretation of Jerome.
No.
Which one has been accepted by the church?
What? No.
Which one has been accepted by the church?
I'm just saying, like the age that Joseph had and what he was doing before he was betrothed to Mary.
He was an elderly man. That is basically, I don't know a single bishop that doesn't hold to any other view. Can you name me one living bishop that holds to the other views? Name me one. A living bishop.
No,
That's what's relevant here.
I haven't asked.
So there you go. So you bringing up those other things as a deflection, it's completely side tangent. Has no bearing on this conversation.
I'm just saying that there's different interpretations in the church.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, there isn't different interpretations for the church. Who cares if there's different interpretations amongst the church fathers? The church accepts one through time and acceptance. Those things get adopted. Name me any living bishop. The church is theanthropic. We've talked about this before. I know we have, Rick. The church is theanthropic. You are bound to what the church teaches now. They have the same authority as those church fathers to bind and loose. The same authority. Yes. So if they're saying there's two different views, and they say, well, this one is the one that's been accepted by the church over time, and the other one has fallen to the wayside, you accept the one that's been addressed over time. You don't get to just pick and choose. Well, at some point in time, the church fathers held to this view. Well, it seems like you are. You're trying to say that Jerome is correct in having this other view.
No, I didn't say that.
But again, you haven't defined, Jerome nor you have defined romantic. But let's continue. We will get into it here in a second. I promise you we'll get to it very quickly. I think it's in the first 2 minutes of this.
With each other. That was sort of agapeic, rather than erotic, right? They didn't have an erotic love towards each other.
Does this apply to siblings?
Agapeic love? Is that what he said?
No, I'm saying well, it doesn't matter. Agapeic doesn't matter. I'm talking about love between people. Like the Theotokos and Joseph didn't have erotic love with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does that mean I can romantically love my brother without it being erotic?
Oh, of course not.
Of course not. So why is he applying it in this situation?
Can you play the video?
And that was permitted by the church. And so rightly, people within the LGBTQIA plus community may ask, okay, well, if that relationship...
Oh, stop right there. Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say LGBTQIA plus unironically? I knew he was a communist. Oh my god, dude. I knew this dude was a communist. Just go on.
Anyways,
so
let's continue.
Just to make sure that we're understanding what he's saying. So you see that he's saying that there's marriages in which couples don't they're not sexually involved, right? So he's saying this, and then he's saying that the LGBT whatever people, they rightly point this out, that there are marriages that don't involve sexual acts.
Yes, we realize that, but we're getting to the point where he completely goes away from steelmanning it and saying, hey, these people rightly point out this, but this is what we say. So
that's not really steelmanning. That's him saying he agrees, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, do you disagree with that there are marriages that don't involve sex?
They are non-normative, and almost always they are later in life after the marriages have already been long, either unfruitful or the children are grown. But that is very different than saying, oh, two people got married and then they proceed not to do the marital acts, which is joining of two people in one flesh. That is extremely non-normative. So pointing out very extreme cases should not and ever be used as an argument for any of that. But again, I'm not saying he is in this moment. He's saying, well, these people are rightly pointing out. We agree with that. Let's continue.
Relationship, this homoromantic relationship acceptable. Now notice I'm not arguing for homosexual acts, because of course the church has been clear as to why those acts cannot be promoted by the body of Christ.
Notice I am not arguing for homosexual acts, but what am I arguing for? He goes on to say.
Right? But those same people then conflate those arguments that the church has definitively made on the subject with
He cuts out a bit here.
then talking about the extension of those relationships that actually technically are dissimilar. They don't actually have anything to do with one another.
So he's saying a homo-romantic relationship and homosexual relationship are different. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, can you play it back like a few seconds?
Then talking about those arguments that the church has definitively made on the subject.
So he says those arguments the church has definitively said something about, which is homosexual relationships, which he says are the action of butt stuff, right? Right, actually doing the thing, right? Having sexual intercourse with the same sex. That's what he's saying.
Sure.
He says with, and then he cuts out for a second, so just give it a second.
Then talking about the extension of those relationships that actually technically are dissimilar. They don't actually
Okay, can you pause it? Can you pause it?
They're dissimilar.
Yeah.
So he's saying the church does not comment on homo-romantic relationships. That is not actually something the church talks about.
Yeah, but he's saying this that it's in the context of the people that make this argument.
He said, "We believe."
He says,
the church.
Yeah,
He
the
says,
church, obviously.
we, the church.
Yes, but he's saying this because the gay people would say this as well.
Well, he's saying we believe.
What does that have to do with what the church
He didn't say the gay people believe. He said, we believe.
He has a clear delineation between this is what they say, this is what the church's belief is. So he's telling us that the church's belief is that there is a delineation between homo-romantic and homosexual.
No, listen.
He wasn't. He didn't say it ex cathedra.
Dude, listen. Do you think that you understand human language better than we can? Like, do you think we're just broken? We can't understand the way that grammatical and structured arguments work?
Can I have a few seconds to explain?
Go ahead.
So he's saying that even gay people would concede that homosexual acts are illicit or condemned by the church. So that's why they have to make this distinction between like not being together like sexually. That's it.
No, that's not what he's saying at all, dude. He literally says they make this argument, and then the church now in this moment he's saying the church, we believe this. We'll continue on because he does go on to say this even more.
Sure, it's possible that you could same sex and romantically involved. That's true.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's not possible because he hasn't defined romantic. How do you have a romantic relationship with somebody and it not have eroticism at all in it?
Okay, to be fair, this clip, it did start like a long way after.
Doesn't matter. The context of the current present, the way he's presenting it right then and there is this is what they say about it, and this is what the church says about it.
I mean, it would have helped if the person that clipped it didn't take away the actual context.
Well, okay, well then maybe it's the fault of Jerome. There was no context, by the way. The person that I know who clipped it, came out and said really nothing in the early part of it does anything to actually make it any better at all.
Did you
and
see
furthermore, why is a guy who's been in the church for roughly 2 years or less, who is unmarried, pontificating on what the Orthodox Church believes about homosexual or marriage or homosexuality? Why on earth is he pontificating on this?
Because he's responding to people that make these arguments.
He's not.
It's not his job. And he's not doing that. He's explaining what the Orthodox Church's position is. We covered this already.
Is it your job to do these streams, reviewing people, reviewing?
I have clergy that back every single thing that I say.
And
I go to my own bishop. I have my
No, he doesn't.
Well, which bishop is it? Who is his priest? Who is his bishop? Which diocese he's under?
You can see his Instagram where he's doing stuff for his diocese. It's the Greek one in Great Britain. You can see that Father Dorotheos, who disagrees.
Father Dorotheos is not under his diocese and is not a direct superior to him.
I'm just saying that he has backing.
And he's Father Deacon, by the way.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying that
So
he
one
has.
clergy.
No, I'm just saying that he does have clergy backing him.
Where?
And
Again, you just say he does. We're asking names. Who
Remember,
is his bishop?
you can't
okay,
just have random clergy supporting you. You have to have your clergy supporting you.
Your
Your
clergy,
spiritual
your
father.
priest, your bishop. Has he had any of them on his stream? Listen, at the end of the day, I have my text messages right here. I have a text message from my clergy and my priests. I could show on stream. Not going to dox them, of course, but I can go immediately and get verbal affirmation on everything that I'm saying. I've been on stream with people like Father Stephen DeYoung, with Father Deacon Ananias. I've been on stream with people like Father Ron. And none of
Mhm.
them have come out and said, "Hey, Nikolai, you're teaching something that's real strange, or you're saying things that are not orthodox." And you know what? If they did say that to me, you know what I would do? Immediately take it down.
Yep.
Immediately.
I
No
don't think
hesitation.
I've ever
Cool.
heard Siiig say
Would
speak to your
Sig
priest.
ever say, well, Father Stephen corrected me on this, so I'm going to take it down because I'm going to have deference to a clergy? Opposite. I've had private conversations with Sig, and he has argued that he is allowed to not only disagree with clergy, but to contradict them and say that if they're modernists, that because the saints, he appealed to, literally, he appealed to Saint Athanasius, Saint Maximus, and Saint, oh my gosh, Florence. Why am I blanking?
Mark of Ephesus.
Mark of Ephesus. He appealed to those three, saying they're allowed to come out against the clergy and to come out against bishops and stuff like that. Why can't I? Are you insane? He's comparing himself to saints. A guy that's been in the church less than 2 years. Chrism's barely dry behind his ears.
I mean, listen, I'm not like trying to defend like everything that he's done in his life, but
It's not about everything he's done in his life. He's been Orthodox. He has had no life, dude. He's barely an adult. He's been an adult less than 3 years. He's been going to college. He hasn't had a real job
He
outside of
degrades
college.
priests. He attacks priests, calls them names.
Him and his
all sorts of
buddies, like, he does nothing when Ananda is sitting right there saying, we don't believe in monarchical Trinitarianism. That's a Jay Dyer and Bo Bransom issue. And then he comes
Bidda,
out
he called it.
and
A
says,
bidda.
a bidda. Yeah. And by the way,
Heretic.
Sig was right there in that conversation. You want to know why Sig didn't correct Ananda right then and there and say, no, Sig, or Ananda, you're completely wrong. What are you doing, dude?
because he doesn't
Or Nick
have to.
Claudius. Well,
What?
if he's going to hold himself up as a teacher who's catechizing people in discords, he better damn well be correcting people if they're making errors and these are people in his orbit. Are you
I mean,
insane? If
how
Timothy
do
said something overtly wrong, I would say, Timothy, you need to cut it off. I would kick him, and I would call him on his phone and say, dude, what are you
Yeah.
doing, man?
like,
Because me and Timothy have that relationship. Where
Yeah.
is Sig going and correcting his buddies about this?
They're
Where
in
is he
public
correcting?
teaching about orthodoxy.
Where is he correcting Miko, who he says Miko and him agree? Miko agrees with him on the atonement. Where is
Everything.
he going around and correcting Miko, saying, Miko, what are you doing about calling clergy heretics for not holding to your specific view of PSA? He doesn't. So either he's a coward, or he's in way over his head, or 3, he agrees with them. Which one is it, Rick?
I mean, it could be all of them. It could be none of them. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but
So why should we trust him? Why should we listen to him?
This is very sig-pilled, where you just don't give an answer and you obfuscate. Like, give an answer, man. Like, what if you think this is acceptable? Say that.
Is it acceptable for any of these guys to be going around and calling Father Stephen DeYoung a modernist heretic, which Miko, Ensign, and Ubi, and all of Granados, and all of these different guys that float around in those circles that you are a part of in those circles too? I know you may not agree with them, but you're in those circles. You know what they say. Do you think that's acceptable? Yes or no?
For Sig to not say anything, or for me?
Well, for any of those guys.
I mean, I'm not a
You think it's
fan of.
acceptable behavior that they do that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so why is Sig, who is de facto leader and holds a Discord with all of these guys who are all moderators in that Discord, or all senior members of that Discord, he hasn't come out and said, these guys are going way too far, I'm disavowing their actions, and I'm telling them to stop their actions? Why hasn't he done that? He's seen as a de facto leader of that group.
I don't know, man. I don't know. You should ask him, or
I've asked. Cleve has. I have. We've asked why he doesn't submit to any of the clergy who have corrected him on these things. He says he doesn't need to. He doesn't believe he needs to submit to church authority. He has told me that verbatim.
I mean,
over a call.
I don't think he's disobedient to his priest, his personal priest.
He might not even tell
bishop.
his priest any of this.
There's
How
no
do
way
we
he
know?
does.
There's no way.
No, he does. He does.
No.
Oh, he does? Because he told you, Rick? He told you that? He said, I pinky promise, Rick, that I'm telling my priest everything. Or have you heard his priest say that?
No,
he lies in conversation about what he believes. He lies constantly because he obfuscates. If you ask him, hey, you said you believe in this specific Calvinist ideology, and he'll go, well, it's possible if you change the wording that it doesn't count as Calvinist anymore. And then I double took 3 times, and no. You just don't give a real answer.
It's not a real answer.
That's what it boils down to. He just doesn't answer because
but
just like
here, we're going to listen. I want to emphasize that he does not back down from this. He is not steelmanning in the second part here. So let's listen to this real quick.
But at the same time, you could also have someone that's purely sexually attracted and not romantically involved. And again, you could also have someone that's purely romantically involved but not sexually attracted. Those 3 categories are possible because it's a Venn diagram. There's an intersection between the two that we have to be cognizant of. And we have to be brave, Orthodox Christians, to say.
Okay, so hold on. This is the important part. Very important.
Did you disagree with anything that he said, like in the 3 things?
Yeah, I think that he doesn't offer a meaningful distinction between the two. How can one be romantically involved in somebody and not fall into sin? Why is it not sinful to be romantically attracted and playing on those feelings of romance with another man, but it is sinful only when you take those actions? That's a very Roman Catholic way of delineating this moral system.
Right now, he's just talking about man and woman marriages.
That's not what he said. He said homoerotic.
And homosexual and homoromantic, he said that. And homoerotic, he said. There are 3 distinct categories, he said.
Okay,
and it's a Venn diagram.
Protestant philosophy.
I'm sorry. Can you play it back just to make sure?
Yeah.
Those 3
categories
saying it for me. Attracted and not romantically involved.
Okay.
But
here.
Same sex and romantically involved. That's true. But at the same time, you could also have someone that's purely sexually attracted and not romantically involved. And again, you could also have someone that's purely romantically involved but not sexually attracted. Those 3 categories are possible because it's a
where did he say homo?
Intersection between the 2.
He was talking about homo before that, dude. The whole context is the LGBTQ plus people.
Yes,
and then he's going to connect this and saying this is possible within a homosexual relationship. That's why I said give it a second.
No, but these 3 things, like he's explaining by themselves,
again,
they are in the context of like hetero normal things.
No. There is once again, what does it mean to be romantic with somebody?
I mean, in the same way that like an old person, like you mentioned earlier, you know, they love each other or whatnot, but like they don't have like
what distinguishes the love between me and Timothy as brothers in Christ and the love between 2 people in a romantic sense? Because I tell you this much, I don't love him romantically. So what is the difference?
I would obviously say that like romance is something only that's like between a man and a woman. But the point.
But he's about to connect this to homo-romantic.
Yes,
dude, I know what you think.
That's what the people that he's arguing.
No, we're gonna listen to this now because I can't do this if you're gonna keep on just obfuscating.
We have to be cognizant of, and we have to be brave as Orthodox Christians.
We have to be brave as Orthodox Christians to do what?
To say, what has the church actually not permitted? What has the church actually prohibited, and what does the church see as subrogatory action?
So he's speaking on behalf of the Orthodox Church right now. We Orthodox Christians need to be brave about what the church has prohibited and what is it simply said is subrogatory, which, by the way, is a Roman Catholic term.
So, and this is a very controversial thing in moral theology, subrogatory actions are actions that are distasteful and not approved, or rather disapproved of, but aren't prohibited. A good example.
So homo-romantic relationships, because he's delineating between the two, are not necessarily prohibited.
What?
That's explicitly what he's saying, dude. There's no way you can interpret it any other way.
You can keep playing it because it's not done.
So smoking is not promoted by the church. It is permissible, right?
It is permissible.
but it is not promoted or encouraged.
It's not encouraged. So it's okay if somebody's in a homo-romantic relationship. So hold on, my wife is knocking on my door for some reason.
Come on, knock on my door.
That was a loud knock.
They're Korean. So let me look at the chat and see what they're saying. Catechism a bit longer. I would say that they do need to. The problem with extending catechism is we have to trust our priest's discernment with catechism, and these guys lie to their priests. So our biggest problem right now is they'll just lie and qualify and hyper qualify and hyper nuance. It's like listening to a Catholic, coincidentally. Not coincidentally, they are basically just Catholics. My grandparents are equivalent to the Pete Buttigieg and his husband, according to this moron. Yes, indeed. You're such a contrarian, Rick. Ban contrarian. This is indefensible. Oh, the irony. Homodoxic heterox.
Okay, so Rick, we're gonna play just this last section here, and then we're gonna cover that real quick because he kind of wraps it up at the 3-minute mark. He kind of wraps it up. So
yeah.
If anything, it's discouraged by the church, but it's not prohibited.
It's not prohibited, huh?
The nature of the moral action isn't prohibited. And that's the same way that potentially some theologians in the modern day...
Who? Just saying some theologians in the modern day, are they Orthodox? Who's the Orthodox theologians that hold to this?
So you don't think there aren't any?
I don't consider Protestant theologians.
No. Like, do you not know about like Fordhamites that are Orthodox?
90% of the Fordhamites are not Orthodox.
Yeah, but I'm saying the ones that are.
Allegedly Orthodox, the ones that claim to be Orthodox?
Yes, those exact
I don't
same
care
people.
if they're not Orthodox. I don't
think so. Continue. Let's continue.
But wait, hold on. This is important.
He says, we Orthodox Christians must be brave to do this. So he's agreeing with it, dude.
No, he's not.
He just said, okay.
We must be brave, dude. I can't do it with these guys. Get out of here, Rick. You're such a joke. Gosh damn.
Yeah, like Michael Lofton from Reason Theology. Yeah, that was the joke. Because that's why I said was Jerome sitting ex cathedra when he said it? Because I mean, hypothetically,
I'm done with these guys. This is what they're gonna do the entire time. Guys, from the very beginning of the stream, we started breaking down that audio bit by bit by bit, and we went through the whole thing. He absolutely transitions from this is what they say to this is what we, the Orthodox Christians, must be brave to do. We're done.
Yeah,
if Rick is going to defend this bullshit, then it's a lie where I don't believe for a second that he condemns these people that call Father Stephen DeYoung a heretic and all these others. I don't believe him. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, 100%.
This is why we don't take you guys seriously, because you guys lie. You'll obfuscate. You won't actually commit to a position because you guys are cowards, because you don't believe the church actually holds these views. Oh, he's just talking about he's just talking about the Fordhamites. Why didn't he mention the Fordhamites then?
And why is he defending the Fordhamites, which no one likes? I knew it was bad as soon as I heard him say LGBTQIA. Nope. We're done. I already know. I'm like, you said that. Now I will not listen to anything else you say.
I don't even know how they do the LGBTQ. I know the LGBTQ, but IA+?
Yeah, only communists say that. Unless they're making fun of it, in which case
LGBTQITYZ by W, X, Y, and Z, right? Like that. Like,
I mean, has anyone in the chat ever heard a right-wing person unironically use LGBTQIAQ+++++++? Am I crazy?
I've never done it unless it's ironic.
I've never heard a priest say it either.
Even the Fordhamites, I don't think have ever really said it, other than like maybe in some of their gay writings.
I'm so confused here.
I'm confused too. Listen. At the end of the day, Rick was not able to. Rick, at no point did Siiig provide a meaningful distinction about what romance is at all. Again, if romance is simply love absent physical interplay with someone, then I can be romantic with my brother, I can be romantic with my sister, I can be romantic with my parents, I can be romantic with Timothy, I can be romantic with any of these people, right? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, let's just
romance is distinct from love.
It's simple point to make. When you are writing a book and you're choosing your words, right? And each word is carefully chosen because you don't want to give people the wrong idea. How can everything Siiig says be interpreted thousands of different ways by thousands of different people? He's an idiot. He likes to just use big words because he thinks it makes a difference, but he doesn't use words that are orthodox, one. And two,
well, Rick wants to call one more time. Rick, you need to actually stop making excuses for this kind of crap. No one's buying it. No one in the chat's buying it. Nobody's buying this crap. No one bought it in Cleve's chat. No one bought it in anyone's chat. The only people that are defending it are people that are literal best buddies with Siiig and sit on his Discord all day. So Siiig, do you want to make one final point, or what is it you want to say?
Can you just play the end of the last couple dozen seconds?
Last couple of dozen?
Last couple of
Yeah, it was like
seconds.
around 3:20 something.
He's not an Oxford graduate, dude. He's 21.
Didn't someone copy this down?
And literally,
already?
I just talked to Siiig the other day. He doesn't have a bachelor's degree yet.
Doesn't this didn't someone already transcribe this so we can pull up what he said?
Where? I don't know.
I thought someone transcribed it. I thought you had a transcription of it.
I saw a photo of his graduation, but maybe I got confused.
High school?
No, it was
Maybe.
from last
He
year.
graduated high school.
He's 21, dude. Your average 21-year-old is not graduating with a bachelor's. Unless he was doing advanced classes, which, by the way, Europe typically doesn't do advanced classes to where you're graduating early.
That's fine.
You should probably get a transcription.
Like you get to a certain point where you sort of don't really want to have sex anymore.
And even if, let's say, even if he was doing a master's, a bachelor's degree is a dime a dozen. That doesn't make you an academic. I have a bachelor's degree.
Yeah.
Does that make me an academic? It's in history.
Dude, just put it at like 3:20.
Relationships. Well, I beg to differ. No. Now, no. Because we fail to make the distinction necessary between a homosexual relationship and a homo-romantic one. Now, is the church even promoting homo-romantic relationships? Well, I beg to differ. No.
Okay.
Because
I think it was like a bit ahead of what I thought.
Yeah, I don't think this helped your case.
Let's continue on. We'll listen to the rest of this.
Romantic level, the relationships that we are able to produce on a sexual level, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want to raise good households with the equality of the genders, with the equality of.
First off, equality of the genders, no such thing.
Yeah, Father Josiah.
Dude, that's loaded liberal language.
Okay, yeah.
He's a communist. He's a communist.
Makes sense why I could go to Oxford. By the way, Oxford is a joke. By the way, Oxford is a joke of the institution. No one takes it seriously for academic circles anymore. But
I do want to point out, right, Father Josiah was right that some modern Christians, Orthodox, are more shameless than ancient people. Yes, because he says even the ancient Greeks would never go between the cheeks; they would go between the thighs. That's what Father Josiah Trim said, and I almost lost my mind when I saw him on a big time show bringing that up. I was like, "What?"
Yeah. Let's continue to listen to this because it's almost wrapped up.
I think I mentioned like the 3:20 was like incorrect because I think we skipped some things, but like the important part was that basically the end of what he said right there. That the church doesn't like promote these things because it
doesn't promote it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. That means he says it is prohibited in certain circumstances. He could reasonably make an argument for why it would be allowable for these things to
Yeah,
be the case.
but
Just like it could
but it's
be
not.
understood as smoking. He compared it to smoking, dude.
Yeah, giving gays basically the same as
no,
smoking
the
cigarettes, dude.
smoking would be like part of their argument, not the one that he's making.
I know, but he's the one that is applying their arguments and saying we can take their arguments and extrapolate it out to this. That's what he's doing.
So can you just play
Listen, he
like the
continues on.
last 10
The only way
seconds?
that we can really guarantee that is if we have the opposite genders in the household at the same time.
He's trying to promote gender
So
equality. Shocking.
Are there any sort of questions in chat? Let me see.
He goes
there's
on
I
to
know
say,
that what I'm talking about is weird. I know.
can you play like
To
around
be
the
clear, and I
3:30
don't want anyone.
again?
Let me find
hold
this.
on.
I'm going to transcribe this.
We're going to go into it in a second. Just let him play this.
To
He answers the
strawman me.
question.
The Orthodox Church does not approve of the action of homosexual sex.
Okay, he makes that distinction. The Orthodox Church does not approve of the action of homosexual sex.
Neither does the Orthodox Church approve of relationship that
No idea what that's.
neo-conservative Protestants might attribute to Christ.
Cuts out a little bit.
I'll read Leviticus 18:22, and it's very clear and sharp language, and believe that that text is supposed to be taken in such a way as to say it is just reduced to a disgusting action. Well, remember that God's impassible and he doesn't feel actions in this way. So when he says something is detestable, what he's actually saying is this is something that moves us sharply away from the ideal of God. So we need to be careful in how we're acting.
Hold on, stop 1 second. He said we need to be careful, or I thought he was just steelmanning the whole time. That's weird. What would we mean? Would we mean like a group of people that he's involved with?
I mean, I'm not
This
sure
is
what
exactly, dude. And
what?
all of this follows. He defends the furry fetish of Miko, saying it's a
All
subrogatory
the
action.
Latinizers. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not.
It wouldn't be
not gonna
like
defend
out
me.
of our mind. It wouldn't be out of our mind and out of left
That's
field.
a bridge too far for Rick. He's like, no, hold on. I'm not going to defend pedophilia and furries.
But can you just
base take?
Okay, I will say that Mika's like not sexually attracted to.
He says that. Who says that? Who shares explicit images with tits and shit falling out of it? Who shares that and isn't sexually attracted?
Okay,
and he literally had
normal behavior.
He literally put on his Discord profile when she wags her tail and cocks
and
her
tilts
head.
her head.
Okay.
Okay. Dude, there's no getting around
just
that.
Admit it, Rick. I'm just asking you to admit this one. Please.
No.
Just be the one. Be the one that has the balls to say, okay, that's wrong. Just say it's wrong.
I've told him it's wrong.
Okay, but you just said he wasn't.
You just said okay. If he's wrong, then why do you have a problem with us saying it's wrong? He's not really sexually attracted to it because he says so.
In Miko's case, I don't care.
Why?
Miko is Jerome, self-admitted protege. Everything that Miko says, I taught him.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
He said that directly. He said
that directly, verbatim.
Yeah, and he says the only thing we disagree on is nothing. I agree with him on everything he says, and the only difference is I'm a little nicer when I say it. That's what he said.
I'm more nuanced. I nuance my answers a little bit more, but that doesn't mean that you disagree.
Can you just play it like around the 3:30?
We will play it in the 3:30, but just give me a second here because he does answer one more question that I think is relevant.
Sure.
Let me see. I see someone put like 5 comments. Pretty uncontroversial stuff. It isn't controversial in that sense, but I think a lot of us, work with people that are gay. We work with people that are even trans, right? And that's a completely different ballgame because that's sort of...
How is it completely different ballgame? It's literally the same error, just extrapolated out even further. It's the same error.
Trying to say that my personal identity is this, and but we work with these kinds of people, and God has given us a spirit of discernment to discern that there might actually be some well-meaning people here, you know, some well-intentioned people, and they're just trying to live their lives, and
they're just trying to live their lives in a homoromantic relationship and homosexual relationship, Rick. That's all they're doing. They're
Yeah,
just trying to live their
that's
lives.
not what he's talking about in
That
that
is what he's talking about. It's
part.
verbatim. We just heard it.
No.
What?
He just said it.
He
Come
literally
on,
just said it.
man.
Came out of his mouth.
You can't be serious right
The
now.
part about
He
people
said
wanting to live
it.
their lives.
He says our LGBTQ plus colleagues and workplace colleagues, these gay colleagues, trans colleagues, we all work with these kinds of people. First off, I don't know almost any gay people, and I definitely don't know any trans people that I work with. Ever.
In London, there's a bunch.
Okay, so there might be a bunch. Why is he going out of his way to work with these people?
I mean, maybe because he's forced in his
Okay,
job
doesn't mean
place.
you affirm. It doesn't mean you affirm that. Oh man, they're just trying to live life. That's not what they're doing. They are in sin.
Yeah,
They
I don't
are
think
they are
Jerome would
in sin.
agree with that.
just trying to get on with
They're just
reality.
trying to get on with reality.
You know, they're trying to get on with what they think reality is, and it's hard for them. You know, it's really difficult for them, and so, of course, given the difficulty, the church has to respond to those sensibilities. It's actually the reason why we take so long to respond to Arianism and things, because we're affecting real parishioners' lives who were very connected to their bishops and their priests. And if their bishops and priests are believing this, you know, they don't want to go away. It's actually similar to the way that we talk about, you know, the penal substitutionary folk today. Like, we have so many people that.
So he admits we just are being nuanced because we have to be careful about how we word it because some people came into the church for the wrong reasons. The right reasons is my reasons, of course, as Jerome will basically say going forward. And then he goes on to call Perry Robinson a pseudo-academic, you know, playing as an academic, as he says. Funny enough, you know, Perry has way more credentials in academia than Jerome does. So I'm not exactly sure why he brings that up. So we're going to bring this up. We're going back to
right. It is, and that's the same way that potentially some theologians in the modern day, especially in America, want to view certain homoromantic relationships, which is why I don't think the term homosexual relationships actually encapsulates what the church is permitting. Like, when you see people, you know, gay.
This is why I think
the church.
He's like, this is why I don't think homosexual encapsulates what the church is teaching on this issue. So the church is teaching what?
So
Homoromantic is subrogatory and not necessarily always prohibited.
Can I respond to this?
Go ahead.
So you do know that in America there are like gay people going to like Orthodox churches.
And
like
if they're actively in a gay lifestyle, they should repent and be refused communion until they repent of that behavior.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but like from the outside, you know, there's people that see this, right, and they ask, so if there's people that go to like, I mean, we can use El Pidophoros, who baptized the child.
He baptized a child of a Roman, and he was, by the way, he was universally excoriated even by his own church for that. So that's not even that you can't even use that as an argument.
Discipline for that, yeah.
He was disciplined.
So it's obviously it's incorrect.
So, okay, but there's the context of people that don't know that this happened. They only saw this picture.
Okay, so then the context is you answer and say, yeah, he was punished for that. He's not allowed to do that. You're not supposed to affirm gay relationships on any level.
An example. I'm just
okay.
Please, like, just like try to like let me make my point.
What's the point?
Like, if people lack information, right, and they see this from the outside, there's a bishop that allows or like that doesn't have like an issue with gay parishioners, then does that mean that the church allows homosexual relationships? No. But why are these people still, presenting themselves in this way? And this is the argument that the theologians he's referring to make, that they are homoromantic but not homosexual. That's where the
Yes, and then he
distinction.
goes on. What does he say earlier? He says earlier, we have to be brave to hold to this issue. He's talking in the plural. When he's talking about these academics that you're referring to, he uses the term we. Rightly.
I don't remember
Those
that.
terms, what do you mean, dude? We covered this together.
We
We
just showed
emphasize
it.
each time we emphasize when he used the words rightly, we. We, the Orthodox Church, must be brave.
Yeah, in that part, yeah, I do remember that one.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about
That's a corporate word. If he was saying, if he said this, then you'd have an argument. These academic theologians will make this argument. He doesn't do that.
He doesn't do that. He agrees with them.
No, he doesn't.
Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he'll claim he doesn't. But at the end of the day, there's
why would you say we need
there's
to be
two
brave
options. If he
about
doesn't
it?
agree, with it, or maybe he's like trying to soften the language of these things, who knows what he's like, maybe he has a more nuanced position or something like that, whatever the hell that means. Let's say there's a third option. Let's say he is completely and totally vindicated. That's not what he meant. The full context comes out. He releases the full transcript and he says, this is not, see, you guys are a joke. You guys condemned me even though it wasn't true. You know what I would say? I would say, okay, I got it wrong. But here's the problem. If you're getting something as simple as this wrong, you're sowing this much confusion over your stupidity to comment on these kinds of things, maybe you should shut up. Maybe Siiig should shut the hell up and stop talking when he's only a 2-year baptized Orthodox Christian. You think that's a reasonable thing to ask, Rick?
You're deceiving people.
I don't watch much YouTube, but I understand why.
Okay, so you can't answer the freaking question. Get out of here, Rick.
I'm
you can't answer the question. I don't watch much YouTube. How is that in response to what I just asked? I asked a yes or no question. Is it reasonable to ask for Siiig, who is a neophyte, brand new neophyte into the church, barely 2 years in, to maybe not speak when he's putting his foot in his mouth and embarrassing himself, assuming
I'm not even going to give him. I don't look. There's no way to convince me that when he says we should be proud and be more clear that we see a huge difference between homoromantic and homoerotic. I'm like, no, we don't. We don't need to be more proud of that. What are you talking about? We need to be more clear. That's all wrong.
You think can't do it with these people anymore. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't stand them. They don't engage in good faith. When I ask him a straight up question, he tries to nuance it even more. Well, that's not exactly what Siig's trying to say. He's trying to say
that's what they're trying to do.
Rich says here, even trying to be charitable, I'm a few years shy of twice Siig's age, and will eternally degree mock him. I've never presumed to speak for the church like this. He seems to seek his own discord sect.
Yeah, because he lost a debate to Jay Dyer, and he never recovered.
Well, I don't think Siig's ever debated Jay, but I think the main thing is that a lot of the people that surround themselves with Siiig, like Miko and all these other guys, have confronted Jay and Father Deacon Ananias and Father Stephen DeYoung and all these guys, and they've gone completely mogged, and they laugh at him and say, that's not what we teach. And then they go to Siiig, crawling to Siiig and say, Siiig, they're big mean to me. They big mean. And this is why Siiig won't come out and condemn his buddy Ananda. Why has he not come out and said, Ananda was absolutely wrong for this, and I condemn every aspect of this? Why hasn't he done that? It's been out for a while now. It's been a couple days since Cleve did that stream with Alex where they saw Ananda say those things about monarchical Trinitarianism. You haven't seen Siiig provide a clarification. You haven't seen Siiig address it.
No.
And even if Siiig says, yeah, he's totally wrong, why wouldn't he do it right? Why didn't he do it 2 weeks ago when they had this conversation at Speaker's Corner and say, no, what are you talking about, Ananda? That's not our position.
Yeah, again, Bidda, by the way, means innovation or heresy, effectively. Because all innovation is heresy in Islam. Just for those of you who are not
Blue Skittle, actually,
aware.
Blue Skittle confirmed something. He was a catechumen during Pascha 2025. There you go. He's not even a year into it. He's not even a year into it.
And look at how he views his academic training. He brags about it and says that other people don't get him because if they're not academics like him, if they were academics, they would totally understand this. Like, oh, so it's just prelest then?
Well, here's the thing, Cora. Coromine, I'm sure that it irks them that Father Stephen has no social media. The thing is, they could. Father Stephen has been regular guest for multi-hour streams on Alex Soren's channel, answering every question that's under the sun. You get actually unhinged weirdos that call into Alex's stream. Father Stephen has been there answering those things. And you want to know what has never happened? You know what's never happened? None of them have called in except for one person, Pope St. Leo the Great, student. That student guy that was a uniate. And he got so mobbed.
He got so mobbed. He literally crashed out. It was awesome.
It was weeks. He was crashing out about weeks. And by the way, all of that guy's buddies, which are the Latinizers, were going around and slandering Father Stephen, saying Father Stephen's not a serious person, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. We broke down this word by word, and we explained how he goes from saying, this is what the LGBTQ plus people say. And he says, they rightly make this distinction. And then he says, we, the Orthodox Church, need to be brave. Bullshit. Sorry,
No.
Rick. I have no patience for you dancing around. And he's done this for years, by the way. Rick's danced around these freaking issues for years. When I asked him about the church services that say explicitly that unbaptized infants are in paradise, which are miscarried infants, he just him and hawed about it. He would not give us a distinct answer. I said, have you ever attended the baptismal service for infants? Have you ever attended the funeral service for infants or for miscarried infants? And he said no. And I said, okay, well, if you had attended that, they explicitly leave out the portion where they're being remitted for sins.
Yeah.
They specifically leave that out. And I've had numerous clergy and priests confirm that.
Imagine wanting to believe that a child whose only experience in this world was fear and pain and suffering,
all they do is giggle,
is burning in hell because you decided so. I
haven't heard his response yet. Let me see. I can maybe pull it up. He had a stream.
By the way, Coromine, I put a thing in the chat. If you feel comfortable, send me something on X. If you want Warhammer miniatures, I have a charity group that my buddies all do, where we all have a bunch of extra miniatures and we give them to school kids. So if you're young and you don't have any money and you're broke and your dad won't buy you miniatures, just tell me what army you like and we'll see if I can get you some stuff to send you.
Let's see. He said, all I see here is 3 hours ago he had a 2nd century discovery about icons and saints blew our minds. Maybe he covers that at the very beginning.
Wait, he again, even if he responds, I just don't care because he's a liar. He won't, like, you know how hard it is? Like I just want this chat to acknowledge something. You say whatever you like about me. Have I ever said anything and not unequivocally confirmed what I said and bounced around? Well, I said they weren't people. What I really meant was like, no, I hate communists. That's what I mean. I'll confess to my
Well, here's the one. Let's see here. It's the end of today's stream. The one with Michael Garton. So we'll go maybe until Michael gets off of stream.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, who was it asked about Warhammer miniatures? Was it my dad? Wait, Father Stephen's wife. She calls him the Antichrist. She said it. Don't feed these people. They're going to quote you now. Mrs. DeYoung. They're going to quote you. And they're going to say, see, he's the Antichrist. He doesn't even take out the trash like his wife says. And they're going to complain about gender equality and stuff like that. We've made it. We've made it. We're just waiting for Rachel Wilson to show up next, and then we finally made it. As I fight this Honda.
Okay, so I don't know. He doesn't really. He's not like he's just chatting with his chat, and again, I just don't believe him.
But I mean, I don't care either. You don't want me. I don't care what these turds say about me. They're scum of the earth, and like I said, like I would dislike them on principle just for how they speak about clergy, but then they also have stupid ideas and they're wrong about it. It's like it's not hard to figure out, like, to have some deference for people. It's like I even joked about this one time. I said, like, my mother's wrong about some things, but if my mother corrects me, I take her words.
Let's just. I mean, this is the end of Michael Garn's stream. Let's see.
You've been in the stream 5 minutes, mate. You've only been in the stream 5 minutes.
I do want to point out that he does hang out with all of the Islamananity people, God Logic, Veritas, all of these guys that go to Speaker Corner. You know, and that suggests to me like he probably is friends with them, which is fine. Be friends with someone, but at some level, you have to stop just doing the just basic Christianity is what I'm defending. You gotta eventually.
I will publicly debate Father Dr. Stephen DeYoung on is Warhammer based.
Is Bro in his daughter's room? Jerome asked questions. I wanted to give him his presentation.
I will donate miniatures to you, even though you have a husband, just to rub it in his face.
Cool guy. Love
I will send you a Sisters of Battle. It'll be great. He'll get into it. It's called Plastic Crack for a reason.
Yeah, we'll get
that's what we call it. Sorry.
Tomorrow we'll nerd out a little bit about that stuff when we go. I should be still good to go for tomorrow, so I haven't nothing has come up with the family, so so hopefully guys keep that on your peripheral.
I am the big main ortho bro, and I don't care because I have no, because like I said, I understand it's parasocial. I understand we're on the internet, but like Nikolai is my friend. I've never had to meet him in person. He's still my friend. If you say something rude about Nikolai, I don't care that you're on Facebook. I will still tell you to watch your mouth and be respectful, because I mean I even so these people are all turds.
Go to hour 20 minute. Hour 20.
Thanks. Are you just trying to badmouth your? My ex-wife used to dig through every present I gave her, and she'd find out where I got it on sale.
We're gonna play. So apparently, hour 20, he addresses it. Now, let's say he backtracks. Let's say he backtracks on all of this. My position still holds true that even if he backtracks and denounces and says no, I don't affirm any of this stuff, blah 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 blah, he should shut up then, because he's embarrassed everybody as a result, because he's so loose with his terminology and his tongues, and he's thinking too much, and he's freaking embarrassing everybody with this. Listen, I get things wrong, but if I get things wrong, I'm going to correct it.
I take the faith very seriously.
If you have any more questions, you can join the server as well, and then people can have those questions.
You can join the server. Join my server, and that's the only way you can ask questions.
Questions as well. Gonna read the super chat quickly before I invite the next person up, so don't worry, we see your invites. If you want to join up, I'll make a stream. I got a StreamYard link as well, so if you want to join up as well, you can join up on the StreamYard on the screen, and it says Steph the Rich Kid with 5. Thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate it. Steph the Rich Kid said influencing his historical understanding. So the church did come to the conclusion that Eusebius seems to do that, but Eusebius isn't seen as a saint in the church in that way. He's seen as a very valuable ecclesiastical writer, a good historian, but ultimately too cautious on certain issues. Anthony Swampman with a 10. Oh my gosh, with a 10. He says, Christ is in our midst. He is indeed. Jerome, your thoughts on monarchical Trinitarianism? I elaborated on it in the Discord with some, but it would be good to hear it from you for the rest. I've done streams with Dr. Bo Brunson, for example, on monarchical Trinitarianism. I also did one with Chris Tweet on divine simplicity and the Trinity there as well. So, yeah, I mean, the monarchy of the Father is just something clear. I'm not going to lie to you. The monarchy of the Father is an Orthodox doctrine. It is one of the ways of articulating the Trinity as well.
It's one of the ways? No, it is the way.
The way. It's the Orthodox way!
Good Lord. Good Lord. See how it's even in this answer where he's being more clear than he normally would? It's still like, it's one of the ways. No, it is the way.
You know what I'm gonna
the
do?
Monarchical Trinitarianism is what the church has adopted as the form in which we understand the Trinity, period. Sorry, Anthony,
I could also, Mr. Young, debate him on should you let your wife play Warhammer 40,000.
You know, talking about the father sort of as the
monarch.
He
just crushes me.
In many passages in the liturgical life of the church, we principally refer to God as the Father. You know, together with your Son and your all holy, good, and life-creating Spirit, now and forever, to the ages of ages. Amen. That said, nominally, we also call the Son God. We also call the Holy Spirit God as well, like as a name.
Okay, so my position still stands on Siiig. He was standing right there, didn't issue a correction with Ananda, and I even said this from the very beginning. Even if he holds to monarchical Trinitarianism, it's kind of not relevant.
Yeah.
Why is he going there with people that are heretics who are expressing a heretical version of the Trinity, and he's not sitting there correcting them, and who are causing confusion for this Muslim. It's insane. It's just
That's a
just
lot
like
of prostrations, Justin. Sorry.
So our 29-minute mark.
Love you guys, a legend. I'm supposed to believe a little legend. Go home. Just clarify what homo-romantic means, because it sounds like you okay with everything except butt stuff. Like they kiss, hold hands and stuff. I've never said that's okay. No. No.
Okay, so
homo-romantic refers to, and this is how certain people in the LGBTQIA+ community try to refer to. It
Stop.
refers to relationships that.
Why does he
yeah,
keep
the
saying
guy's
it like that, dude?
yeah, there's no way he doesn't talk about this stuff in college a lot. There, like, no one says it that confidently without having used it a lot. Just saying. Bro, imagine having to clarify your position on gay stuff. Laugh out loud. We're not confusing catechumens. Exactly, Mello. Exactly.
That people believe can take place. Relationships where the two people are, let's say they're gay, but they don't do any particular actions of intercourse.
So
that's what we said.
That's what we said. We were right.
We were right. He doesn't.
It sounded like you were okay with everything but butt stuff. No, I'm not. But also I am. Huh?
Well, he says no, they can't kiss and hold hands and stuff, but they can be in a relationship. Well, then what is the relationship? It's just two bros hanging out.
So much and nothing comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, so far, dude, Anthony, I don't know what like. He goes over the gay thing, okay. So far, he's just admitting the criticism that we've had.
Yeah.
Such a loaded answer too. Says up cardio, yeah.
And what some people try to do is they try to say, oh, well, what's the problem with that? And the reason why is because they try to compare it to heterosexual, or rather hetero-romantic relationships.
So his criticism is not that there are people that do hetero-romantic relationship stuff. His criticism is that they try and use that to smuggle in heterosexual stuff. But he still says that hetero-romantic is totally fine still. That's still what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, distinction
For
without
example,
a difference.
St. Iakophos of Evia's mum and dad, they stopped having a sexual relationship.
That's normal. I don't know, like, I know it might blow your mind, but as you get older, you're not able to really physically do it. And so some people just kind of like, we're old now. I'm not going to do it anymore. Do you think, like, so crazy.
Purely hetero-romantic. And that was a beautiful, blessed relationship by God.
So a beautiful, blessed relationship, hetero-romantic.
God, right?
And then he's
and they say, well, if they can do it, then why can't we? We're like, what? No, dude. And the reason that I give is specifically a different argument that you would give for homosexuality, in which the church responds and says that the actual romantic relationships that we have should mirror the sexual relationships and context that we have. So to be clear, I stand with the church. The church does not approve of homo-romantic relationships because it doesn't map onto the orthodox ideal of the family. Thank you so much for the question.
Okay,
but
so he does clarify now.
Yeah, that's technically a clarification, but it still doesn't address what we're saying is you're being purposefully difficult. You're literally saying, just say, what do you mean by that?
Subrogatory. He can't get around the fact that he called it subrogatory.
No, that's what we were complaining about.
I said this from the very beginning. I said this with Rick too. Even if we grant everything and say that he was just totally mistaken, he was sleepy, he was groggy, and he was speaking out of turn, and he made it out to like it was completely out of context. Even if we accepted that, he has caused mass confusion. Stop teaching. You're an idiot. You don't know how to speak. Like you over academicize everything to the point you sow confusion amongst the laity.
Yeah.
There's a reason that no one would accuse. Okay, I just want to point this out. Yeah. No one would accuse Orthodox Shahada, Kai, one of our smartest anti-Muslim apologists. No one would accuse Kai of being stupid or not being able to understand words. or being confused easily. No one would. Shai is one of our best thinkers on this issue. And he even was looking at this going, what the crap?
What are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about, dude? And that's because he is irresponsible in the way that he engages in this material.
Yeah. That's the point I made from the beginning. Is like, not everyone's meant to teach. And when you have a room temperature IQ and you're trying to, and this is a pretty common issue with people who are dumb, who are trying to sound smart. They just talk a lot and they don't say anything. Like, if you've ever dealt with someone who's really dumb and they're educated, they'll just yammer, and you just sit there looking at them and you're like, you've been talking for 15 minutes.
And this is the big one right here. Yeah, and see, here someone says, he never said the church allowed homo relationships. He never claimed that Theotokos was in a romantic or erotic relationship. I was in the space live, so I know firsthand this is actual slander. Repent for asking for forgiveness for your brother in Christ. No, you don't get to demand somebody has to repent.
Who said this?
That's not
unironically? Oh, I thought someone in our chat. I was about to say ban them.
You don't get to do that. No. If this guy is causing confusion from his words, it's because of Siig's. Siig's fault.
Thank you, Mrs. DeYoung, because I thought it's a weird LGBTQIA plus conspiracy thing that like a made up word.
Who said that? Who's
core of mine is Mrs. Stephen DeYoung. That's his wife.
Apparently. Oh, really?
Yeah. So we're gonna have to smuggle her.
Is she in the chat or?
Yeah, and we're gonna have to smuggle Warhammer miniatures to her. She says she's behind enemy lines because her husband is a swamp German, and he doesn't let her buy Warhammer.
Oh well, Miss DeYoung, thank you for being Mrs. DeYoung, sorry, Mrs. DeYoung. Thank you for being in the chat. Now I don't know what Antioch calls the wife of a priest in the Russian tradition, which I am under. It's babushka. Matryoshka, I should say Matryoshka, sorry. But I don't know about Antioch, so, but, well, thank you for being in the chat, but I still think, and I just want to emphasize this, even if he clarifies this, Anthony, it doesn't do him any good, because he's going around and spreading these falsehoods.
Yeah.
He's going around and he's trying to, he's sowing confusion. So even if he says, listen, I like, it came across that way.
I'm from Alsace.
I don't approve any homosexual relationships. I was merely trying to say that this is a steelman. Let's grant him that. Why are you talking, dude? You clearly are not good enough at explicating these issues to be able to not cause confusion. This is the same thing you do with PSA. He obfuscates endlessly.
Yeah, because again, let's look at Father Dr. Stephen DeYoung as a good example, and Alex Storm, both of which are very intelligent and very articulate. Look at how much they say versus how much they actually say.
Or as my mom called me, Korean. Are you Korean on our
Korean Tricia? That's funny.
Koreans,
my mother's Tricia too.
Koreans are very funny in that they have their own words for all this stuff. First was PSA, now it's this gay nonsense. Well, I don't. Again, if we take what he said at face value, which is I reject that stuff. That's not what I was trying to argue for. Let's take it at face value. Fine. You're causing confusion, dude.
Yep.
You need to stop.
Yep.
You need to stop. This is exactly what Father Stephen DeYoung said to all of the Latinizers before. You need to stop. You need to go and tell your bishop that you're teaching without a blessing, and you need to go and receive penance, right?
And I want to point this out again. Like, people always say, "What about your priest? What about your bishop?" Okay, Nikolai and I say all the time, go talk to your priest and your bishop, and if they tell you that I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah.
Please, because if I'm wrong, I want to be corrected.
And by the way, guys, I want to point out. Okay, I'm going to show this. I won't show the chats because there's private things that we discuss in there, but I will show you. I have two clergy who I confess to, some because it depends on which church I can make it to that Sunday, but for the most part, I'm going to the same church. Let's go right. No, that's not it.
Yeah, telling that guy to repent, and he outright told him. But Father Stephen DeYoung isn't like a beta male, so he's actually capable of being like assertive and stuff. And again, he's swamp German, so they don't have feelings. So like,
Father Paul Che. he regularly sends gifts to us and my daughter, and Father Paul Kahn. Okay, I also have the direct email and phone number of our bishop, who I talk to regularly. Okay, I confess to regularly, by the way, too. So, which is an immense blessing for me. So, my bishops and my clergy don't really want to deal with a bunch of schizo English-speaking dorks who are Latinizers. So I'm not going to leak their contact information, but you're more than welcome to contact them. They'll message me and say, "Is this true?" And I'll say, "Nope." And I'll say, "Nope, they're completely wrong, and this is what I believe." And they'll say, "Oh, okay, that's what we taught you." That's
Like
what we taught you.
Just so you know, Miss Young, we know you're hidden behind enemy lines. You're stuck with a swamp German. We'll send you Warhammer miniatures by plane. By plane. Listen, I've dealt with the Dutch before. Do you know what my buddy I served with was he's from Zealand, I think. And I remember when we were over, his name was Max, of all things, oddly. He told me at one time he'd never seen Pocahontas.
Well, Anthony, but you're not going around teaching people. Like, I understand, like, you want to be nice to Siiig. He's not even been a year, guys. He was baptized in Pascha of 2025. Pascha of 2025, he was still a catechumen. That is not somebody who should be going around teaching anybody.
No.
That's the problem. That is the problem.
That's what I'm saying, Vulpes. I call it plastic crack for a reason. Vulpes, I have countless armies that I bought when I was in in the military, because when people get out, they don't want to pack their stuff. So I give them like $100 to get this massive army. So I give it away to kids who are in school who don't have any money to play Warhammer.
You're getting them addicted on plastic crack? Is that what you're
plastic
telling me?
Crack, yes. I'm trying to push. I have Sisters of Battle of Miniatures I got for very cheap, and I'm trying to push them on Mrs. DeYoung so that she can then get addicted to it and then force her husband into it. Hear me out.
So I will say this. Of all the hobbies that I would love a kid to get into, besides working out, which every young man should be working out in the gym. Every young man. I don't care how old you are. If you're hitting puberty, you should be in the gym. Period. Before puberty, don't listen to people that are unless you're a chubby boy. If you're a chubby boy, then maybe you need to walk a little bit more.
But even then, if you're chubby, you might be about to get tall. Happens to a lot.
Yeah, that's true too. Your body might be getting you ready for that. But that being said, you should work out. But the other thing is one of the best hobbies ever that you can get into that is basically completely like innocent in a sense. Like obviously there's some brutal things in Warhammer lore, but like if you're just painting miniatures and you're having a good time and you're going and playing some Warhammer games with your buddies, I'm not worried about you. You know, like if I'm a parent, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, thank God.
So what I like about
that, you know,
is once you get the hang of it, you get good at modeling, and you get good at like putting models together, miniatures, and doing all this stuff, and you're painting it. And it's a very good, like I got into it after I was already into Warhammer, but I got deep into it after I was in the Osprey crash, and it was very helpful for me. So I always recommend it.
Like therapeutic, the painting is therapeutic.
It's good for kids, and like I said, like I always have extra miniatures around because I just bought them all. So why is he doing this? I feel like Cleve is the exception, being new orthodoxy in teaching. The thing is, Cleve always teaches. Yeah, with the priest or person has. Sorry, let me finish reading what you said before I respond. Yeah, he always has a person there. He's very respectful to his spiritual father. He'll go after people.
Cleve has had what 30 plus different clergy and bishops on his channel, and he's asked them over and over again clarifying questions about theology, and every single one of them have said over and over and over again, we don't teach PSA, we don't teach inherited guilt, we don't teach any of this BS. Okay. Like it's like we just gotta stop.
Magic the Gathering is gay.
See, now that I know
Warhammer's cool.
That I know Matushka Cora has been in, I don't know her actual forename, in Father Stephen DeYoung's wife, but now that I have her, now I feel bad about my sailor's tongue. Now I have
Me too.
I feel bad about my sailor's tongue. It's our military background. Forgive us.
just call her Frau de Young. Frau de Young works fine. I don't know what it is. I almost did it.
Awesome.
In fairness, I was actively reading it while I was responding. I had a guttural reaction because like people do this with Cleve. I said that's not fair to him because you're lying, right? Not you, Blake, but people lie and say, well, he's teaching. I'm like, he cares about people's souls. And I will say,
I just want to point out real quick, Timothy. Sorry, he could have easily seen the blowback from all of this stuff, and he could have just clarified on stream, no, of course not. Of course I don't believe that. What? No. Like, he could have seen all the blowback and just been lying. Again, I don't have much faith in Siiig because I've talked to him on the phone, and he has said that he doesn't need to be held accountable by any priest. I've asked him, who is his priest and bishop? Do they agree with you? And you know what he said? I don't have to be in submission to my priest and bishop. I just need to be fealty to the church fathers, is what he said. Fealty to the church fathers. Fealty to the saints. That's what he said.
That would be like saying, imagine if I said, I don't have to follow my king's commands. I follow the first emperor's commands.
Our nephew tried to get us to Magic. Magic Gathering is way too
gay.
woke.
It's gay.
Way
it's
too
gay.
woke. It's gay.
But like I said, okay, that's good to know. We still feel bad. I don't feel it's appropriate, but I will say, like I said, I can smuggle you the plastic crack. I will send it to the church I know he works at. It'll just say Frau de Young on it. It'll just be a bunch of
Frau de Young.
Be ready. It's gonna happen. So just be ready. And you can. I'll send something for him too. Tell me what army he wants.
I do want to go over this real quick though, because this is the response that Shahada is. There's nothing to steal, man. He just needs to state that the church prohibits all types of homo relationships. Instead, he legitimizes segmenting homoromantic and homoerotic as different categories. He says that Theotokos and Joseph were in a romantic relationship. He explicitly says, and you can hear it clearly in the audio recording, you're denying something that the whole world can hear and see it clearly state, and what is he said is false. You keep defending someone who's openly scandalizing the church. Again, even if he misspoke or there was missing context, he's still scandalizing people because he's not careful with his language by just saying, we don't approve of any of this. Some of these people make this argument, and this is why they're wrong. Instead, he was this meandering nonsense. Like, this is exactly what causes confusion. This is why you have authority figures over you to say, dude, you need to clarify now. If his priest and bishop were aware of his activities and aware of his commentary and aware of his streams where he has a Discord and he's teaching people this kind of crap, they would say, whoa, what are you doing? This is you're way causing confusion. You're overcomplicating this. This is what the church teaches.
I will say, when speaking to them, of course, Cookie was asking about, is it acceptable to refer to priest as sir? It's like, well, father is the correct address. Like, bishops is your grace. You could go deeper into that, but I don't want to get into like nerdy understanding of like the nerdy stuff that I know a lot about. But suffice to say, okay, sir is not what you should call him, but it's like a doctor. If you told your doctor, yes, sir, he's not going to freak out at you because it's technically he's a doctor. You should still refer to him as a doctor, right? But sir is usually a good catch-all. If you say yes, sir, I don't think any priest is going to be like, how dare you say sir instead of father. It's just father is what you're supposed to address them as. Just like you're supposed to address your father as father or dad or whatever, but if you call him yes, sir, no father's going to be like, how dare you? You know, does that make sense? Yes. In general, I always aim high. It's a personal preference of mine. If you can be told that you're being too formal, it's not good to be less formal than you need to be. If that makes sense. So, Frau de Young, we're still waiting. You have to pick an army for your husband. I'm sending it. It's inevitable. The whole church is going to know.
No. We need to. We just need. What we need to do is we need to decide what Father Stephen DeYoung's army is. And
I feel like he should be an orc player, but
there's a level of absurdity about orcs that I think he would find amusing.
Yeah.
But I also think he feels like kind of like a min-maxer, so he might go Tau.
No, do not. I ban Nikolai from the chat right now. Everyone, I want to vote. Let's all vote to kick him. How dare he suggest that? Wow. I would say like that, or like even something cool. Like what I thought would be cool is you take like a chaplain and paint it. You got Chaplain de Young right there.
So again, even if so, I just want to wrap it up with this thought real quick. Even if it was taken completely out of context, he's not doing anybody any good by continuing to expound on these things when he is not in any position to be talking about these things. He is 1 year into his baptism, guys. 1 year, and he's 21. So you combine that with the immaturity of being 21 or 22, whichever one he is, along with the fact that he's been baptized less than a year.
Father, I need a cookie is correct.
And all of these other things. I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't think it's good. I think it is a bad thing for him to be doing. And frankly, I don't think he does really any good doing apologetics anyways. He's on TikTok. TikTok is full of the lowest tier gobs slop that
He's
you'll
a
ever see in your
monarch,
life.
Blake, not a dictator.
Okay.
He's Tsar Nicholas
It's
of
not got,
Nikolai in Korea. He's
That's
currently
true.
exiled in Korea, like
That's true.
many monarchs actually were. Just like Puyi was exiled in Manchuria and protected by the Japanese. Fun fact.
Well, the Korean monarch, what happened to him was a tragedy.
Yeah,
Absolute
it was
tragedy.
awful. How honest to God, just sincerely, people always like, what's the biggest mistake that like happened in World War II? I'm like, the treatment of like Korea was really bad. I said Japan kind of positioned itself as this, look, I'm better than the Europeans, but was way worse. Like way worse. It's like if you were nice to Korea, they could have actually positioned themselves as like a hegemon in Asia in a positive way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they treated the Koreans so poorly. It was awful.
So, but at the end of the day, I just want to point out this. Even if we were to grant, and this is where we'll leave it because I got to get going. Even if we were to grant everything, and by the way, we want to appreciate everybody who's come in. A reminder, guys, tomorrow, assuming nothing happens, tomorrow it will be, or tomorrow for me, this evening for you guys, or what day is it today? I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is Friday evening PST, we're going to be doing our first session of the Warhammer Fantasy TTRPG. It'll be a lot of fun. You guys can come in, chit chat, send super chats, do whatever you guys want to do. Whatever you guys want to do.
There is an invite. So if everyone wants to join in, or Friday Young wants to be the only female allowed in the group, no girls allowed. Sorry, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Always free to join in. I need a cookie. I just called the priest's father.
We obviously have a semi kind of loose cap, right? We have a loose
obviously
cap.
within reason. Yeah, of course, guys.
We can have like 80 people, but we can definitely, if it's that popular, I mean, my goodness, if it's that popular and everyone wants to pay a couple bucks to come in, we can do a couple streams a week. You know, like we can afford it then, right? Like people are
I could take a day off or something and do it.
Nikolai we need a long stream. Dude, this is already long for me. This is 4 hours. What are you talking
about? It's not
about?
long enough, dude. What are you talking about? This is why you're the reason why Father Dr. Stephen DeYoung doesn't join our streams. It's your fault because he's like, Nikolai couldn't handle it. He couldn't.
Yeah,
he'd have to go to sleep.
Nice. You would just mock me as being a young man the whole time. You'd just be like, you look like you're 12.
Terrible. It's just us crying.
What was the last thing? The last time I was on stream with him, he said that I was Benjamin Button, but in reverse. Like, or he's like, no, I'm just Benjamin Button, and I'm like aging in reverse. And I was like, oh man, he's got a sharp tongue there. No, it's fine. It's fine because I'm used to it. But even if this, let's say, okay, guys, I just want to point this out. Even if this is out of context, completely out of context, everything Siiig totally disavows, he still's got this. He still's got this to deal with, which is he supports everything that Miko is saying, and he said that he teaches everything. He admits that he taught Miko the Latinizer theology. Miko, when she wags her tail and when she tilts her head and wags her tail, that guy who says Christ can be said to be damned in that that the punishment on the cross due to the damned, that Christ's punishment was the punishment due to the damned. So Christ was damned in our place. That is the punishment. It can be said that he was damned. Okay? Miko, who says, when I say that man is guilty, though, or of original sin, this guy doesn't know how to type at all. As the I specifically understand, that to signify the fact that without the intervention of the grace of God, man naturally merits all the punishments Adam received for his personal sin, including eternal death. Eternal death is not the same thing as damnation, dude.
No.
No one is damned yet. Not even Adam and Eve were never damned. Ever. Period. Never. They died. They weren't damned. Right? The final judgment is when people are eternally separated from God. Adam received for his personal sins, including eternal death, on account of the sinful estate in which he was conceived in. So it's not estate, the sinful state, not estate. I don't know what he means by estate. With a fixity of the will towards evil and an unregenerate soul deprived of divine grace.
Yes, that's indeed how swamp Germans are. I made this joke earlier, but I had a friend of mine who was in the Dutch Marines, and he told me
trust me,
once.
I just want to point out,
We're all military guys here,
I
so
am
we're
not.
used to that.
We're military, and two, I grew up with my father. My father and all of his buddies would come over and play Hammerschlagen. I don't know if you know. Do you know Hammerschlagen?
I do not actually know Hammerschlagen.
It's the Swedish term for the game where you put you nail in nails just like maybe about that much into a piece of wood.
Oh yeah, I know what that you're talking about then.
And then you take the hammer and it's flush, and then you lift it up and smack it down. Hammerschlagen. And we would just sit around a bonfire. We'd sit around a bonfire playing Hammerschlagen and drinking beers, and they would just roast us kids. And of course, my dad would always like sneak me a couple beers when I was like 16, 17. He'd be like, "Oh, you're old enough for a beer." He's like, that's part of the reason why I never had a problem with alcohol when I turned 21, because my parents were letting me drink like supervised since I was very young, since I was like 15. My parents would let me have a glass of wine. They would let me have a beer with them. It wouldn't be a lot. They'd have me like one beer, one glass of wine, but it taught me how to appreciate alcohol in a way that was safe and measured and without going crazy. And so when I turned 21, I never had a problem with over drinking or anything like that. So
Miko is a heretic. I mean, again, like I don't. It's enough for me to dislike him how he treats clergy.
Yeah, and again, that's what it comes down to. So
if you were at a bar and he walked up and screamed in Father Stephen DeYoung's face,
let this be my public asterisk right now. Siiig has formally disavowed what he said in the stream or in the.
So he spoke for 10 minutes and said nothing.
Yeah, he spoke for 10 minutes and caused a bunch of confusion for a whole lot of people, and now he's kind of backtracking all of that. Now, some people say, "Oh, it's completely out of context. That's what he meant from the very beginning." Fine, let's grant you that. Then he's an idiot, and he needs to stop speaking.
I'm not going to grant you that. I think he just got busted, and maybe he did get disciplined by a priest, and maybe he was told that, or he knew he would.
No, he knew he would. He needs to stay in the good graces of Orthodox Twitter. He still has a lot of people that are curious. Case of Nikolai in Korea.
Jay always says that people need more discernment, and for those of you who, I'm telling you guys, you need discernment. The moment you hear a person say LGBTQI+ or whatever, you should instantly turn your brain off.
Not that smoothly. Like I try and say it, and I'm just like ITG guys QWX, right?
Imagine if I was someone with the bourgeoisie the whole time. You'd be like, oh, that's a little weird. Why is he saying that word?
Yeah, why? Like if someone constantly uses comrade, hey, my comrade, it's like, unless you're from a very specific background. If you're American, constantly using comrade, I think you probably had at least some political leanings at one point or another. I just wanted Fallout MTG command deck. Father got the Doctor Who one. Ah, okay. Oh, I see MTG. I can't do because of how woke it is. They made Theoden black. Okay, the Lord of the Rings version
with dreads. With dreads, it was so bad, dude.
Dude, they made Theoden black. Here's what they made Aragorn black.
They make Eowyn a white woman though, because of course they do. Of course they did. Oh, can't help it.
But they made Theoden and Aragorn black. I will never forgive them for that. I'm sorry, I just can't. Listen, I get it. If you want diversity in your show and you want or in your game, that's fine. But like when you're making beloved characters and you're doing race swaps, I just like immediately go subversive. No, Anthony, we respect you a lot, man. You've always been a wonderful aspect of this community, and we gotta love you. So I spent too much time correcting people on Monarch because of Ananda. And well, Ananda is a big problem. And if Siiig will not come out and say Ananda's wrong, no one should be following him. He needs to Siiig should tell Ananda, you need to delete your channel.
And thank you, Anthony, for pointing that out, because this is the point I'm making. Is I care about people's souls.
Supposedly Ananda is discerning becoming RC. Why are we listening to these people? Why are we
Yeah.
listening to them about
He already
PSA
went
and
to
all
the
this bullshit?
TO. He already went to the TO once. He already apostatized once. It's because he
Well,
does.
they claim he never went all the way there, but I have some people with some inside sources that said he actually did start attending a TO chapel and that he just kind of changed his mind a week or two later. So, yeah, no
Yeah.
offense.
I'll just, my point is, I care about people's souls, and when you're telling new parishioners and new catechumens, oh, you shouldn't listen to priests. This doctor, this priest who's also a doctor, is a heretic and an idiot. It's like, what are you teaching these people? That's not what we teach about our priests.
What Miko said here can be found in countless Orthodox dogmatics, even recent ones.
Name it.
Yeah, tell me, name me who they are without quote mining, please.
Very sad. Again, like I said, because I wouldn't have been Orthodox if I agreed with them. I would have been like, wow, this is awful. Babies go to hell. Wow.
Well, see, you got all of the people defending these guys with reference to inherited guilt and PSA, according to Orthodox Shahada, quote unquote. Orthodoxy, as defined by the Paris school modernists
No,
such as
they should still
Marendorf,
be in.
they're calling Meyendorff and Lofsky modernists. Insane. It is the true, authentic Orthodoxy. It is the true, authentic Orthodoxy. Whereas Orthodoxy defined by patristic consensus, see how they always frame it? They're like, we are with the patristic consensus. We are with the ecumenical council.
They're just as bad as the
You guys are with
anti-Nicene guy. At
it's
least the
so
anti-Nicene guy's honest. He's just crazy. The anti-Nicene guy, the all women should wear burqas guy.
he's suggesting our position is closer to Roman Catholicism and Protestantism. That is
Absurd.
unhinged. It's absurd. You're framing as bad faith as Siiig and Miko. PSA and inherited guilt. This is our buddy Ogre in the chat. Everyone give Ogre a high five there. Inherited guilt is a Roman error, and PSA was invented by Protestants to deny the harrowing of Hades. Furthermore, Siiig literally said J. Dyer invented. He didn't say that. That was Ananda. He just didn't correct Ananda. J. Dyer invented monarchical Trinitarianism. Kind of odd to claim considering the creed.
Again,
Yeah,
bidda means heresy. So you all
Bidda.
understand this. Bidda means
bidda.
innovation. Innovation is heresy in Islam. So you know this.
I don't think Ananda is long for this world in terms of being Orthodox. I think we should pray for him seriously because he's in some serious pre-lust. Serious pre-lust.
And what do you got to do? You got to submit to your priest. And this has been the whole issue the whole time. I understand, like, if you can disagree with your priest, you can talk to your priest about a disagreement you have. You know,
So Anthony confirms he did and left shortly after. Well, that immediately discounts him at ever being an authority to teach anything ever, period, end of story. He should be completely... Any spiritual father that is continuing to allow him to operate on the internet or continue to spread his stuff or continue to operate a Discord cult like he does, anybody who continues to, like, no spiritual father or priest is going to do that after somebody nearly apostatized. They would tell you have to be off the internet and focus on your spiritual life for an extended period of time. There's penance involved in apostasy, dude. Yeah. If you leave to go to a true Orthodox, even if it's for a week, and you say, I'm becoming true Orthodox, and you go to a true Orthodox chapel for a couple weeks,
you go to a service.
1 or 2 weeks, or however, even go to a service, you should be under penance. The only time you should be going to any service that's not Orthodox is if you go to your priest and say, listen, there's a wedding, and my priest and
ask permission.
My sisters, and you ask permission. Mm-hmm. I had to go, I was a cameraman for Kong Min Lee down in Busan. He was going to this big kind of evangelical, like conservative evangelical, like church. He was going to be a speaker, and I was the cameraman. I asked permission to go there first. And they said, hey, are you participating? I'm like, I'm just camera guy. And they're like, okay. I'm filming his speech, and they're like, oh, okay. They didn't care, but you have to do that first. Do you think any of these guys are getting permission ever? No, of course not.
And it's partially, there's a lot of reasons for that, but like one of them is so that you don't deceive the people into thinking you agree with them. And that's
and it's ridiculous. He almost apostatized and proceeded to post a PSA video, which, by the way, they called me a clown for my response on that. Though I think I did make a slip up on one of my words, but who cares? Like, okay, I slipped up. Big deal. You're going to seize on that one thing and not address the whole of the argument? It's ridiculous.
Ananda left to the True Orthodox, but he's back again because he probably realized they're quacks. Those people are nuts.
Well, he also got a lot of flack for it. Like, when that leaked, he was losing a lot of credibility. So I think that's probably why he.
Again, like I got their names reversed on the videos. Like, this stuff always happens. The Monarchy of the Memra said something. Yeah, the same argument I just made. The Latinizers are 1-to-1 with the anti-Nicene guys. Yeah, at least, and this is the point I always make. Unironically, non-denom crazy evangelicals make more sense to me than hardcore Reformed Protestants. Because if you're just going to say the organization of the church doesn't matter, at least go for it. Go all out, right? But if you're going to say like, oh, schism bad, I'm like, you're a Calvinist. You're a schism of a schism.
Anyone who denies the Latin captivity, they're so dumb. They're just dumb. Sola patristica, so true. As a Protestant, I'm appalled at seeing the community that actively translate EO works being called Latinizers. They're using AI. None of them are competent in the relevant fields. Always like your own. Why are you making the comment if you don't like your own comment? Like your own comment, guys. Why would your opinion matter on this topic? If anything, it helps our case in pointing out it as dangerous. 100%, exactly.
We already watched it, Mikey has. And he just says, I said what I said, but I didn't mean it that way, because he's inept and doesn't understand how to speak concisely. Again, can anyone in the chat say, have I ever just said something so unclear that no one understands what I'm saying?
Mike, we saw the clarification, but there's a couple responses that could happen as a result. And you're welcome to call in real quick. Immateriality of the material. What the heck is Felix Papo? What's up?
Felix Popovich?
Papo, I don't know. Felix Papo. Sorry, I might have missed you for a while. You should have commented in the chat.
You have to like your own comment, Silver Ogre.
We can hear you. What's up?
What's up?
What up?
Let me turn down your YouTube channel.
Check the chat.
Okay, I got it.
What's up?
So I believe you guys believe in God, right?
I would hope so.
Indeed. We do.
And what about a physical world? You believe in the physical world?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not Gnostic. We believe in the material.
You believe in the material? Do you have evidence for the material?
Yeah, unless you're going to claim that there's an absurdity for me grabbing this right here. Is this immaterial? This holy myrrh? Is it immaterial?
Well, are you experiencing that?
I would hope so.
Where are you experiencing that?
In the created world?
In the created order.
In your consciousness, right? In your awareness.
Mind, body, soul.
Things exist outside of my consciousness because they exist within God's creation.
Created order. Yeah, the material is not just that which can be physically held. Material is also that which is part of the created order, and the mind is part of the created order.
You cried to Mother Mary on Friday night.
But is this a biblical position, or you have evidence for that?
Well, it's a biblical position.
It's a biblical position, but also my evidence for it is that I'm experiencing it. If you're going to deny the experience of somebody on some level, you do kind of start going up into the realm of absurdity. It's like, well, you're saying, well, how do you have proof of your experience? It's like, well, I am experiencing it, so there is some level of proof. Now, that's not sufficient to prove or ground reason, mind, and other things like that. That's something that Jay Dyer covers. But yeah, what's the broader point that you're trying to get here?
But you agree that thing you were holding in your hand, you experienced it in your immaterial awareness only. You cannot get out of it. You cannot get out of your immaterial awareness to experience it.
It's not immaterial. So again, you're confusing. Listen, the mind is not. We're not Gnostics. We don't believe that the mind is distinct from the body. We don't believe that the body is some like meat flesh bag that doesn't have any like substance to it. It's animated by the soul and by the mind. And
so you think
who you are as a person is intricately connected to your body. This is why in theosis we believe that, as Orthodox Christians, theosis actually transforms and deifies even the flesh. When Christ reincarnates and incarnates, and when he is resurrected from the dead, I got those two words conflated. When he resurrects, his body is deified fully in its fullness of what it's supposed to be. It's not condescended anymore. It is now what a human body is meant to be, which is it can pass through even solid objects. Christ's body could even pass through solid objects, right?
I think the body is physical. I mean, not physical, immaterial, but it's visible. Because I believe that there are visible immaterial things and invisible immaterial things. But I don't think the body is physical as such, because the body is an experience in awareness, in material awareness, and I cannot get out of my awareness to experience the body out of it. It's impossible.
So if somebody doesn't have eyes, if their eyes are plucked out as children, do they not experience what their body looks like just because they don't have eyes? Like do they not have bodies anymore?
Can they hear? Can they feel?
Yeah, but can you hear your body?
What do you mean by experiencing the body?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
Yeah,
You need to I'm sorry. I'm kind of like I'm trying to engage with what you're saying, but it just seems like I don't think you're absorbing what I've said.
No, you said if they have no eyes, if they can feel their body. Is that what you said?
No, my point was to make that even somebody without eyes can still know that they have a body, even if somebody had no senses.
Are you Catholic?
I agree with that. I don't.
If someone is in
that.
a coma, and they are not dead, do they still have bodies?
They do have bodies.
Okay, but you just said the body is not real; it's immaterial.
No, I'm not saying that immaterial is not real, because I believe I have a body that is visible, but it's immaterial.
But why does that matter? What does that do for your theology at all? What does that do for you? What does that accomplish? Even if I were to agree with you that the body is immaterial, what and what about it?
Well, there's no physical existence, and the Bible is open to immaterial reality to be the prime reality, because the Bible doesn't give any metaphysical categories or philosophical categories, so it's open to immateriality.
So the Bible is immaterial now. Okay, so what about that? What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? It means
so what's the consequence of the Bible being immaterial?
There's no consequences. Everything is immaterial.
Okay,
therefore,
let's say everything's immaterial. What's the consequence of that? What does it matter? Why does it matter?
That God is immaterial.
We believe that God is outside of time and space.
We agree that the Father is immaterial, yeah.
It's more consistent with the nature of God and existence that everything is immaterial.
Everything?
Yeah, but you haven't really defined what is immaterial and material. In order for someone to define something as immaterial, there has to be an opposite of it. Otherwise you'll just say that everything is immaterial. You're just kind of restating, if everything's immaterial, then there's nothing that is material, and therefore material has no meaning and immaterial has no meaning. The immaterial is simply just being. It is just being.
It's being, exactly, and it has no extension in space or time. It's beyond space.
So you're telling me that I don't experience space?
No, you experience space, but immaterially.
Like Ministry's Bible study.
All right.
But immaterially, you experience the objective world, but immaterially.
Pastor Mike in here to help us.
Hey, Felix, you seem like a really nice guy, but I don't see what this has to do with really anything. What is the consequence of any of this? Become Orthodox Christian. Experience the divine liturgy.
Yes.
Conform yourself to God.
I am
Be
a
deified
Christian.
in Him.
I am a Christian.
No,
Are you
with an
Orthodox
Orthodox
Christian?
What's the difference?
Orthodox Christian is the church established by Christ, who has maintained the traditions of His and His apostles.
Even to this day. Even our enemies say that.
And
They say we're too rigid.
And what evidence you have for that?
History, continuity, and consistency and coherency.
Okay, but where is the evidence for that?
Well, we can look at what the early church fathers believed and see that there is a continuity in belief. We can see what the church has practiced and see that it's coherent and that it comports with that which we experience in the created order. And there is consistency in that it's internally consistent. It doesn't contradict itself.
And how long have you been an Orthodox Christian?
I converted. I began the process of becoming one about 9 years ago. I've been formally baptized for about 6 years.
And before that, you were what?
Reformed, evangelical background, Calvinist.
And you notice a difference?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
In what sense?
Well, Calvinists don't have a coherent understanding of anthropology. They don't have a coherent understanding of sin and the fall. They don't have a coherent understanding of atonement, and they don't have a coherent understanding of human anthropology.
Do you believe in sola scriptura?
No, we don't believe in sola scriptura. The Orthodox Church believes in apostolic succession and the teachings of the church passed down through the generations through word of mouth and written word. The written word would be the scriptures, and that would the oral teachings or the teachings of the church, the economy of the church, would be that which is passed down from the ecumenical councils and holy synods.
So are you an apologist for the church?
I wouldn't call myself an apologist for the church, but I would just say that I'm an Orthodox Christian whose worldview is informed by my faith, and I will talk about my faith. But being an apologist means that I'm formally representing the church on its behalf. I am not a formal representative of the church.
So, are you mystical?
The Holy Orthodox Church is mystical. We have a mystical. We have the mystical body. We participate in the literal body and blood of Christ every Sunday, and that deifies us and transforms us to become more and more like God.
The elixir.
Yes. You said something?
No, that's it.
Okay. No, my point about immateriality is that it's true, and I like to follow the truth wherever it leads.
Well, you should become Orthodox Christian then.
Talk to a priest about it. You should go to liturgy one time and see what you think. It can't hurt to go, right?
Go to a divine liturgy and tell us what you, and then you can come back to the channel and
love
let
to
us
hear
know
what you think.
Yeah, we would love to hear what your experience was like. They would be very welcoming, and very open to speaking with you as well. Be prepared to stand for a while, but
unless it's a Greek church, in which case
unless it's Greek, yeah,
it's terrible.
Are there Orthodox churches in Puerto Rico?
There's at least two. I have it's still growing in Puerto Rico, but there is two that have been established. Let me double check. And if there's two and they're kind of equally spread out, so you're probably within a relatively short commute. I think there's one in the capital city,
and Trujillo Alto.
Trujillo Alto.
Yeah, there's one right there, and they're part of. It's all in Spanish. I don't read.
There's a Saint Spiridon Greek Orthodox Church would be under the Eastern Orthodox Church. Russian Orthodox Church would be Mission Orthodoxia San Juan Calamico, and that's in San Germain.
San Germán.
Yeah, San German, in San Augustine, which is near Hormigueros.
Hormigueros
Thank you for
Hormigueros.
hormigueros.
correcting us, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, because I,
Yeah,
I thought
it doesn't bother
so.
us at all. Like,
So that's under the Russian Orthodox Church, and the Greek Orthodox Church and the Russian Orthodox Church are in communion, so they're both legitimate canonical Orthodox churches. And then let's see if there's any other ones. I think
Do
there's
you,
an Antiochian Orthodox Church,
and they're all
do you have
Orthodox.
and that one is in Carolina, San Juan, Carolina.
do you have to dress a certain way, like wear suits or something?
Just pants and a button-up T-shirt if you can. But if you don't have anything like that, as long as there's long pants, you just don't wear shorts. That's the main key. The main key is don't wear
Please.
shorts. If you can help
It's
it. If you
hot
don't
though.
have any, if you don't have anything, then just go and just let them know. It's like, hey, I don't have pants or something like that, which would shock me, but I don't know what the culture is like in Puerto Rico. And the Orthodox Church typically likes to kind of semi be malleable with the local culture to a degree. So if in the local culture no one has pants, they'll just say as long as you wear something that is like dressed up slightly. So maybe like a nice button up and some like khaki shorts or something like that. But that's what I did. But yeah, go. So there's I don't know which one you're close to, but the Antiochians tend to be very, and this one is Iglesia Ortodoxia San uh,
San Jorge.
Jorge Patriarcado de Antique. I can't say it. Antioch. It's all in Spanish. So there's an Antiochian. Antiochian tend to be very convert friendly, people that are maybe not Orthodox and are kind of learning about Orthodoxy. They tend to be very friendly towards converts. The Greeks tend to be very Greek, not all the time, but they tend to be very Greek. So they're heavily like oriented to Greek people, but it's kind of, they're still very good typically. And the Russian church is obviously very heavily Russian in culture. So the differences between Antioch Greek and Russian are typically going to be just cultural. They're going to be like kind of the people who like planted the church would have been like Russian migrants, but they're all going to be foundationally and fundamentally the same theologically. So I hope that helps.
Sure.
Thank
Sure.
you,
Yeah,
man.
so I would encourage you to go check it out. Go check out one of those churches. Make sure they're not Coptic or Oriental Orthodox. Make sure that they are under the canonical Eastern Orthodox Church. So that'd be the Antiochian, so Saint Spiridon Greek Orthodox Church. There's an Antiochian Orthodox Church, and then there is a Russian Orthodox Church in San Germain. So I don't know where you are on the island, but as long as you're within driving distance of one of those, you should be able to go check it out. And they are growing. They just planted a new mission too, but it's not on the map yet. So
So I
they are
shouldn't
growing.
go. So I shouldn't go to anything that is Orthodox just because it's Orthodox.
Yeah,
No, no,
don't go to something that's Orthodox just because they have the title Orthodox. You got to make sure they're canonical, meaning that they're in communion with the rest of the Orthodox Church. So that'd be like the Greek Orthodox Church, Romanian, Serbian, Antiochian, Jerusalem Patriarchate, Macedonian. Like all of those churches are under one Orthodox umbrella. But there are some that use the term Orthodox, but are not actually in communion with our Orthodox Church. And those would be like the Coptics or the Orientals. Those are like, for lack of a better term, they tend to be, well, ethnically Coptic or Armenian or some other group. So those groups are not in formal communion with us. But the other ones that I mentioned, the Greeks, the Antiochians, or the Russians, they tend to all be under the East Orthodox, and they'll have common theology. So
Okay. So can you read the Bible by yourself if you are in an Orthodox church, or you have to read
yes,
it?
but yes, you can read and you're encouraged to read it by yourself. However, when you have questions or if there's something that maybe is not super clear, the encouragement is that you'll be guided by a priest. And so in the church we have a tradition of having spiritual fathers. Your spiritual father will guide you in growing in maturity in the faith. So they'll guide you in both your understanding and your maturity in the faith. And I hope um, that's typically what you'll see from us. So yes, you're encouraged to read it, but you're not encouraged to just like willy-nilly read, like come up with interpretations on your own. It's like, hey, let's look at this. What does it say? What does the early church fathers say? What do the church fathers of the first 100, 200, 300, 400 years say about these things, and help guide you in that, right? This is what we see in the scriptures. Actually, you'll notice, what did they say? Is it Philip? Is it Philip to the Ethiopian eunuch? I think it's Philip. The Ethiopian eunuch tells Philip in the scriptures, he's like, yeah,
I
Philip
think
asks
so.
him,
Yeah.
Philip asks him, he's like, do you understand what you're reading? He says, well, how can I know unless someone guides me? And then what does Philip proceed to do? He proceeds to guide the eunuch, right? Well, in the same way, we understand that very similarly, that a spiritual father, priest, spiritual father, deacon, bishop even, will be spiritual guide, and they'll spiritually guide people in interpretation so that they can understand it clearly without getting it confused with some other things. So that's what I would say. I would say check it out. There's no harm. The Divine Liturgy is very beautiful. It's very quaint. It's very relaxing. There's no pressure to conform or raise your hand in worship or get on your knees and have like hysterical fits on the ground or anything like that. It's very quiet, solemn, and most of the liturgy is scripture. Most of the liturgy is us praying and chanting scripture. So if you listen carefully, if they do it in Spanish, or whatever, or English, or whatever language you speak, you'll probably be able to pick up on a lot of pieces of scripture and go, oh, that's part of scripture. I didn't even realize it. But it's very beautiful. So I would encourage you to check that out.
No wheelie
So
shoes.
they sing?
Hmm?
So they sing or they chant?
I call it singing, but it's chanting. It's technically chanting.
I mean, there's some really good. Our quote chanters are quite exceptional. It's beautiful.
Yeah, a good chanter, you'll be like, wow, they have amazing voices, and it's kind of like singing, but it's technically chanting because there's specific tones that you're supposed to maintain. So technically, it's a chanting, but yeah, it's very good. The choir, a lot of the choirs tend to be very, very good. Even at small parishes, some small missions will oftentimes have very good things like that. So.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, then.
No problem.
Hey, thanks for hearing us out,
Go
man.
check
Good
it out.
luck.
Go check it out.
Call us back. Let us know what you think.
Yeah. Go check it out this Sunday, and come call back into the stream when we're live sometime, and we'll be happy to hear what you thought of it and maybe answer any questions you might have to the best of our ability.
Yeah.
So we typically don't like to speak on behalf of the church. We'll tell you, hey, this is what we've been taught. So the things that we've told you right here, these are the things that we've been taught. These are the things that kind of helped us in that. Someone said I heard I heard a ceiling bird. Do you have a fire alarm beeping in the background?
Me?
Yeah.
No, why?
Oh, okay. Someone was just saying they heard a ceiling bird. Maybe it was Timothy. Timothy's got.
I destroyed all my fire detectors.
No, we were just wondering because someone said they heard it, but yeah, I'd highly encourage it. I have to wrap up the stream now, though, brother. So I appreciate you calling in, and you're welcome to come and chit chat anytime. All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Funny enough, actually, my business partner, who is Orthodox as well, his name is Tony. He's actually from Puerto Rico as well. He's Puerto Rican. So, good people.
I'm actually Cuban. But I was born in Puerto Rico.
Okay, but you got the Puerto Rican experience then, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go, man. God bless you, and
God bless you.
We will pray for you sincerely while you go and check
Okay.
that out. Like I said,
Please,
I don't know which church you're close to. If you're closer to what
I'm
city
in
is
San
it?
Juan.
Okay, then you're close to the Greek or the Antiochian. So I personally, I think the Antiochian one, which is in, where is that? It's Carolina, I think it's called. Carolina. The Antiochians tend to be much more convert friendly. But again, if you want to go to one that's a little bit more well established, the Greek one is, where's this Greek one? It's in Trujillo
Trujillo
Alto.
Alto. Trujillo
Trujillo
Alto.
Alto. So
I like
those are
to
the.
get one syllable out.
That's
He's already
close
got
to
it.
me.
Thank you, man. I'm not a Spanish speaker, so I already have a
That's
hard enough time with my Korean, let alone.
I'm always happy when people correct people. They always get worried about correcting people. I'm like, I don't know your language, so please correct me. I'll try and get the
Yeah,
names
please.
right.
Thank you for correcting me. But yeah, those are the two. So in those two areas, you just look up Eastern Orthodox Church in either of those two areas, whichever one's closer or whichever one you think you're gonna vibe more with. I would go and check those out. And also, don't feel bad about calling in advance. You can call the priest if they have a number and say, "Hey, I'm interested in coming in and talking. Can I talk with you after the service?" And the priest will almost always say, "Oh yeah, come talk to me right after the service. So I'd love to chat with you more." Right? Like the priests are there for you. That's what the priests are for. So
So what days you go live?
I don't have specific days. I kind of go whenever it. But tomorrow tomorrow my time, but Friday evening we do a TTRPG kind of Christian TTRPG session. So it's kind of just a nerd out time. But yeah, we go live. I go live a couple times a week around the same time. It's normally in the morning, my times, which would be the evening in the States. So if you're are you Eastern Standard Time?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, it's typically in the evening. It's typically in the evening your time. It's typically in the evening your time. So like whatever time it is right now, I start a couple hours before that. So I've been live for about 4 hours. So subtract 4 hours from your time. That's typically when I like to try and go live. So
Okay. Okay. Well,
all right,
thank
man.
you very much.
God bless you and
again,
have a
man.
wonderful
God bless
day.
you.
And interesting topic. I like I said, from an Orthodox perspective, it's like, yeah, sure, we can accept the immateriality of the material. I guess maybe you could make that argument, but for us, it's kind of like it's not the relevant thing that we like to focus on. What we're focusing on is deification and theosis. Theosis being becoming more and more like God. And if
course.
it doesn't really matter whether something is material or immaterial. What matters is that we're deifying ourselves.
I
So the
agree.
experience is, yeah. So that's kind of, and if you agree with that, then you'll like a lot of Orthodox theology, because theosis is the center. It's the heartbeat of Orthodoxy. It is salvation. Because we believe that at the eschaton, and this is where I'll leave you, and then I'll let you go. At the eschaton, what God is judging us for is not necessarily whether or not you've been decreed righteous or made righteous or anything like that. What he's judging you is, have you conformed yourself to him or not? So
I
I hope
agree.
that helps. God bless you, brother, and have a wonderful day, all right? Or
God
evening, I
bless
should
you.
say.
Yeah, evening. God bless you as
God
well.
bless.
That was a nice guy.
Yeah, nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I just was a little confused. I'm like, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by the immaterial to material. I'm like,
I think I kind of understood where he was coming from, but it was a little complicated for me too. Where I'm like, oh man, you need like a philosopher to talk about this with you, because
yeah,
this stuff gets a little.
I think Father Stephen would be a good person to talk to about that, because Father Stephen might be able to break down
I just like how he fought people. He didn't get weird. He just would correct the names. Thank you so much. I hate it when people don't correct the names. It lets me mispronounce them for years, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I look like an idiot. You all thought I was dumb this whole time.
Sapku 103, our Korean Orthodox service is mainly in Korean. I would say they're about 60% Korean, 35% Russian or Greek, depending on if you're going to a Russian or a Greek church. And then the remaining is a hodgepodge of whatever the rest of the lady make up. So when me and my daughter are attending, for my sake, they'll sometimes do some of the prayers in English, though my Korean is good enough to kind of get the general gist of things for the most part. So,
do your kids make fun? Does your daughter make fun of you in Korean because she knows you
oh
don't
gosh,
understand
all
her?
the time. So sometimes, but the thing is, I understand enough to know when she is. I just won't understand all the nuances, and like I can see it in her facial expression. Like the other day, I was arguing with her because she wasn't doing her homework, and I was like, "No, you got to do your homework. Here's how you do the math. Like, let me teach you." And she's like, she rolled her eyes, and then she went to her mom and started speaking in Korean. She's like, "Appa," and just started like, and I knew the moment she said "Appa" because that means dad. I was like, oh, she's talking about me to my wife right in front of me. I'm like, you don't think I can't understand you, you little shit, you know? It's like, and then she goes like this. She goes, Mom, Dad just
Thank
yelled
you,
at me
Blake.
about this, and my mom, not my mom, my wife will say, honey, it's your fault that you don't speak Korean as well as you should. You need to study your Korean more. I'm like, yeah, I know you're right. So I always feel guilty about it. But yeah, I have gone to tutor. As soon as I get this investment stuff coming through, my
My
number one goal is tutor.
my
I'm
problem is like
hiring a
I
tutor.
know enough Japanese that if I really like crack down on my Japanese, I'd be back up to a pretty high level.
I'm
When I say
kind of
high,
the
I mean
same
like
way.
kindergartner, like a kindergartner. I could speak well. I just can't read and write.
Dude, I know people that go to liturgy in English and they're English speakers and they still can't follow along. So
And
I know.
that's what I love about liturgy though. No matter what language it's in, you know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I've gone to Greek, I've gone to Russian, I've gone to Korean, Japanese, I've gone to English speaking services, and I could just follow based on the pattern of the service. It's pretty easy to follow along, so it is very nice. Freudian slip. Yeah, I know.
Tim
So
is a weeb confirmed. That is true. I love Japan.
Tim is
Weeb is like fake Japanese fans though.
Yeah, that's like what's that one guy that's the freaking the anime nerd that's like insufferable. His name is Giguk or something like that.
I don't know.
I know
I
like
like
an
anime, but I'm
Indian.
not that
He's like a
insufferable.
Southeast Asian like freaking Indian. He's either Indian or Southeast Asian, but he's like just insufferable because he thinks that he's better than everyone because he lives in Japan and he talks about anime all the time.
Yeah,
it's like
right.
that's not what Japan is, dude. That's like a small subsection of Tokyo.
When
You know what I
someone's
mean? Like,
a weeb, it's when they're like, "Did you go to Japan? Did you go to Tokyo?" Or
and that's the only place they ever go.
A real unit tells you to go to Kyoto and be very respectful and don't
Or
take selfies.
you know, I actually always tell people, I think Kyoto's great. Don't get me wrong, but I always think Kobe or Osaka are.
They're beautiful too.
They're
really
so
just
beautiful.
The countryside in Japan is just gorgeous. It's so because it's very very untamed in a way, and you kind of see this like when you're walking around Korea, how much it's more because Japan's countryside is not developed at all, like at all.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down, anime nerd that's insufferable? I don't know. There's these guys that live in Japan. He's part of a group. He has like a whole podcast where they just and the thing is he's so degenerate because he just goons about like he goons all the time about anime girls. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate a little bit of fandom stuff, but if you're gooning to anime girls, dude, you need to get your life checked because you're like, and frankly, your hard drive checked because you know, how do I say this? They're not real. They're not real.
They're real to me. Oh,
they're cute. Don't get me wrong. They can act cute, and you could be like, "Oh, that's a cute anime girl." But it's like at the end of the day, you're an adult man who's 30 plus years old. Like you need to stop.
Yeah,
it's like you need to
I always
stop.
say. Like I get it. Like your brain doesn't quite, your brain doesn't quite have the ability to remove things. Does that make sense? Like how to put it? You seeing an anime character, it is the human brain doesn't work to see that this person isn't real. So I get that part. It's like, and I get like liking a character and stuff. But it's like to be like, if I like, I'll never forget when Violet Evergarden is on Marine Corps recruiting posters. I don't know if if you ever watched Violet Evergarden.
I have, yeah.
Love Violet Evergarden. You know when I watched it, I was literally doing a mercenary job in a place I cannot name. And we were sitting in a bunker, and my buddy and I were watching Violet Evergarden. It was just two grown men crying about it. He's like, we love that show. But like we adopted.
I'm confused. He says, someone here said, I'm eating a whole block of smoked Gouda right now because I have lust or lost. I think it's lost control of my life. Hey man, if you listen, we'll pray for you, man, because it's not easy, but if you ever need to chat, you can reach out to me via DMs on X and we can chit chat, man. No problem. If you need advice or anything like that.
Yeah,
some people need a reset in life. I always tell people this. Like sometimes if you're a single guy and you're kind of floundering a bit where you're at, just like abandon everything and go someplace. Like go teach English abroad for a year or two or something like that and just like reset. Like sometimes that works. And then you get back to the States or you choose to stay there. Who cares? Whatever. It's your choice. But like you come back to the States, you're a little refreshed. You have a little bit more direction and purpose and you've had time to think about what you want to do and accomplish. Like those things are important in life, man. And also sometimes the challenge is good. Nikolai's South Korea is black-pilled and vain as TikTok makes it out to be. No, it's freaking like
Depending
guys,
where you are.
don't believe anything that comes from TikTok about anything. Let me be clear right off the bat. Don't believe a single thing that comes out about TikTok from South Korea. Okay. The second thing is Korea has it
to North Korea.
like any nation on Earth. Korea has its problems.
Yeah.
Okay, like any nation. But guess what? They're in Korea because they're so homogenous. They're solvable. They're solvable problems. Like birth rates, big issue. Is it as the dynamic between men and women in Korea is way healthier than in America. The problem is that the work culture here kills the birth rate.
It's just
it's not because men and women hate each other like they make it out to be. And really, the only places that are like not great in Korea are heavy foreigner areas like Itaewon or right outside of the U.S. military bases. Outside of that, country's great. It's an amazing place to live, amazing place to raise kids. The Korean people are super friendly, super nice. The cost of living is compared to America way cheaper, like insanely cheaper.
Because Japan's not like that at all.
No, it's
awful.
The cost of living in Japan's, I would say, comparable to the United States, but maybe slightly less if you're outside of like Tokyo.
If you're outside Tokyo, the cost of living is insanely low. Like nothing. Yeah. They pretty much give you property for free. If you were Japanese and you wanted to live out in the countryside, they're like, please go outside of the city, please. We're begging you. Just have kids and whatever. The problem is they don't believe in working remotely. They don't believe like in Japan, it's all part of it is like a very pharisaical culture where they want you to show like how
your
exhausted
dedication.
you are. Like you shouldn't like if for me like I'm a stoic in the sense of like I'm a military guy, so like I don't tell you that I'm in pain all the time.
Yeah.
But to them, they want you to show that because it's a way of showing your dedication, like you said. So, like Korea's interesting, Japan's interesting. They're wonderful countries. I love both of them, but it's more complicated. And like people always talk about birth rate, it does suck, but it's also good because when populations drop, the life of people get better. That's a fact. When populations collapse, your life gets better because things become cheaper, and your wages go up.
It's the population will collapse to a certain degree for both those countries, and as long as they don't mass import people, eventually they're going to hit a rock bottom point where they're going to start going back up because the only people that are left are people that actually want to have kids and actually want to have big families, right? And then that's going to go back up. That's what and by the way, this has happened in history. People think that birth rates have always been going like this. There have been points in the Roman Empire where they just stopped having kids.
Yes. And remember, it got so bad
because
they
were
didn't
so
even have
armies.
Armies.
And
they had to recruit mercenaries to do it.
Yeah, they had to recruit mercenaries because the people weren't having like 10 kids anymore. They weren't having 5 to 10 kids, and so they didn't have 5 sons, and half those sons could join the military, and then the other half would go be blacksmiths or whatever they were going to be, right? So this has happened in history. As long as they don't allow for mass migration where they get ethnically replaced, those countries will bounce back up. The problem in America is that we are ethnically replacing ourselves from the historic percentages that made up America. The historic percentages being 80% white, 20% a mixture of other things, right? But 10% black, and then like 10% whatever else was left over, right? A hodgepodge of other groups, Native American, etc., right? That was the history of America's demographics, but now it's been completely distorted because of mass migration. It's the same thing in Canada. It's happening in Europe. It's actually not happening as badly in Europe. People think it's really bad in Europe, but that's because it's so concentrated.
Yes,
it's so
in large cities. In large cities. Yes.
Whereas in America, we don't even realize it that entire swaths of our country are no longer
Michigan,
no longer mixing in. They're completely distinct. Minneapolis is you know how many white people live in Minneapolis? Very few. The only people living there still that are white are people that have lived there for generations.
But even that can be fixed over time. This is the issue that people don't understand about like the world in general. Like if you actually look at like studies, McNamara's morons. Have you ever looked at that study? So
I think
McNamara was mad because they couldn't draft black people because black people were below the IQ requirement to be in the military at the time.
That's not so hold on. Olav, not possible. I have a Korean daughter.
So this guy decides to start drafting people who are dumb, not just black people, mind you, for the record. It was all sorts of dumb people, and observe like how they do in the military. The only branch that was successful with them was the Marine Corps, because the Marine Corps just beats you and makes you love being a Marine. And it's kind of like Texas. Like if you go to Texas, the average IQ for blacks is higher than everywhere else in the country. Why? Because it's Texas, and they're still
because
Texas.
they don't tolerate anti-civilizational behavior, and that encourages positive breeding.
Yeah,
positive interbreeding, positive integration. You know, here's the thing. You want to solve the black problem. I don't even like calling it the black problem, but you want to solve the black problem, the ghetto problem in America. You send in the military and you do curfews and you don't allow anti-civilizational behavior. That means
frankly, they'd like it.
No loud music after a certain time. No hood rats wandering around doing doing those mass those like where they all run into a cafe or a store and like loot the whole place. No getting into fights over
Let the Koreans
Waffle House. Yeah, no getting in fights.
Make Korean warlords run the ghetto. They can handle
it. Exactly. Well, the point is the military, all they have to do is curfew. Military has to crack down on anti-civilizational behavior. So if you get in a fight if you and your girls are sitting in Waffle House and they get your order on, you start pulling their hair, that stuff, you're all going to jail.
Yeah.
Anti-civilizational behavior. And you know what's going to happen? You're going to get put up into stockades and they're going to beat your ass with a cane until the first 3 layers of your skin are ripped off. And then they're going to send you home and say, if you act like that again, you're going to get whipped again. And you want to know how fast those communities would be turned around within like a generation? Freaking like instantaneously, guys. Anyways, that's me being like my...
I will say, you want to know something funny?
That's me being... Guys, my monarchist came out.
Someone's giving you a suggestion on a path to sainthood, okay? There's only one path to sainthood, is him to convert Kim Jong-un. Now, my path to sainthood is that I'm going to go to Ukraine. I'm going to break into the gulag there where they're torturing the priests, they're cutting off their arms. I'm going to rescue them. And we're going to run away in the gulag. And I already have this all planned out. So we'll be on I'll be on a motorcycle, or they'll be on motorcycles and I'll be in a truck, and they'll jump onto the train and they'll be like, come, my son, step 6, freedom. I'll say, for you, Father, but not for me. And I'll die. And I'll be called Saint Timothy the Based, and I'll have like night vision goggles and stuff. That's my goal. Like someone said, you want to be a saint? I'm like, yes.
Nice. If you're in heaven, you're gonna be a saint. Everybody's gonna be saints in heaven.
I want an icon of me wearing GP and VGs. Okay, that's what I want. Please let the iconographer know when I die.
Yes, that is true, Bubba. That is true. But
it's not just California.
No, but with North Korea actually has a good chance. North Korea actually does have a good chance of that because of their increasing ties with Russia and more Russian tourism. There's a good chance that the Russian Orthodox Church will continue to rub off in Korea. And I've heard from my bishop that potentially a new mission is opening up. So they have the main parish already, but they might be opening up a new mission as well. So,
well, and again, here's the thing. I love people. And this is what I'll say with Dustin's response. I love them. I want them to be successful and happy. I don't want them to suffer. And I think that they're suffering because being nice to them isn't working. Giving them whatever they want doesn't work, right?
No.
So you have to be hard on people that you love. And it's like, that's why I do not agree with the guy who says that the Holy Spirit can't affect black people.
Oh, gosh.
What? But I will say it's more complicated. But like the thing is, even if you look at like race relations in the 60s, the families lasted longer. The families lasted longer. You're less likely to be divorced as a black person than as a white person.
Well, even the 50s and 30s and the 30s, 40s, and 50s, the blacks on every single metric were improving economically, morally, socially, etc. And then the 1960s came around with the communist known as Martin Luther came in and destroyed
nominalism.
Yeah. Completely destroyed it. But that being said, someone asked me, why are you a monarchist acolyte? Because I'm Orthodox.
Yeah. And this is where I get frustrated. People try and say there's a huge disconnect between religion and politics. No, there isn't. There isn't. Like, if you can't be a left-wing person, be Orthodox Christian.
No, you can't be left-wing. I'm sorry. You can't.
No.
You can't. It's like we actually formally condemn some of the left-wing positions. And frankly, if you're a voting Democrat, I think that's a sin.
Yeah, I think
you're supporting people if you vote Democrat on any level, that is sin, okay? Because they support abortion on demand,
transgenderism, abortion on demand,
transgenderism, and all that stuff. With the GOP, the reason that it's not sinful, even though they hold to issues, they hold positions that I would deem sinful,
Princess
is
Guys is
because
awesome.
they're not a monolith, and they don't require that you adhere to party line, right? The GOP is a big tent party, whether you like it or not.
Frankly, yeah, which I don't like. People are
I
like,
don't
you
like
hate
it,
you hate Trump because he deports illegal immigrants. I hate Trump
I
because he
hate
doesn't
Trump because
deport
he doesn't
enough.
do it enough. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm a radical. I'm radical compared to the Big Ten GOP, but it's not sinful because at least they're not doing things like trying to trans your children and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
So
I just look at him and I'm like, yeah, voted my Kaiser, but it's the DNC part. And like I said, like I'll say too, someone said, so if you notice my current Saint plan is the mission Vorkuta from Call of Duty Black Ops. Indeed. It is indeed. That is my whole Saint plan.
if Kim Jong-un converts to orthodoxy and North Korea becomes an orthodox monarchy,
dude, that would be beautiful.
Dude, I would be telling my wife, we're pack your bags, we're going to Russia, and then we're going to smuggle our way into North Korea. No, I probably not, but
I
think
could
it would
happen.
be it would. By the way, of all the countries on Earth where a king could basically convert and half the people would convert with him, it could happen in North Korea, which is why you should be praying that that Kim Jong-un experiences divine intervention by the Russian Orthodox Church next time he visits Russia.
Are you against immigration in general? No. So here's what I'll say. One thing about this immigration in general. So if you have any family in Germany or anywhere, moving to the United States is basically impossible. Getting citizenship, moving here from Germany, Poland, Russia, anywhere,
it's hard.
It's almost impossible. Now, if you're brown, they'll do anything to get you in here. Anything. They'll crawl through shattered glass. You don't even have to do it illegally. That's why when like Mexicans are like, oh, I had to do it illegally. No, you didn't. They put you on the fast track, and you can look it up because we have the amounts of people from each country that they want. They don't want anyone. They want all the people from India. They want them from Mexico, Venezuela. There's no. They don't allow Germans here. They don't allow Swedes. They don't allow Russians.
Not in any meaningful numbers.
No, or South Africans, right? Boers. Right?
That's changed. By the way, that's changed under Trump. The most of the migrants that we've been getting in through the refugee program are now almost exclusively from white South Africans, Boers.
So the group I was in, the special force group I was attached to, did deploy to South Africa and actually had to shoot people and stuff to protect farmers. True story. Trump did deploy. That was his first time in service. He said they were like, it's crazy, dude. Like, because these farmers are just getting whacked all the time. I feel like immigration should be a grain of Osami. And that's my point. Is like, if my point with it is that if you're quality, I want you here. That's fine. If you want to come here and you're like educated, whatever the case may be, you're bringing something here. That's like H-1B visas are for, is for like, if let's say, for instance, I own a car factory and the head of diesel mechanics of Mercedes wants a job with me and I hire him, right? That is what H-1Bs are for.
Well, that's what they're technically, but they've become
but they don't
basically
use them that for.
Yeah, they use them. They use them as, let me import like a million Indians to replace all of my expensive American workers. That's what they use it for. But that being said, I'm against mass migration. Generally, I think migration should be mostly very, very highly selective and limited, meaning a very, very small amount per year, or through marriage. Those are the only two acceptable. Well, in my opinion, those are the only two acceptable reasons. So, that being said, guys, we keep on getting distracted. I need to end this. So, guys, we'll see you later. Tomorrow it'll be tomorrow morning, but in Friday evening, we will be doing our first session as long as nothing comes up, and I'll keep you up to date, Timothy, if anything does prop up on my end. With that being said, guys, I look forward to seeing you all there. God bless.